the reincarnation of an ordinary person with unparalleled effort. If you work hard from the time you are a baby, before you know it, you will be carrying the future of Japan on your shoulders. Volume 3 by Cyclamen. Translated by Reincarnated JP. Translations for Fun. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Prologue. Checking answers. When asked, if your life were a line graph, what would be the highest and lowest points? I think it was around the time of my job search. I don't remember which company it was. I do remember thinking the interviewer seemed kind. It was probably a group interview, and since I had never really thought about the peaks and valleys of my life, I was stuck and couldn't come up with an answer, which I clearly recall. That's why I was so surprised when the woman sitting on the far left spoke up first. The peak of my life was in my second year of high school, and the lowest point was during my third year of university. She must have anticipated this kind of question. She paused for a clear moment and then continued. I've been playing volleyball since middle school. The peak of my life was when I was chosen as a regular player in the prefectural tournament during my second year of high school. We ended up as runners-up, but the hard work I'd put in paid off, and I was really happy. What about your lowest point? I continued playing volleyball after entering university, but in my third year, I injured my foot, and because of that injury, I couldn't play properly until I graduated. So, when I think of the high and low points of my life, my third year of university was definitely the lowest. Without hesitation, she finished speaking smoothly. The interviewer, seeming satisfied, shifted their gaze to the man sitting next to me. He was around my age, but taller and more muscular than I was. From his tanned face, I guessed he was part of a sports team. When I think of my life as a line graph, there are no valleys. Right now, I'm at my peak. His voice was deep, slow, and full of confidence, and as he spoke, it felt like his body was swelling several times over. I guess the interviewer felt the same, as they leaned forward slightly and motioned for him to continue with a hand gesture. I've always enjoyed overcoming things I couldn't do. I played American football in university, and in my third year, I became the captain of a team of 60 players. The interviewer nodded deeply. I could tell they were likely impressed by the fact he had played American football. At the exact same moment, I found myself nodding too, understanding exactly what the interviewer meant. When I first became the captain, I didn't know which way was up. It was a series of things I had never done before, and not only was I unable to unite the team, but I also neglected my own performance, which led to a decline in our results. He said this cheerfully, without a hint of sarcasm, as if inviting us to laugh along with him. After waiting for the interviewer to smile in response, he continued, however, I focused on the things I couldn't do and conducted an analysis of the issues. I thought about what was causing the team's discord and how to resolve it, applying the PDCA cycle to gradually bring the team together. With that, he prefaced with, specifically, and continued further. He spoke about how he learned methods to connect with his teammates by reading books and watching videos, the failures that occurred as a result, and how he would use what he had learned after joining a company. His way of speaking was almost a perfect example of how to approach a job interview, and he wrapped up by summarizing, from all of this, I've enjoyed turning the things I couldn't do into things I could do. Because of that, if I were to plot my life on a line graph, it's always been on an upward trend. After hearing that, I thought to myself, what a big mouth. At that moment, the interviewer finally turned their gaze toward me, and I realized my turn had come. Now, finally, please. Invited with a smile from the interviewer, I began to reflect on my own life for the first time. University, high school, middle school. I traced back through my memories and began to visualize my life as a graph. Was it difficult? Take your time. It's okay. The interviewer, probably thinking I was struggling, kindly offered assistance. I could only give a polite smile in return. There was nothing. When I looked back on my life, there were no peaks or valleys. Looking back, I was in the homecoming club in high school, and I didn't join any clubs in university. I didn't work hard at part-time jobs, nor did I focus on internships. The most I did in middle and high school was play video games. But it wasn't because I liked them, it was simply an escape because I didn't like studying. I spent a lot of time with manga and anime, but only touched on the popular ones discussed on social media. I hadn't worked hard at anything, nor had I immersed myself in anything. Is something wrong? The interviewer furrowed their brow, noticing I remained silent for too long. Desperately trying to find something to say, I failed to form any coherent words. I had nothing. If I were to plot my life on a line graph, there wouldn't be a single bend. There were no happy events like a mountain, nor sad events like a valley. It was a straight line, like an endless horizon. That is my life. Chapter 1, Let's go to the countryside. In mid-July, with summer vacation just around the corner, I was riding an old bus with Nina-chan and Aina-san. Outside the window, I could see old houses scattered here and there. Between these houses were ice fields and trees, and the houses appeared abandoned. Naturally, the roads weren't as neatly paved as in Tokyo. There were quite a few potholes, and some parts of the asphalt seemed to be decaying due to age. Because of the state of the road, the bus shook a lot. To avoid getting motion sickness, I leaned my body against the vehicle and stared out absent-mindedly. When the conductor announced the next bus stop, Aina-san, who had been zoning out just like me, suddenly looked surprised when she heard the name of the stop and shook Nina-chan, who had been sleeping beside me. Nina-chan, wake up, we're almost there. When Nina-chan woke up, she let out a small yawn, and I almost yawned as well. In response, I'm tired. I didn't say it out loud, but I stretched my body deeply. It had been such a long trip. The journey had taken 3 hours by train from Tokyo, and then another hour by bus. It felt like a small trip. The reason we had come all the way out here was to observe Aina-san's work. Renji-san, who usually lets us observe her work, was on a business trip in the Tohoku region with Aina-chan. My father, too, had gone on a business trip to the Chubu region. So, we came along with Aina-san, who was going to show us the practical use of fairy magic. In the recent battle with the monster, I had successfully summoned the fairy, Rikudoji, but that was only because I had supplemented the core required for fairy magic with a relic. To put it simply, it was like riding a bicycle with training wheels. It would be better to remove them as soon as possible if I could. By the way, what kind of monster is in the place we're going to? I asked Aina-san quietly from the back of the bus, which was only occupied by us. Since we were nearing our destination, I thought it would be a good idea to ask, and as soon as I mentioned monsters, Nina-chan's body jolted slightly in response. I haven't told you yet, have I? Aina-san said, then continued. The monster we'll encounter is a man in a black suit. Apparently, he's been showing up from somewhere every evening since last month, talking to elementary school students. Talking to them? Yes, as a monster, he talks about incoherent things. Aina-san said this, then lowered her gaze to her smartphone. It seems that modern exorcists exchange monster data via email. My father seems uninterested in smartphones, so I wonder how he manages to see such things. As for the content, he asks questions like, is your mother there? Are you an adult? And are you happy right now? Things that are rather inappropriate for elementary school students to hear. However, the one thing that remains consistent is that he's a man in a black suit with a black hat, and he's 2 meters tall. Just hearing this, one might think he's a suspicious person, but a man in a black suit, huh? Hearing that, the first thing that comes to mind is probably a morning suit. The company I used to work at had a very casual dress code, so I only ever wore a suit during job hunting. Therefore, when I hear suit, that's about all I can think of. However, after this man started appearing, 3 children have gone missing in the past week. 3? When I reacted in surprise, Nina-chan tightly squeezed my hand. Feeling the danger, the police went out on patrol, but one of the officers disappeared during that. And that's when it became the Exorcist's turn. After all, it's not possible for a suspicious person to make people disappear. It's undoubtedly the work of a monster, but as I listened to Aina-san's story, something about it didn't sit right with me. This is because there's a certain correlation between the intelligence and rank of monsters. When monsters speak incoherently, it's usually either rank 1 or rank 2. If that's the case, It seems like a nearby exorcist should be able to handle it. Why would they need to call in a rank 4 exorcist? While I was pondering this, Nina-chan turned to Aina-san and asked, "Hey, Mum, how were the children who got involved with the monster saved?" It seems that only the children who didn't answer the questions were saved, Aina-san replied. Nina-chan sighed in relief at that answer, but Aina-san didn't pause and continued. However, there were cases where the man kept chasing or blocking children who didn't answer, constantly asking the same things. It seems there were even cases where, if the children stayed silent, the number of men kept increasing. Nina-chan's grip on my hand became unbelievably strong. I could tell she was scared. I understood that feeling. Just as I was about to say something to comfort Nina-chan, the bus stopped. My legs, which had been sitting for so long, were stiff and sore. I forced them to move and got off the bus, which only accepted cash. A very quiet town greeted us. The bus stop, covered in rusty tin, had an old, faded poster and, strangely, an outdoor ashtray, something rare these days. Looking at the faded poster, I could barely make out the year 1970 amidst the wear. How long has this been up? On the other hand, the ashtray right by the bus stop had a fresh cigarette butt that had just been crushed and discarded. The smell of the cigarette was almost completely masked by the exhaust fumes from a passing car. Turning around to look at the road, I saw that most of the buildings lining the street were old, their walls cracked and discolored in many places. Perhaps it was due to the rain, but where the white walls had stains, they looked like the aging skin of an elderly person. We arrived a little earlier than expected. Should we kill some time somewhere? Aina-san said, glancing at her wristwatch. I had also checked the time in the bus earlier, and it was still a little past 4 p.m. It was too early to call it evening. Itsuki-kun. Nina, is there anything you'd like to eat? Something sweet. Still unable to shake off her fear, Nina-chan grumbled as she held on to my hand. To fulfill her request like a princess, we decided to look for a cafe that said, "We live in the smartphone era." A quick search on the map brought up several cafes and directions to get there. The only person with a smartphone was Aina-san, who led the way while we followed behind. But as I watched her, a question arose in my mind. It was about Aina-san's outfit. She was wearing a black, medieval-style exorcist robe. The robe, woven from materials that protect against magic, was the same exorcist uniform I had worn during my Shichigo-san ceremony. Since the robe was created to fight monsters, the sleeves were long and made of thick fabric to prevent injury. Just looking at it made me feel hot. Even though it was already late in the afternoon, it was still July. I figured the temperature must have been over 30 degrees. Aina-san, aren't you hot? Are you curious? Itsuki-kun. Yeah, it's so hot, but you still look cool. Try putting your hand inside my coat. Aina-san said this and took my free hand, placing it inside her coat. What greeted my hand was a cool breeze, like air conditioning. Wow, it's cool, Itsuki-kun. You can see other people's fairies, right? Can you see them now? Aina-san said this, unbuttoning her coat, and 2 fairies flew out. They were small enough to sit on the palm of my hand, resembling humans but with 4 wings growing from their backs. They gently blew a breath on me and Nina-chan, and a warm breeze, like that of a fan, softly caressed us. These are sylphs. They cool the air inside the coat. If I take the coat off, I can't keep the air trapped, so it would be even hotter. I recalled seeing air-conditioned clothes being sold, and I understood on my own. In my previous life, workers wearing such clothes would often come to the convenience store to buy food during the summer. Aina-san was doing something similar with magic. The wind from the sylphs was initially warm, but with their second breath, the temperature dropped significantly. It seemed they could even do something similar to an air conditioner. I wondered if threads could do something like that. As I was thinking about how I could cool down without using fairies, Nina-chan pouted. Mom, that's unfair. If Nina practices, she'll be able to do it too. Aina-san smiled at Nina-chan's complaint and then turned her gaze forward again. After about 10 minutes of walking, we arrived at a small cafe. Guided by the map, the cafe looked like it had been around for a long time, with a nostalgic, fairy tale-like exterior. The small chalkboard displaying the day's specials made me feel a wave of nostalgia. Inside the cafe, it was fairly busy, mostly with regular customers, it seemed. Because of this, we stood out quite a bit. Actually, it wasn't really me who stood out. It was Aina-san and Nina-chan. These two, just by walking through town, attracted attention. They were blonde and blue-eyed, and beautiful. So, in an unfamiliar place, they attracted even more attention. As for me, I was an average person, so being with them made me stand out even more, which drew even more attention. We were guided by what seemed to be the elderly female owner of the cafe, and we sat at a table. "Hey, Itsuki. Do they have anything sweet?" "Sweet things? I can't read all the Japanese yet." Nina-chan said this as she pointed to the menu and handed it to me. "If it's sweet, does that mean anything will do? Wouldn't you trust Itsuki to not order anything strange?" Nina-chan said this as she tucked her long hair behind her ear. As I thought about her difficult request, I took the faded, old menu and stared at it. Her Japanese was so good that I often found myself misunderstanding things, but come to think of it, Nina-chan had only been in Japan for a few months. While she could manage speaking, reading the characters must be difficult for her. So, I decided to order pancakes for her. I thought about ordering something for myself too, but there was no curry bread, so I just got a drink. Well, I guess it's normal for a cafe to not have curry bread. The water arrived first, and while sipping it, we took a brief break. While resting, I decided to ask Aina-san. "Hey, Aina-san. Since the monster only talks to elementary school students, does that mean we'll have to act as decoys?" "No, that's not necessary." Aina-san calmly shook her head. Then, with a serious expression, she continued, "Now, it speaks to anyone, regardless of age. It's probably grown stronger. The number of victims has also increased, and as of now, there are 122 people missing." 100? Wait a minute. The scale of this situation is different from what I heard on the bus. What's going on? As I furrowed my brows in confusion, Aina-san continued. "Among the 122 missing people, 2 are second-rank exorcists. So, that means this monster is, most likely rank 3 or higher. Based on my judgment, I believe it's rank 4. A shiver ran down my spine. Rank 4. That's the same as the one that trapped people in boxes inside an abandoned school building. This is going to be troublesome. I hope this one has a normal personality, but expecting that from a monster is probably too much to ask." "Are 122 people really missing?" "Yes. The information that's been provided indicates that." Aina-san said this and showed me the screen of her smartphone. Looking at the small screen, I saw a PDF displaying a brief overview of the incident. They really are exchanging data electronically. At my old company, we mostly used fax machines for communication. As I sensed a small wave of IT advancement, I scrolled through the incident summary. I stopped when I reached the list of victims. Sure enough, it said number of missing persons, 122. It was a terrifying number. At that moment, the screen of Aina-san's smartphone dimmed slightly. When I touched the screen, the brightness returned. The screen dims very quickly on her phone. As I tapped the screen to restore the brightness, a melon soda was brought to me. It had ice cream on top, a sweet one. Since it was a good moment to take a break, I pulled my gaze away from the phone screen and looked around the cafe. The regular customers were chatting happily with the elderly female shopkeeper. The atmosphere was so peaceful. It didn't seem like a town where 100 people had gone missing. But, even though so many people are missing, it feels so normal. It's like there aren't any monsters here. Nina-chan agreed with my murmur. However, just as we were thinking that, Aina-san shook her head. It's not surprising that people aren't panicking. The town's population has been declining by an average of nearly 300 people a year. The number of missing people is currently less than half of that, Aina-san explained. Why is the population decreasing? Nina-chan asked, clearly not satisfied with the explanation. They moved to the cities. Nina. Tokyo? Yes, that's right. Tokyo, or possibly Niigata City, which is nearby. I couldn't quite understand this. I was born in Tokyo in both my previous life and this one, so I didn't really get the feeling of leaving my hometown to move to the capital. However, I could understand why the young people in this town wouldn't want to stay. After all, there's nothing here. There's no convenience store or supermarket nearby. There's a self-service gas station, but no family restaurants, karaoke, or large commercial facilities. Plus, I overheard on the bus that the nearest movie theater is an hour and a half away by car. It's no wonder young people would want to leave. So, 300 people leave this town every year. I don't know how many people live here, but the number of missing persons is 1/3 of the outflow. If you were to say it's insignificant, maybe that's true. It seems the depopulation is reducing the population more than the monsters are. After finishing these thoughts, it suddenly occurred to me. Wait, no, is this really at an insignificant level? Because normally, if 300 people leave in a year, and now, in just 1 month, 120 people are missing, that's not just a population decline, it's a case of people going missing. If you consider the pace at which people are disappearing. If I divide 300 by 12. Do you want to eat pudding? As I was mentally calculating the figures, the shop owner brought over some pudding. I froze for a moment, distracted by the sudden question. Since I was still thinking, I couldn't help but look at the pudding the shopkeeper had brought. It was a slightly firm pudding topped with whipped cream and a cherry. I had only seen something like this on a kid's meal before. However, one thing was bothering me. I didn't order pudding. When something shows up that you didn't order, the first emotion isn't joy, but confusion. As I tilted my head in confusion, the woman gave a playful smile, then placed the pudding in front of Nina-chan. You must be hungry too. If your girlfriend is eating all the food, right? Nina-chan froze with her mouth still open. I paused for a moment, thinking about which one to respond to first, then turned to the shopkeeper and asked again, is this okay? It's fine. It's a service. Thank you very much. When I thanked her, the shopkeeper said, enjoy, and went back to the counter with the tray. She was so cool. I want to be like that when I grow up. As I admired her, I felt a poke in my side. Turning around, I saw Nina-chan offering me a spoon. Here, Itsuki. Oh, thank you. You're welcome. What? With a composed face, Nina-chan handed me a spoon and spoke in English. I had no idea what she was saying, but knowing her, she probably wasn't saying anything strange. Probably. Hey, Nina, don't be mean to Itsuki-kun. I'm not. With just that, Nina-chan reached for her pancakes with a knife. I followed her example and took a bite of my pudding. It was sweet and delicious. Then, I reached for the spoon to stir the ice cream in my melting melon soda. Since being reborn in this body, my sense of taste had changed, and I could eat as many sweet things as I wanted. Come to think of it, I used to be like this when I was a kid. I stopped being able to eat this much sweet stuff at some point. If Nina and Itsuki-kun are having dessert, maybe I should have something too. Aina-san, perhaps feeling like having something as well, said this as she put her phone back in her bag and began looking at the menu. Aina-san, can you read Japanese? This too is thanks to translation magic. With that, Aina-san lightly touched her temple. If you looked closely, you could see a semi-transparent fairy clinging to her. Fairy magic is really convenient. As I thought this, Aina-san ordered a parfait. Watching her, I suddenly realized something. Wait, didn't I have something important to think about just now? What was it? Well, whatever. It's no use worrying about it before the monster shows up. With that, I decided to kill time chatting with Nina-chan and Aina-san while munching on my pudding. That said, the topic was mostly decided. Where we were going for summer vacation. What we were doing. I hadn't decided yet, but it seemed like they already had plans and told me about them. I'm going back to England for 2 weeks. Really? That's a little lonely. I'll be back soon. I said it because I'd be missing the friend I've seen almost every day since April. But Nina-chan turned her head away. It felt like she was indirectly saying I wasn't a friend, and my heart hurt, as I was silently hurting. Aina-san spoke softly, in a voice almost a whisper, explaining the reason for the trip to England. It's Nina's father's birthday. It's at the end of July. I see. This time, I felt my heart tighten in my chest. Nina-chan's father is dead. He was killed by a monster while on duty, and that was the event that shattered Nina-chan's heart. Aina-san had sealed away her memories. Nina probably has things she wants to talk about too. How should I have responded to Aina-san's words? I had no idea, so in my confusion, I could only distract myself by eating my pudding. As I struggled to think of a good response, the topic shifted, and we began talking about how I didn't have any plans for the summer vacation. However, even though I didn't have any planned events, I was determined to practice magic over the summer. When I told Aina-san and Nina-chan this, it was met with a strong disapproval. They both agreed that wasting the summer vacation just practicing would be a waste, and we made a promise to go to a summer festival together. I never expected my summer vacation plans to take shape in this way. I secretly made up my mind to tell my mother when I got home. But just as I was thinking this, there was a loud boom. Looking toward the source of the sound, I saw a rare wooden wall clock, which indicated it was 5 p.m. Sorry. This shop closes at 5. Could you please pay first? The shopkeeper looked at my half-eaten pudding as she spoke. Aina-san had finished her parfait, and Nina-chan had finished her pancakes. Was I the only one who hadn't finished? Itsuki-kun. I'll go ahead and pay, so you can finish eating in the meantime. Okay. Looking around the shop, I saw the regulars starting to prepare to leave, chatting as they did. 5 o'clock closing is pretty early. I guess that's how it is with family-owned businesses. I don't usually go to family-run cafes, so I'm not really familiar with it, but once they say it's closing time, it's closing. Just as Aina-san stood up to pay, the shopkeeper asked me, "Hey, is this your mum?" "No, she's not. She's my friend's mum." I thought it was a strange question. If Nina-chan weren't here, maybe, but if these two were sitting side by side, it'd be obvious they were mother and daughter. So, I was about to point to Nina-chan to show that, but as soon as I turned to her, she squeezed my hand tightly. Her hand was trembling violently, and, Itsuki, before I could ask what was wrong, the shopkeeper spoke sharply. "Does my mom exist?" "Yeah, she's here." As the shopkeeper spoke, the regulars walked out, saying "see you later." At that moment, the orange hue of the setting sun shone strongly through the window. Right. I remembered that this town is in the mountains, so the sun sets earlier. Boom. The clock rang again. The sunlight that had entered the shop illuminated the room, stretching our shadows. Stretching. It seemed to swallow the entire shop in darkness. That's nice. I'm glad. Oh, I just remembered. What is it? Are you happy now? Happy? Right now? Me? For a brief moment, I hesitated, wondering if I should nod, but then Nina-chan screamed, "Itsuki!" "Wait, what's wrong, Nina-chan?" I was suddenly yanked hard backward and almost fell onto the sofa. But I couldn't turn around. I didn't know why, but I had this feeling that I couldn't take my eyes off the shopkeeper in front of me. "Look ahead." "Why aren't you noticing? The monster is right in front of you." As Nina-chan screamed, my head was suddenly engulfed in a purple mist. No, it wasn't just me. Aina-san was caught in it too. And the moment the mist covered our heads, I felt a sharp sensation, like my head was being shaken violently. Before I could even stagger, my thoughts suddenly switched. In an instant, my vision cleared. It was the same feeling as when the drowsiness from an afternoon class suddenly disappeared, and I felt refreshed. My thoughts became clear instantly. Why hadn't I noticed? Why had I been trying not to think about it? I had already suspected it from the start. The abnormality of the situation, with 120 people gone missing. You didn't notice, did you? The menu. I still can't read Japanese. The shopkeeper, no, the monster, spoke with a voice full of shame, and Nina-chan responded, "How unfortunate." Even though you can't read, just by looking, happiness, the fairy tale world, was waiting for you. I'm not interested. You say that because you don't know the heaven of this world. Pain, sadness. It's all just a dream world for children. Hey, miss. Are you happy right now? The moment those words were said, a fairy summoned by Aina-san slammed into the shopkeeper's body. A heavy sound echoed as a man, wearing a black hat and a black suit, emerged from the shopkeeper's body, like liquid oozing out. He was tall, humanoid in shape, but his face was gone. He had no face. Despite that, his mouth moved as if speaking, and a voice could be heard. "Hello, exorcists. I'm just a bringer of happiness. I'd like to know your names." "You're not getting them. It doesn't matter how the monster talks. I don't really care about that." What concerned me more was the magic it used earlier. Somehow, my thoughts had been subtly influenced without me realizing it. How did it do that? I was intrigued, but I decided to reset my thoughts. "That's not a hello," I said, focusing on the immediate task at hand. "The priority right now is to exorcise the monster in front of me." "Goodbye." I began to weave the magic threads. One of my weaknesses is that the power of my magic can sometimes be too high. Every spell I've cast so far was designed to be deadly, to kill monsters. But I hadn't been able to fight them indoors or against possession-type monsters without harming people. That's why I needed a magic with less destructive power, and I had to create one. I wove 3 magical threads, transforming the first into a sphere of water, tying the second straight toward the enemy, and using the final thread to trigger attribute change, wind. With a blast of wind, the water sphere shot toward the monster. I named this technique exposure. There was a dull thud as the monster's body bent in a sharp arc from the impact. Without a moment's hesitation, Aina-san's fairy grabbed the monster's legs and threw him toward the window. The sound of shattering glass rang loudly in our ears. The monster crashed into the parking lot and let out a big laugh. "Pain is a bounce. You need it to sink. Then jump up." "Yes, to fly all the way to Wonderland. Don't you think so?" "No, I don't." Sighing, I continued weaving the magical threads in my hands. "If you want to go to Wonderland so badly, then go alone." "Little egoist," the monster mocked. "Egoist? No, that's not it. If you can help, then help everyone." "To help, you need power. You need to gain magic. You need to consume stronger exorcists." The man threw off his black hat, and his faceless head burst open, revealing a large mouth inside. A long, sluggish tongue slithered out of the mouth. The monster stretched out its right hand toward me, with magical threads tangled around it. The moment I saw the threads, I knew it was too late. The monster wasn't intending to talk any longer. "Thunderstrike." A sharp sound rang from the golden relic hanging from my chest. The thunder magic, resonating with a relic of Rikudoji and my own magic, activated. As it reversed direction from my hands, the monster's head exploded with a sharp bang, and it collapsed forward. The heavy body made a loud thud as it bounced on the parking lot, slowly turning into black mist and vanishing. As I watched the mist dissolve into the sunset, Aina-san began to handle the aftermath. She contacted Kuro, and called an ambulance for the shopkeeper, who had been possessed by the monster, and also arranged for a repair team to fix the broken window glass. Actually, the glass we had broken. I wondered if I'd have to handle things like this if I ever worked alone. While holding the phone to her ear, Aina-san motioned with her other hand. "Does this mean I'm supposed to come closer?" As I read Aina-san's gesture, I approached her, and Nina-chan mimicked the same action. As soon as I got closer, Aina-san snapped her fingers in front of us. In that instant, something like glowing dandelion fluff appeared around our bodies. "Whoa, what's this? These are new tracheias, fairies that can diagnose whether you've been poisoned." At her words, I suddenly realized, if the monster had intended to kill us, it could have mixed poison into our food. However, from the way the monster spoke earlier, its goal seemed to be to drain our magic, so I don't think there's any poison in it. But just in case, let's make sure to check. Aina-san said this, then picked up one of the new tracheias and swallowed it, almost as if showing us how to do it. Watching her, we followed suit and swallowed the fairy as well. A warm, soft sensation trickled down my throat. It was oddly ticklish. The fairy you just swallowed will check for any abnormalities in your body. If you've ingested poison, it will also detoxify you. "Fairy magic is so convenient," I muttered, impressed by how simple and effective it seemed. Aina-san casually said, "Today, it's just been a bit more useful than usual." There are times when shijutsu might seem more convenient. I wondered about that. Well, if Aina-san said so, there must be a reason. Having learned from experience, I knew that speaking out of turn with shallow knowledge usually leads to trouble, so I held my tongue, as I made an effort to avoid embarrassing myself. Aina-san sighed deeply. That was troublesome, wasn't it? Was it the monster from earlier? I asked, and she nodded deeply. Thought manipulation is the most basic form of brainwashing magic. Normally, it's magic used by rank 3 monsters, but it seems it was already being used at rank 2. That's my mistake for not noticing it sooner. When did we fall under the influence of the magic? While listening to Aina-san sigh for what felt like the 100th time, I asked the question that had been on my mind. The menu. Or rather, the information in the PDF about the incident was probably already enchanted with it. Aina-san explained, lifting her smartphone to show me. As if reacting, the previously dark screen lit up. On it was a photo of Nina-chan, looking disgruntled, wearing her school bag. It seemed like Aina-san had set her daughter as the wallpaper, which was, well, something. However, the screen on Aina-san's phone didn't dim, as it had before. The time on the lock screen switched, but the brightness remained unchanged. Wait, was I mistaken in thinking the screen's dimming interval was short? Or was that some kind of magic trick, but the magic threads weren't visible on the phone's text? Could I have missed them? As I was perplexed, Aina-san continued, embedding magic within information is an ancient technique, but I've never heard of monsters embedded into an electronic device like this before. It must be a new form of magic. How troublesome. What kind of magic is embedded in information? It's magic that uses pictures or text to trigger spells remotely, or at a specific timing. In the West, there is ancient magic called contract runes, which involve making a contract with a monster and using it for your purposes. I think you're familiar with it. Itsuki-kun. It's a type of magic that faded away along with the witch hunts. I knew a little about that magic. When my father had taught me about witch hunts, he briefly mentioned it. At the time, I remember him saying that manipulating something was seen as dangerous. But if it's magic that manipulates monsters, it makes sense why it would be considered dangerous. I'm sure this is just preaching to the converted for you, Itsuki-kun. But in Japan, spiritual talismans are more well known. That was news to me. Even if she said it was preaching to the converted, I wasn't a Buddhist monk. Could it be that it's that? The charm I received from Akane-san of the Kanzatsuki family? I thought back to the battle with Rikudoji as I placed my hand over my clothes. I didn't quite understand how it worked, but now it made sense. Sometimes, things connect in unexpected ways. Technically, it's called injutsu, or seal magic. In Japan, it's probably called kokujutsu, but it's a type of magic that faded out after the 16th or 17th century. Wait. It disappeared. Well, when you consider its practical use, it's just not feasible. You have to prepare paper, and then bring it into battle against monsters, so you'd run into issues with running out of seals. And when you think about the magic side of things, it's extremely inefficient. It's much faster and more efficient to just ask a fairy, which is a concentrated ball of magic, to help you, and there's no loss in doing so. Well, it's true. Asking a fairy for help is certainly faster than writing symbols or pictures on paper to fight a monster. Using my own magic threads is likely more efficient too, compared to using paper. I guess the shift toward paperless magic might have happened first in the Exorcist community. Besides, with the brainwashing magic of injutsu, you could counter it with a magic circulation. Honestly, I thought I was safe. I never imagined someone would put it into an electronic file. Aina-san gave a bitter smile as she tucked her smartphone into her pocket. This was like installing antivirus software and then being caught off guard by the latest virus that ends up destroying your computer. Well, I prefer smartphones, so I've never had my computer broken, but judging by the way Aina-san spoke, it felt like that kind of situation. With new magic like this, I'll need to file a report sooner rather than later, Aina-san muttered to herself, and just as she said that, A patrol car finally arrived. After handing over the aftermath to someone from Kuro who came to conduct the investigation, we finally left the cafe and stepped outside. The sun had already set behind the mountains, and the street facing the cafe was dimly lit by evenly spaced streetlights. The spacing between them was surprisingly wide, and compared to Tokyo, it made the whole town feel dark. At the entrance to the night, I suddenly asked Aina-san something that had been on my mind. "Hey, Aina-san, if I study the thought manipulation magic the monster used earlier, could I use it too?" "I think it's difficult." But, as she said that, Aina-san summoned a fairy and sent it out into the town. I could tell what she was doing. She was using the fairy to search for any monsters she might have missed. Why is it difficult? Because magic that distorts a person's thoughts is considered forbidden magic. There's no way to learn it, not normally. Perhaps there are exorcists who know forbidden magic, but fortunately, I don't. "Can't you use it on monsters?" I didn't really want to manipulate anyone's thoughts. I just thought that if I could distort a monster's thoughts, I could exorcise it without getting into dangerous situations. But Aina-san smiled as if she had predicted my response. "I figured you'd say that, Itsuki-kun. But the truth is, thought manipulation doesn't work on monsters." "Eh, really?" "Yes. There have been exorcists in the past who thought the same and conducted a few experiments. None of them produced the desired results." "Why not?" "We don't know for sure. But the most likely theory is that monsters' thoughts are already distorted from the start, so they're less receptive to external manipulation." "Ah, that somehow makes sense. Among all the monsters I've fought, I've never encountered one that thought exactly like a human. The only one I think I had a proper conversation with was the rank 5 monster I fought in the forest. But that was a newly born creature, almost childlike. So it's not very applicable as a reference. Rikudoji, the sisters obsessed with either a box or a ball. And the one from earlier, all of them had distorted logic that didn't make sense. They were all beings whose thought processes were logically explainable but didn't align with human understanding." As I was trying to swallow my excitement about the new magic, Nina-chan tugged at my hand. When I turned around, she seemed a little annoyed. "Itsuki, don't you have anything to say?" "Something to say?" I was caught off guard by her sudden question and found myself at a loss for words. "Something to say? Something to say?" Oh, finally realizing what she meant, I turned to Nina-chan and thanked her. "Thanks to you, Nina-chan. We were able to defeat the monster." "Thank you. You're welcome." Nina-chan responded without much emotion, but I repeated my gratitude. Looking back, if she hadn't been there, it could have been really dangerous. Well, in the end, the Hamafuda would have probably taken care of things. But that was really the last resort. It's important to solve things without relying on it. As I was thinking about this, fairies flew back from the sky. The sight was almost like shooting stars. There doesn't seem to be any others. I guess it was just abandoned because this is the countryside. "What's wrong?" I asked Aina-san, who had a troubled expression, as if something small was stuck in her throat. "I'm wondering if the monster came up with the idea to put magic into the PDF itself, or if it was something shared from another monster. That's what's bothering me." "You mean, it might have been taught by another monster?" "Can that really happen?" "It can. It's rare, but sometimes weaker monsters work together as part of an organization." As Aina-san spoke, she sent the fairies back into the night. Watching her, I thought about how low-ranking monsters don't really communicate well, but could they form an organization? I also thought about how I needed to be able to use fairy magic more effectively. I had a lot to work on. Before long, the last fairy returned. After confirming everything, we were driven by the Kuro-driven police car to a nearby regional city. As soon as we got in, Nina-chan leaned against me. "I'm so tired, Itsuki. Today has been a lot to deal with." I responded and then looked out the window of the police car for the first time. It had been a job observation full of unresolved issues. There was so much left to do and so much I needed to improve on. I need to work harder. Thinking that, I absent-mindedly played with the Rikudoji in my hands. By the time I was lost in those thoughts, Nina-chan had fallen asleep. Chapter 2. Let's sing together. Our house was built. When I returned to Tokyo after finishing work with Nina-chan and Aina-san, my father brought back such big news. Our house, which had been partially destroyed by the sudden attack of Rikudoji, had completely collapsed due to self-weight afterward. The rubble was cleared away, and the house was rebuilt from the foundation up, essentially a complete reconstruction. It's impressive that it was built in just over half a year, but according to my mother, nowadays, an ordinary house can be built in just 2 to 3 months or so. That said, our house is a rare Japanese-style construction these days. Instead of using a house manufacturer, we called a carpenter to build the house from scratch, so it seems it took more time than expected. By the way, the move itself was completed in less than a week. It was incredibly fast. To celebrate the new house, we stood together at the entrance as a family of 4, and Renji-san, holding a camera, said a word, "Itsuki-kun, smile." In his hand was the SLR camera my father had bought for my entrance ceremony. Say cheese. With that cue, the shutter clicked, and the sound of the camera echoed. As for why Renji-san was there, it was because, to celebrate the new house, my parents had invited the Shimatsuki family. Then, since it was a special occasion, it was suggested that we take a family photo, and Renji-san volunteered to be the photographer. Yeah, it looks good. Though, I think Itsuki's expression is a little stiff. Itsuki doesn't like photos. Oh, I see. When Renji-san laughed in response to my father, the scar on his face twisted terribly. Though I had long gotten used to it, I wondered what the neighbors thought about seeing my father and Renji-san standing in front of the Japanese-style house. They probably looked like people from the wrong crowd. By the way, my aversion to photos isn't something that started recently. It goes back to a past life. After all, I had hardly ever been the subject of a photo in my life. The only times I had been photographed as the main subject were for my job hunting resume and my employee ID. Before that, I think it was during high school's graduation album. Since I wasn't in any clubs or part-time jobs in college, my life was truly one without photos. Thinking about it, my photos might serve as a symbol of the monotony of my life, much like a stamp rally where you stamp the same stamp over and over again. Considering that, it makes sense that I had few photos in my life. That thought was starting to make me feel unpleasant. I stopped thinking about photos to avoid falling into self-loathing. At that moment, my mother spoke up. "It's hot, come inside." "All right," trying to keep us out of the hot July air. My mother ushered Iya-chan and Hina inside first. I followed them in, and the pleasant scent of wood filled the air. It was the smell of inoki. I didn't know much about it, but apparently, it's a high-quality wood, and sometimes it's used to make entrances like this. There were so many things I didn't know. Again, I found myself wondering what my past life had been like. But just as my thoughts started to go in a bad direction, Renji-san spoke to me. "Good for you. The house was built so quickly." "Yeah, the old house was fun, too. Wasn't it tough not having your own room?" If I had to say whether it was tough or not, of course, it was at first. Since I shared a room with Hina, I couldn't practice magic before bed as much, and when I did, I had to be careful not to wake her, but I couldn't really talk about that, so when I was about to say it was fine, Hina ran out of the bathroom with her hands dripping wet. "Nichan, it's not hard at all. I was with you, Nichan." "Ah, so you were sharing a room with Hina-chan?" "Yep. Since we were together, it wasn't hard at all." As Hina waved her hands excitedly, Iya-chan hurriedly ran out from behind her. "Hina-chan, you have to wipe your hands." "I already wiped them. Let's wipe them again." With that, Hina was led back to the bathroom. As I watched them go, Range casually spoke, almost as if making small talk. "So, how's it going, Itsuki-kun? Are you practicing magic regularly?" "Yeah, recently, I've been practicing concentration technique." "Ah, I mean fairy magic." "Is Aina-san teaching you?" "No, it's a classmate named Nina-chan. She's the daughter of Aina-san." "Ah, her." I didn't miss the brief moment of sadness in Renji-san's eyes when he mentioned Nina-chan. It was the same reaction my father had when I introduced Nina-chan to him before. I couldn't ignore it. She had lost her father right in front of her, and her memories were sealed away. But what was that reaction? Based on the reactions from Renji-san and my father, it felt like there was more to it. Though the situation seemed delicate, so I couldn't really press for more details. Well, as long as you're practicing, that's what matters. Why? Because it means you're healthy. Renji-san gave an answer that didn't seem to make much sense, then stepped inside the house. I thought about his response for a moment, but I couldn't figure out why he said that, so I decided to follow him inside. In the living room, my mother was laying out sushi, and Hina was carrying plates, so I helped her with that. However, there were only teacups and chopsticks left, so when I stretched out my thread of guidance to grab the remaining items for serving, my mother scolded me. Don't be lazy. Since there was no helping it, I stopped using the thread of guidance and instead manually placed chopsticks in front of Renji-san and Aiya-chan. Thanks, Itsuki-kun. You're welcome. The preparations were quickly finished, so I opened a bottle of orange juice with a bottle opener and poured it into Aiya-chan's glass. It's been a while since I've seen you, Aiya-chan. Has it been about a month? If I hadn't gone to Amari, we might have met sooner. Aiya-chan smiled and then said, here's a souvenir, handing me a small paper bag. Oh no, I didn't buy any souvenirs when I went to exercise with Nina-chan and the others. I'll have to think of a way to thank her next time, I thought to myself as I tried to fill the awkward silence. To do so, I borrowed a question from Renji-san. Aiya-chan, have you been practicing magic lately? I thought it was just a casual question, but Aiya-chan clearly stiffened her expression. Did I ask something I shouldn't have? Seeing me tense up, Aiya-chan continued, clearly struggling to speak. Itsuki-kun. Actually, I can't use magic anymore. You can't use magic anymore? I couldn't help but repeat Aiya-chan's words. Is that even possible? Her answer was completely different from what I had expected, and my mind was quickly filled with question marks. After all, magic is a skill. For it to suddenly stop working is like saying you could ride a bike one day, and then suddenly can't, or you could do a chin-up, and then suddenly can't. It just doesn't make sense. As I tried to wrap my head around it, Aiya-chan continued, still looking frustrated. Yeah, that's right. No matter what I try, I just can't use magic anymore. When did that happen? I don't know. I just realized it one day. Aiya-chan said this with a troubled expression, so I couldn't help but glance at Renji-san. That strange question Renji-san had asked me at the entrance earlier. I hadn't expected to understand it in this way. I was silent for a moment, and then Renji-san, looking somewhat troubled, spoke up. To be honest, it's like that. It's not so much that she can't use magic anymore. It's more like she can't weave threads anymore. You mean you can't do shijutsu properly? It's not just that. It seems like her kaijutsu isn't working well either. Renji-san hesitated for a moment, thinking about how to explain it. You see, all of that is connected, right? The foundation for shijutsu is kaijutsu, and if that's not working from the start, then the thread just doesn't form. Is that okay? When I turned to Aiya-chan, she nodded. Yeah, my body's fine. Really, my magic just isn't moving. It's like it's frozen. Can magic freeze? I think it would freeze if it undergoes a physical change. Aiya-chan responded as if it were obvious, and I reflexively gave a vague reply, maybe. I then turned back to Renji-san. With your magic frozen like that, is Aiya-chan's health okay? Actually, it's better that way. See, magic is life energy. Since it doesn't leak or diminish on its own, it's actually better for your health. You're less likely to get sick or anything. I see. For a moment, I was about to accept that explanation, but then memories from 3 years ago came flooding back, and I couldn't help but ask. Doesn't that mean magic power will keep accumulating in the body? Won't she become a mana eater? At my question, Renji-san raised an eyebrow, as if to say, oh, and then continued. Sorry, I misspoke. Misspoke? When I said it doesn't leak, I was talking about the magic that was already in the body. Right now, it's neither decreasing nor increasing. It's as if the amount of magic power itself has been fixed. Why? I voiced a very simple question that anyone in the same situation would ask. Renji-san quietly shook his head. We've had some specialists take a look at it, but no one knows what's going on. What are you going to do? I thought for a moment that Aiya-chan might be stuck unable to use magic, but then Renji-san shrugged his shoulders. I'm thinking of asking an expert. After all, there's a summer training camp coming up. Summer training camp, huh? Didn't Suichiro tell you? Renji-san tilted his head, and my father, who had brought a chilled ginger ale from the kitchen, answered briefly. He's not participating in Tsukihari. Tsukihari refers to exorcist families that have the character moon in their names, like Kisaragi and Shimatsuki. These families have had close bonds with each other for a long time, and perhaps because of that, children born into Tsukihari families are more likely to have higher ranks. In my case, there's something I can't tell anyone, so it's not very relevant. As I quietly buried the first shame of my life deep inside, Renji-san, receiving the ginger ale from my father, continued. This year, you're going to be a lecturer, so I thought for sure you'd be invited. Only older students and middle schoolers will participate. Even if Itsuki came, I think it would be difficult for him to fit in. You're not worried about magic leakage, though? Of course not. It's Itsuki, after all. Yeah, I figured as much. Wait, why did I just get complimented? What's going on? As I wondered that, Aiya-chan asked the same question. Hey, why aren't you worried about Itsuki-kun, huh? Oh, it's simple. Magic targets people with a lot of magic power. At Renji-san's question, both Aiya-chan and I nodded. This is basic knowledge. Generally, the higher the rank, the more magic power leaks out. Why? Well, it's because there's more of it. For example, even if you leak 1% of your magic power just by living, if your rank is one level higher, that could be 30 times more. Do you get it? I nodded at Renji-san's explanation. I see. It's simply a matter of quantity. And Itsuki-kun is good at kaijutsu. The magic leaking from your body is at a first to second level. With that, I don't think a Magui would target you to come to the training camp. I felt a mix of happiness and relief when Renji-san complimented me. The reason I had trained myself to suppress my magic was primarily to avoid being attacked by monsters due to my magic leaking out. It seemed like that effort had paid off, and hearing that my efforts weren't in vain made me feel unexpectedly happy. That's why I think it's fine to invite Itsuki-kun to the training camp, Suichiro. Hey, what exactly is this training camp all about? I interrupted the conversation, which had been advancing rapidly among those who were in the know. Renji-san, realizing that I didn't know, gave an understanding smile and explained. Every year, we gather kids who aren't from Tsukihari families and hold a training camp just for exorcists. We invite instructors to practice magic and do combat training. So it's practice to become an exorcist? To put it simply, yes. Kids who aren't from Tsukihari families don't have adults who can stay with them to teach them magic. You see, kids whose parents aren't exorcists usually have to rely on self-study, right? That makes it difficult to properly learn magic. Renji-san shrugged, as if it were an unavoidable situation. Now that I thought about it, while I had learned shijutsu by myself, all the other types of magic like kaijutsu, elemental changes, and physical changes were taught to me by others. If I hadn't received that help, I'm not sure I would have been able to use magic like I do now. Well, assuming Itsuki participates in the training camp, what would you have him do? Breaking the silence that had occurred after I had accepted the idea, my father spoke and poured ginger ale into his glass. Just like Renji-san, the sight of the two burly men drinking ginger ale instead of alcohol was a bit strange, but it was daytime, and exorcists, who never knew when they might be called to work, wouldn't drink on their time off unless necessary. The magic they teach at the camp is already well within your reach. You've already exorcised a 6th level entity, after all. I know, you recently exorcised a 5th level one, right? I assumed Renji-san was talking about the time Nina-chan and I were trapped in the closed world. But did we even discuss that? However, my father didn't show any sign of confusion and continued. Or perhaps we could have him do a close combat training camp, though I'd think it'd be hard for him to fit in with the others given his build. What are you talking about, Suichiro? We've already invited that kid this year. For Aiya's sake. Now that you mention it, I see. My father said this, then clapped his hands lightly. I see. You're right. If that kid's there, then Itsuki would certainly have a reason to come to the camp. What are you talking about? As the conversation suddenly took a new turn, I asked the two of them, and Renji-san continued. It's about the magic Itsuki hasn't mastered yet. What kind of magic is it? I got a little excited, hearing about a magic I didn't know. I immediately asked, and this time it was my father who spoke. It's magic that heals others. It can heal your own wounds, heal others' injuries, and even reverse the effects of aging. There's magic like that. Healing magic? No, it's not that. It's similar, though. When I blurted out the first word that came to my mind, my father quietly shook his head. You know it too. Resonance. The word was familiar. It was the magic I unintentionally used when I helped Hina, but honestly, I didn't know much about what it actually was. Seeing my puzzled expression, Renji-san quietly continued to explain. Resonance is a special technique. There are very few people among the exorcists who can use it. It's quite useful if you can use it, but it's often overlooked. You can heal injuries, though. Being an exorcist is a job where you're constantly facing life-threatening situations. If there was magic that could heal injuries, I figured they'd be in high demand everywhere. However, Renji-san smiled a little and continued. Even if you can use resonance, it doesn't mean you can exorcise evil spirits. To survive, you need to exorcise the evil spirits. Even if you can heal your own injuries without the power to exorcise, it won't help you much. I could understand that reasoning. The first thing I thought when I came to this world was exorcise before getting killed. But now, I wanted to learn healing magic. If I could heal my own injuries, it seemed like the chances of dying while fighting monsters would be reduced. If I could heal others too, it would lower the risk of my acquaintances dying. If, on top of that, I could learn a more advanced version during the camp, shouldn't I learn it? Being able to help people is a strength. The reason why Aiya's magic stopped working might be explained by that, too. I was impressed to think that resonance could be used in such a way. If it's magic, then if I learned resonance during the camp, could it help Aiya-chan regain her magic? Maybe I was overestimating myself. Also, I don't really like saying things like this, but Renji-san lowered his tone, glancing briefly at Hina, who had gone to the kitchen to chase after her mother, before continuing. It's about Hina-chan, too. Memories. Exactly. I also followed Renji-san's gaze and looked at Hina, the little sister who had almost turned into a monster because of the monster's influence and whom I had saved. You know, Itsuki-kun, there's a risk of recurrence with Jinari. Yeah, that was something my father had told me back when I saved Hina. Without thinking, I clenched my hand into a tight fist. What if Hina's Jinari relapsed? What if my own sister turned into a monster? And what if I had no choice but to stop her? The mere thought of it felt like a knife pressed against my throat. That fear was unbearable. So, what do you think, Itsuki-kun? Would you like to join the training camp and learn resonance too? When Renji-san asked me that, I nodded firmly. I wanted to learn healing magic. The magic to heal my own wounds. I wanted to help uncover the cause behind what happened to Aiya-chan. But more than anything, if Hina's Jinari ever resurfaced, I wanted to be able to stop it. So my answer was already decided. I want to train in resonance at the camp too. At my words, both Renji-san and my father smiled, as if they had known I would say that. It's settled then, Suichiro. Yeah, I'll sign him up for the training camp. There should still be slots left for resonance, anyway. Though a hint of concern lingered in my father's reply. My summer break had just been stamped with a training camp. Chapter 3 First Grade, Summer. When I woke up in the car, Mount Fuji leapt into my field of vision. Are we there already? Almost, my dad replied. I glanced at him driving, adjusting the air conditioner vent so it wouldn't blow directly on me. We were headed to the foothills of Mount Fuji, the site of a summer training camp. I hadn't known until recently, but apparently the Kanzatsuki family owns a sizable chunk of land at the base of the mountain. They lend it out as a training ground for exorcists. Every summer, aspiring exorcists gather there for a camp, or so I'd been told. In my previous life, I'd never done anything like a training camp, so I was pretty nervous. What if there were some unspoken camp rules I didn't know about? Surely someone would explain them to me, right? Itsuki. There's some bread left. Want it? Dad asked. Yeah, I'll eat it. I took the convenience store bag from him and pulled out a katsu curry bun, munching on it while gazing at Mount Fuji. I couldn't help but feel, this really is Japan. The thing is, I still wasn't sure if this Japan was the same one I'd lived in during my past life, or if it was a different one altogether. The TV shows I'd watched and the books at school seemed to suggest it was the same Japan, but in my previous life, magic didn't exist. That was a big difference. Even so, staring at Mount Fuji like this made me think, yeah, this is Japan. Weird, huh? I washed down the curry bun with some orange juice, and Dad, squinting slightly, spoke up. By the way, even the resonance instructor was shocked to think someone actually signed up for the class. They said, is that really so surprising? Didn't Renji tell you? Resonance isn't exactly popular. I nodded at Dad's words, but I figured that wasn't the whole story. For one thing, both Dad and Renji-san were instructors at this summer camp. My dad's a practicing 5th rank exorcist, a rare opportunity to learn close quarters combat directly from someone of his caliber. It's only natural people would flock to his class. And since Renji-san, who's fought alongside Dad for years, was teaching magic, it made sense that his class would draw a crowd too. It hit me, not for the first time, how insanely lucky I was to be learning magic from people like them on a regular basis. My environment was kind of incredible, wasn't it? Also, if the resonance class had so few people, maybe it'd be easier to make friends. I'm not great at breaking the ice in big groups, so a smaller setting might actually work in my favor. Oh, right. My pre-enrollment goal of making 10 friends was still ongoing. 8 more to go. Isn't that kind of a long way off? While I was mentally crunching the numbers on my friend-making strategy, Dad tilted the steering wheel. The car eased toward the exit, leaving the highway behind. We passed through the toll booth and followed the GPS's directions. I wondered how long it'd take to reach the camp on local roads, but to my surprise, it was practically next door. 5 minutes later, we pulled into an absurdly large parking lot dotted with a few high-end cars, probably belonging to other exorcists. Man, everyone's raking it in, I thought, my inner adult shamelessly eyeing the luxury vehicles. Then I spotted a familiar rugged Ford WD. Renji-san's ride. Relieved to know someone I recognized was already here, I shifted my gaze to the camp lodge. The first thing that caught my eye was a building with a green roof, 3 stories tall. It stretched horizontally like a school, with 4 microbuses parked out front. They were empty, though. Anyone who'd come by bus was probably already inside. Not wanting to fall behind, I grabbed my backpack with my change of clothes from the back seat and headed toward the green-roofed building. Inside the entrance, I found rows of slippers, one set for kids, another for adults. As I was taking off my shoes to switch, someone called out, "Welcome, Suichiru-san, Itsuki-kun." A middle-aged man in a suit bowed as he spoke. "I'm the caretaker and trusted with this building by the Kanzatsuki family," he introduced himself, bowing deeply again. It felt less like a training camp and more like checking into a fancy hotel, though I'd never stayed at one of those in this life or my past one. "I'll show you to your room." "This way, please." "Why yes," I replied, returning a quick bow before following him. According to Dad, the apprentice exorcists at this camp usually stayed in quad rooms. I figured I'd be no exception. The campers were mostly between 12 and 16 years old, and knowing thread magic was a prerequisite. A quad room meant 3 older kids, probably upperclassmen. What if they picked on me? I was a little worried, but maybe it'd be a chance to make friends. With only one new friend since starting school, I let myself get a bit excited at the thought. But when we reached our room, it wasn't a quad, it was a double. Huh? Not a quad room? Indeed, you'll be sharing with Suichiru-sama. With Dad? I see. Well, yeah, that made sense. Maybe? Confused, I looked up at Dad, who seemed just as surprised. "So, What? The caretaker had pulled some strings for us. Thinking about it calmly, though, it was obvious. If a 6-year-old showed up at camp with their dad, of course they'd room together. Totally normal. As I nodded to myself, accepting the situation, the caretaker went over the rules. Lights out at 11 p.m. There's a communal bath, but since we're in a double, we could use the private one in our room if we wanted. The lodge was split into male and female sections, so I should steer clear of the women's area. Now it was starting to feel like a real camp. Suichiru-san, please come to the main hall at 10 for the student introductions. Got it, Dad said with a nod, setting his luggage near the door. Itsuki-kun, once you're ready, head to the second audio-visual room. Your instructor's waiting. Okay, I replied, placing my backpack next to Dad's and checking the time. 9:30. They'd said once you're ready, but I had no clue what I needed for resonance training. So, I changed into my usual exorcism gear and left the room with Dad. Itsuki, you good on your own? Want Papa to come with? Nah, I'm fine. There's a map, see? I pointed at the floor plan posted by the stairs, and Dad let out a reluctant grunt. He didn't press further, though, and we parted ways at the staircase. I headed for the second audio-visual room on the second floor. Sure, I wouldn't make friends in a quad room now, but I could still make some during resonance training. Maybe bonding over the same magic would be an even better way to connect than sharing a room. I'd become friends with Nina-chan because we practiced magic together, so maybe resonance would work the same way. With high hopes for the class, I walked down the hall until I spotted a plastic sign reading second audio-visual room at the far end. Assuming the lesson might have already started, I quietly opened the back door. It slid open soundlessly, but inside, silence. No reaction at all. Surprised, I looked toward the front of the room, where a woman standing at the teacher's desk looked just as startled. Her shocked expression quickly melted into relief, and she hurried over to me. You're here. Thank goodness. You didn't get lost, did you? As she rushed forward, she tripped over the hem of her clothes and fell flat. I froze, too stunned to even extend a thread to help. Undeterred, she lifted her face from the floor and said, Hi, I'm Shirayuki Ruri Kisaragi Itsuki, I replied, a little thrown off by someone introducing themselves mid-fall. My first impression? She was tiny. She had to be an adult if she was teaching resonance, but she was only about 15 centimeters taller than me. Compared to Renji-san and Dad, both over 180 centimeters, a petite exorcist felt unexpected. Then again, those two were just freakishly tall. Shirayuki-sensei, I guess, acted like this was a perfectly normal introduction. Still on the floor, she looked up at me with enthusiasm. I'm the teacher who'll be instructing you in resonance. Itsuki-kun. I've got plenty of weaknesses, but let's do our best together. She flashed a smile that looked like it took some effort to muster, then continued. Alright, let's get started with practicing how to use resonance. Wait a second, please, I said. Shirayuki-sensei stood, tilting her head. What's wrong? Is there something you don't understand? No. It's not that. I glanced around the second audio-visual room. A pristine white floor, walls so clean they looked freshly painted, neatly arranged white desks, and a whiteboard. In this stark white space, there were only two people. I think I'm the only one here. Just me and Shirayuki-sensei. Was that even possible? As I stood there, baffled, Shirayuki-sensei gave an awkward chuckle. Resonance is so unpopular. You're the only one who signed up. Itsuki-kun. Huh? I know. It's kind of funny, right? Ha ha. Her dry laugh echoed as I looked around the empty room again. So, now that you're here, we can start the class. Let's do this, she said brightly. Why yeah. Okay, I managed, nodding vaguely. Was making 10 friends going to be this hard? I'd set a goal to do things in this life that I couldn't in my last one, but I was already on the verge of giving up. As I felt the weight of that goal bearing down, Shirayuki-sensei returned to the teacher's desk. All right, shall we get started? Resonance class, here we go. Yes, please, I said, resigned. It wasn't the most inspiring start, But with no one else here, what could I do? I bowed to Shirayuki-sensei and sat in the front row. She opened a notebook on the desk, then looked at me. But first, before we dive in, I have a question. A question? Yep. Itsuki-kun. Do you know what resonance is? Tough question. I hesitated, unable to answer right away, and decided to be honest. A magic that can heal people who've been corrupted? Was that even a proper answer? I wasn't sure, but Shirayuki-sensei looked up from her notebook, paused for a beat, and clapped. Correct. You get a gold star. Thank you, I said, unsure. Sensei, is that really a gold star? Or did you just read some online advice about praising students no matter what? Maybe I was overthinking it. Still, being praised didn't feel bad at all. But resonance isn't just for that, Shirayuki-sensei continued, a hint of pride in her voice as she puffed out her chest slightly. Healing people's bodies is a perfectly valid use of resonance too. She was right, resonance could heal injuries, or so I'd heard, but something about that had been bugging me for a while. Sensei, I have a question. I raised my hand. Why yes, go ahead. What is it? If it's about healing injuries, couldn't you just use healing magic? Shirayuki-sensei smiled warmly. Good question, Itsuki-kun. Healing magic can indeed treat injuries, but it is a major flaw. Can you guess what it is? You need to study the body, I answered. Exactly. Big gold star. That one I knew from Mum. Healing magic, despite the name, is essentially transformation magic. When a body's injured, it uses mana to repair the damaged parts, which requires transformation. To do it efficiently and regenerate the body properly, you need medical knowledge. Fun fact, I learned on the first day of school that Mom's a licensed doctor. I thought a license meant something like a driver's license card, so I pestered her to show me. She pulled out this certificate-looking thing instead, and I was mortified. Let's keep that a secret. Pleased with my second gold star, I listened as Shirayuki-sensei went on. Healing magic repairs injuries through transformation, so it only works on physical damage. Isn't that normal? I asked. I'd always assumed that was just how it worked, but Shirayuki-sensei grinned like she'd been waiting for this. Resonance can be used to treat illnesses. How? I blurted, leaning forward. Her words didn't make sense. Magic only dealt with attribute changes and transformation. Neither should be able to cure diseases. Or, was there something I didn't know? Itsuki-kun, you know that mana is life force, right? Yeah, I know that. By aligning your life force with someone else's wavelength through resonance and transferring it, you can cure illness. I furrowed my brow, still not quite getting it. So, it's like passing mana to someone without altering it? Wouldn't that cause a rejection or something? Oh, maybe that's why it's called resonance. Kind of made sense, but also kind of didn't. As I wrestled with the idea, Shirayuki-sensei resumed the lesson. That said, that's advanced stuff, like transformation or compound attribute changes in regular magic. For now, we need to focus on the basics of resonance. The basics. Thread magic? I ventured. Exactly. Talking with you keeps pushing the lesson ahead. Itsuki-kun, she said, a bit shyly. She grabbed a black marker from beside the whiteboard and wrote in big letters. Resonance has 2 steps. First, you connect yourself to the other person with binding magic. The character for binding was huge, but the one for magic was smaller and slightly slanted. Sensei, you're not used to writing on a whiteboard, are you? Also, was it okay to use kanji like that with a first grader? Could I even read it? After binding magic, you synchronize your mana with theirs using tuning magic, she continued, writing it out. Seeing the words written down made them easier to grasp. Thread magic and binding magic made sense once I saw the kanji, but hearing them spoken at first, total gibberish. Now, staring at words all day is boring, so let's try it out. Shirayuki-sensei declared. There were only 4 characters on the board, but okay. While I was nitpicking internally, she pulled 2 apples from her bag. One was real, probably bought at a nearby supermarket, still in its plastic bag. The other was a wooden model painted red, though the paint was pretty uneven. Apples? I asked. Just watch, Itsuki-kun. With a flourish like an orchestra conductor, Shirayuki-sensei spread her hands. She produced guiding threads from each, wrapping them around the two apples. Then, she brought her palms together, tying the separated threads into one. I heard from your master, your dad, Itsuki-kun, that you possess the true eye, Shirayuki-sensei said. Can you see the guiding threads connecting the model and the real apple? Did she just call Dad my master? I thought, but that wasn't the point right now. Snapping back to attention, I nodded firmly. I can see them. This is what it looks like when a path is connected, she explained. From here, we'll use binding magic, the foundation of resonance. With that, Shirayuki-sensei quietly severed the guiding threads. The moment she did, the threads entwined around the two apples shimmered with a faint rainbow glow. Now these two apples are linked. They're in a simple resonance state. Simple resonance state? It sounded like there was a more complex version. Then it hit me, curing illnesses was probably the harder kind. Oblivious to my inner musings, Shirayuki-sensei gently placed her hands on the two apples lined up on the teacher's desk and turned to me. In this state, what do you think would happen if we destroyed the real apple? Itsuki-kun. I don't know, I admitted. Let's try it. She wrapped a guiding thread around the real apple and sliced it with transformation blade. The real apple split silently in two. The next instant, with a soft thud, the model apple was cleaved as well. Whoa, what? I gasped. That's amazing. This is the foundation of resonance. The power of binding magic, Shirayuki-sensei said, her face radiating relief as I leaned forward in excitement. From my angle, I could clearly see the sliced apples on the desk. Astonishingly, both had identical cuts, like some kind of magic trick. I couldn't help but catch my breath. When I looked up at Shirayuki-sensei, she wore an expression that seemed to say, "Thank goodness it worked." This has to be some incredible magic, right? If binding magic works like this, couldn't you attack a monster through a resonated model without fighting it directly? Wouldn't that mean you could avoid dangerous confrontations altogether? If so, didn't that mean you could exorcise monsters without ever being in harm's way? Thrilled by the realization, I blurted out, "Sensei, if we resonate a monster with a doll and attack it from a safe distance, we could exorcise it, right?" Unlike my enthusiasm, Shirayuki-sensei's face clouded over. She hesitated, as if unsure where to begin. Then spoke cautiously. "Itsuki-kun, have you ever heard of a straw doll?" "A straw doll?" "I've heard the name, maybe." My voice trailed off. I vaguely recalled something from ghost stories, sticking nails into them, right? But why was she bringing this up all of a sudden? "You put the hair of someone you want to curse into a straw doll and drive a nail through it," she explained. "When you do, the person whose hair was used gets cursed and dies. Do you know why? Because the person and the doll are resonating." Big gold star. "You're so smart, Itsuki-kun." She cheered. Since we'd been talking about binding magic, I'd taken a guess, and it turned out to be right. I couldn't help but feel a little proud. A long, long time ago, way before the Heian period, back in the Asuka era, they used this method to exorcise demons, she continued, but it's fallen out of use since then. Note: the Asuka era, 538 to 710 AD, was an early period in Japanese history, marked by significant cultural and political changes, including the introduction of Buddhism and the consolidation of power under the Yamato court. It came before the Heian period, which is known for its refined culture, literature, like the Tale of Genji, and the peak of imperial court life. "Oh, fallen out of use shut me up real quick. It's simple," she said. "If you have the time to steal a piece of a demon's body and craft a model in its likeness, it's faster to just exorcise it directly." She had a point. My idea only worked if the monster looked human. In that case, a doll might do the trick, but monsters didn't always take human form. Like that giant index finger monster Nina-chan and I found while exploring the school, or those long-limbed, spider-like creatures. Making a model for something like that would be a hassle. If you had that kind of time, it'd be way quicker to blast it with magic. That wasn't just a good point, it was an ironclad one. This felt familiar, though. Then I remembered, Aina-san had told me something similar about engraving magic. The Exorcist world was way more efficiency-driven than I'd thought. And if you're dealing with a highly intelligent demon, there's the risk of a curse reversal, Shirayuki-sensei added. Through the resonated proxy, the demon could strike back. Worse still, with higher-tier demons, specifically 5th rank and above, there are cases where they've shifted the resonance onto an innocent person. That's led to innocent people getting hurt. They can do that? I exclaimed. It's rare, but yes. That's why resonance isn't used for exorcising demons anymore. Plus, frankly, the time spent practicing resonance would be better spent on attribute changes or transformation magic if you want to become a stronger exorcist. Her explanation flowed like water, listing all the reasons resonance was useless for demon slaying. I couldn't help but groan. I'd figured if it was so convenient, people would still be using it, and there had to be a reason it fell out of favor. But I hadn't expected it to be this impractical. But Shirayuki-sensei added hastily, as if she'd lingered too long on the downsides. Resonance has tons of good points. It might not work for exorcising demons, but it can save people. It can heal injuries and help those who've been corrupted. Her words made me think. If it was so useless for exorcism, the fact that it had survived since the Asuka era, whenever that was, meant it had to have some practical use. What I showed you earlier was resonance used for attack, she said, but used gently, it can help people. Yeah, you're right, I said, nodding under the weight of her enthusiasm. Helping people. When I first arrived in this world, that wasn't even on my radar. I was too busy just trying to survive, thinking only about myself. But things were different now. There were people I didn't want to lose. My parents, Hina, the entire Shimatsuki family, Nina-chan and her mom, all of them were tied to exorcism work. Any day, a monster could target them. Deep down, I'd been uneasy about whether it was enough to just keep honing magic for slaying monsters. As if sensing my worries, Shirayuki-sensei spoke softly. I heard you've been working with Suichiru-san on exorcism jobs. Itsuki-kun, have you ever wished you could heal someone's injuries? Or been in a situation where you narrowly escaped danger, but if someone had been hurt, it could have been disastrous? Her words pulled me back to the past. When I fought that 5th rank demon in the forest, I used myself as bait. But what if the monster hadn't taken it and attacked Taiya-chan instead? When we were trapped in the school, I managed to save Nina-chan from the monster possessing Futaba-sensei. But what if it had attacked her first? If they'd been injured and I couldn't heal them, wouldn't I have been helpless as they died? The thought sent a shiver down my spine. My past felt like a tightrope walk, and the realization terrified me. So, my answer to Shirayuki-sensei was clear. Yes, I thought so, she said with a nod. Exorcism work is always a brush with death. Satisfied, she started packing the sliced apples into a Ziploc bag. Oh, she's keeping those? Anyway, I got a bit long-winded there, she said. Let's get started. Time to practice resonance. Yes, I replied, eager to finally begin. The first thing I want you to do is practice binding magic. The absolute foundation, she said. It's the basis of thread magic. If you can't do this, you can't do resonance. Think of it like that. How do I do it? First, you entwine the guiding threads like this. As she spoke, Shirayuki-sensei wove guiding threads in her hands. It looked kind of like cat's cradle. Then, you align the threads' wavelengths. Sensei. I raised my hand, stopping her. How do I align the wavelengths? You match the vibration frequency of the mana, she said. What? I tilted my head, completely lost. Itsuki-kun, did you know that mana vibrates subtly? She asked. No. Right. Of course. You wouldn't notice it using magic normally. Shirayuki-sensei's face screamed. I skipped too far ahead, as she unraveled the threads in her hands. I mean, normally, you wouldn't think about it, she said. Right? It wasn't just that I didn't think about it. Dad and Renji-san never even mentioned this stuff. Itsuki-kun, do you take music class at school? I nodded silently. Not exactly my fondest memories. In my past life, I was terrible at extracurricular subjects. Art, music. In this life, I still sucked at everything except swordsmanship. Training got me used to moving my body, so that one was manageable. In music class, you probably sing in a choir, right? She said. Have you ever felt your voice blending with your friends? Yeah, I guess, I said. First graders didn't exactly harmonize, but I had faint memories from my past life. High school choir competitions. Maybe that was the last time. It's the same thing, she explained. If you fiddle with mana or guiding threads, they'll resonate. Really? I wasn't convinced. The idea of mana vibrating at all didn't sit right with me, so her explanation was hard to swallow. But wait. Now that I thought about it, when my magic was sealed at school, Aina-san mentioned something about reverse phase mana. I'd never heard the term phase before, so I looked it up. Apparently, it was a physics thing related to vibrations and waves. So, maybe the idea of mana vibrating wasn't that far-fetched? Just give it a try. Shirayuki-sensei urged, perhaps sensing that more explanation would only confuse me. Like how you don't know high or low notes until you sing. You won't know where vibrations align until you try. She had a point. The feeling of voices resonating was hard to describe, but when it happened, you knew. If guiding threads were the same. No sooner had I thought it than I acted. I produced 2 guiding threads, one in my right hand, one in my left, and wove them together. Nothing happened. No change at all. They were just tangled threads. How's it going? Did it work? Shirayuki-sensei asked. No good, sensei. They're just tangled. She smiled brightly. That's okay. Knowing they're not resonating means you can tell the difference. Really? Yep. That means you'll recognize the feeling when they do resonate. Have confidence. Praised for no clear reason, I glanced down at my threads. They were knotted up like wired earbuds stuffed in a pocket. Do kids these days even know wired earbuds? I wondered. Never once had I pulled those out without them being a tangled mess. Realizing I was getting sidetracked, I let out a deep breath. Focus. I inhaled sharply and wove the threads again. They tangled the same way. Still no change. How am I supposed to do this? With no sense of direction, I frowned. With voices, I intuitively knew how to go high or low, so matching someone else was doable. But I'd never even thought about threads vibrating, so do it by feel wasn't helping. I mean, I didn't consciously think about voices vibrating either. But still, I was stuck. Was there some way to grasp the thread sensation? What was their sensation? Anyway, step by step, I reasoned it out. The sensation of threads was the sensation of mana, since threads were made by shaping mana. But mana sensation? All I could think of was density, thick and thin mana in my body. The thickest was obviously my danshin, where mana pooled. Then it hit me. I'd had a similar conversation before. It came rushing back. The unforgettable practice with Nina-chan on refining magic. Refining magic, the foundation of fairy magic, was a tough technique that involved separating heavy and light mana in your stomach. Nina-chan had told me to make my mana denser, hadn't she? So, maybe what I did then could apply to high and low notes here? Let's try it. It was a flimsy idea, barely a spark, but it was better than fumbling blindly. I drew mana from my danshin to both hands and used thread magic in my palms, the same way I'd do a quick draw spell. Familiar motions. I made guiding threads in both hands and wove them together. Here goes. The moment I did, my hands tingled sharply, a sensation totally different from before. But, was this right? Sensei, can you do binding magic one more time? I asked. Oh, of course. If I wasn't sure, I'd just watch the expert. That's how Nina-chan taught me. Shirayuki-sensei nodded eagerly and wove guiding threads in her hands. Don't cut them yet, I said. Huh? Oh, okay. Ignoring her puzzled look, I stood from my seat and reached for her threads. The moment my hand touched them, a strange sensation hit me. How to describe it? The threads buzzed fiercely, like electricity. I could see 2 distinct threads, but if I let my guard down, they felt like one. Was it like touching a tin can telephone mid-conversation? Not that I'd ever done that. If you can see the threads, I should have just had you touch them from the start, Shirayuki-sensei said. I gritted my teeth and let my freshly woven threads dissipate. No good. I hadn't done it right. They didn't vibrate as strongly as hers. Failure. I'll try again, I said. Let's keep practicing, she encouraged. With that, I drew mana to my hands again. I aligned the mana in my right and left hands, turned them into guiding threads, and wove them. The sensation was the same as my last failure. So, I changed my approach. I kept the right hand's mana as is and adjusted the left. 3 more failures in a row. On my 4th try, my hands trembled violently. Whoa! I yelped. The buzzing felt like lightning coursing through them. Startled, I severed the threads, and they tore apart with a faint rainbow glimmer. Are you okay, Itsuki-kun? Shirayuki-sensei asked. Sensei, I think I did it. What? She gasped. She glanced at the clock on the wall, stunned. It hasn't even been 30 minutes. Well, I've done something similar with another magic before, I explained. Oh, I see. That makes sense. Her tone shifted to skepticism as she tilted her head. If I'd failed after saying that, I'd be mortified, but the sensation from her successful examples still lingered in my hands. Even if this was a success, it wasn't like I nailed it in 30 minutes. It was thanks to the fairy magic practice with Nina-chan. Gotta keep practicing all sorts of stuff, I thought, mulling that over. I repeated the sensation to lock it in. I failed once but nailed it on the 2nd try, breathing a sigh of relief. If you've really succeeded, Itsuki-kun, you should be able to cut the apples like I did, Shirayuki-sensei said. Want to give it a try? She pulled out a real apple and its model from her bag. I nodded, wrapped guiding threads around both, and wove the 2 threads in my palms. The moment they touched, a sharp, electric sensation shot through my hands. Success. Savoring it, I severed the threads. They shimmered rainbow bright. Did it work? She asked. I'll try. Ignoring her worried glance, I looked down at the apple. I aimed my magic at the real one, a familiar transformation, blade slash. The moment it cleaved the real apple, the model split cleanly too. With a satisfying snap, both apples fell in half. I did it, I said. It worked. Shirayuki-sensei echoed. We stared at the 4 apple halves, saying the exact same thing. It really worked, didn't it? It had been easier than expected, so I half-doubted myself as I stared at the apples. But no matter how long I looked, the apple I'd only cut once was in 4 pieces. Amazing. You really did it, Itsuki-kun. You're a genius, Shirayuki-sensei exclaimed. Thank you, I said, beaming as she rushed over to praise me. Great job, gold star. She even ruffled my hair, which made me both thrilled and embarrassed. It had been ages since anyone but Dad did that, and I was too flustered to speak. But wow, to do it this fast, she said. Sensei's a little shocked. So, I've got binding magic down? I asked. Yep. In regular magic terms, you've mastered thread magic, she said, nodding. Then she pulled a baseball and an apple from her bag. As I mentioned earlier, resonance has 2 steps, binding magic and tuning magic, she explained. Binding magic alone doesn't create full resonance. Next, try it with these 2. She placed the baseball and apple on the desk. Objects with similar properties resonate more easily, she said. This is due to a basic mana trait called affinity. Conversely, dissimilar objects are harder to resonate. Sensei, this is all news to me, but doing was probably faster than listening, so I draped guiding threads over the apple and baseball to resonate them. The moment I tried binding magic, I felt the mana in my hands waver. Oh, did you notice? Shirayuki-sensei said. The mana you wrap around something gets pulled by it, slightly altering its vibration frequency. Adjusting those frequencies to align is what tuning magic does. Ugh, I groaned, fiddling with the mana in my hands. I knew I just had to do it like before, but this time, I couldn't pre-align the mana. I had to adjust after tying the threads to the baseball and apple. This is actually pretty tough. Tuning magic is hard, Shirayuki-sensei said. Most people give up on resonance here. Her words, as if reading my mind, made me look up. She was peering at my hands, so I dropped my gaze back down. The apple and model from earlier were similar, right? Same shape, same red color. The only difference was the material. But since the model was applewood, they were almost identical. Did you make it, sensei? I asked. Huh? Why yes, I did, she said, blinking as if caught off guard. Then nodding. She's pretty crafty, I thought. Shirayuki-sensei cleared her throat, steering the conversation back. Think about helping someone, in a real situation. You won't find someone exactly like you. Take us. My height, gender, age, and mana capacity are all different from yours. Itsuki-kun. Yeah, I agreed. Even among humans, those differences are normal. To resonate across a gap like that, say, between a baseball and an apple, you need tuning magic. She was right. Resonance's true value lay in aligning mana wavelengths with someone else. That kind of gap was exactly what I'd need to bridge. So, I exhaled deeply and threw myself into practicing tuning magic with full focus. To cut to the chase, I didn't manage to master tuning magic by the time the noon chime rang. The moment that monotonous, school-like chime echoed through the lodge, I sank deeper into my chair. I can't do it, sensei, I muttered. If you can pull off tuning magic, you've basically got 90% of resonance down, Shirayuki-sensei said, her voice warm with encouragement. It's tough, so don't let it get you down. Her kindness was comforting, but a question popped into my head, and I decided to ask. How long did it take you to learn it, sensei? About 6 months. Maybe? She replied, tilting her head. I went silent. 6 months? That long? But you nailed binding magic in just 30 minutes. Itsuki-kun. She added quickly. I'm sure you'll pick up tuning magic in no time. I'll keep at it, I said, unable to muster anything else. Shirayuki-sensei grabbed her bag and stood. The lunch chime rang. So how about we head to the cafeteria? Where's that? I asked. I realized we hadn't bought anything for lunch when we stopped at the convenience store with Dad. Shirayuki-sensei continued. It's on the first floor, at the end of the hall. Want to go together? I nodded and got to my feet. Something about it felt so camp-like, it kind of got me pumped. Following Shirayuki-sensei out of the audiovisual room, I stepped into the hallway. Unlike the air-conditioned classroom, the corridor was thick with summer heat and humidity, almost oppressive. After focusing so hard for so long, my throat was bone dry. I needed water. I'd heard rumors, but you really do have a ton of mana, Itsuki-kun, Shirayuki-sensei remarked. I'm 7th rank, I said. Right. I mean, normally, no one could keep producing guiding threads for that long. Being able to practice so much is a huge advantage. I'm kinda jealous. Her words made me pause and think. I'd never considered it before, but now that she mentioned it, it felt like a major strength. I'd been churning out guiding threads non-stop during tuning magic practice, 3 hours straight, give or take. If that was thanks to my mana capacity, then yeah, it made sense. I'd always thought having lots of mana was just good for fighting, but extending practice time, total blind spot, and it was all because of the mana boosting training I'd done as a baby. Effort really does connect the dots over time, huh? I probably should have figured that out as an adult in my past life. But whatever. How much mana do you have, Shirayuki-sensei? I asked. Me? I'm 2nd rank. Pretty average, haha, she said with a wry chuckle. Average, sure. But that sparked another question. Why did you decide to learn resonance? I pressed. I mean, regular magic is plenty for exorcising monsters, right? Why bother with resonance? Good question, she said, turning to face forward. She kept walking, then added, I thought if I could use a magic no one else did, maybe I'd feel a little special. Her answer was both clear and vague, leaving me tilting my head. Before I could dig deeper, we reached the cafeteria. The mood didn't feel right to keep pressing, so I decided to ask again later and faced forward, matching her pace. The cafeteria had trays of pre-made side dishes and a massive silver rice cooker, big enough I couldn't guess how many servings it held. You could take as much rice as you wanted, buffet style. We must have been the first ones there, because the freshly made dishes were lined up in vibrant colors. But there was a catch. Every counter was designed for taller people. It made sense. This lodge was built for upper elementary to high school kids. Naturally, the cafeteria was set up for their height, which meant it wasn't made for a first grader like me. So, I couldn't reach the food. Seriously? As I stood there, dumbfounded, Shirayuki-sensei handed me a tray. Here you go. Itsuki-kun. Oh, thanks. Right. It's a tray, not a platter. I thought, distracted by pointless details. Holding the tray in my left hand, I extended guiding threads with my right to grab dishes and scoop side dishes onto it. Guiding threads were super handy for stuff like this. Still, I had to stretch on my tiptoes to see what was where. As I aimed my threads at the dishes I wanted, I noticed Shirayuki-sensei staring at the food floating through the air. Curious, I glanced at her, and our eyes met. "You're so deft, Itsuki-kun," she said. "Am I?" "Yep. I'm terrible at controlling guiding threads. I was only using 3 threads, and it wasn't anything complex." Renji-san or Dad could probably do the same without blinking. It felt pretty normal to me, but her praise made me a little happy. Nobody dislikes being complimented. With that exchange, we claimed a spot in the corner of the cafeteria and faced our lunch. My throat was still dry, so I gulped down some freshly poured water. Suddenly, Shirayuki-sensei's expression turned serious. "For this afternoon, Itsuki-kun, I want you to observe a practical application of resonance, ? She'd shown me resonance plenty during practice, so I tilted my head, unsure what she meant by practical. "This afternoon, I'll be treating a young exorcist," she said. The words hit me like a jolt. "Right. The real reason I was here." "Aiya-chan?" I asked. "Yes, the young lady of the Shimatsuki family." "I heard she's your friend." "Is that right?" "Yeah, she's my friend. It's okay to call her that, right?" In my past life, I didn't have friends, so I wasn't sure where the line was. I hesitated a bit, but that's a secret. "So, I'd like you to sit in and watch, Itsuki-kun," Shirayuki-sensei said. "Plus, having someone familiar there might help Aiya-san relax during the resonance. Will it?" "I hope so. This is a chance to learn how to use magic to help people," she continued. "Study it carefully." Her dead serious expression left me no choice but to nod. "By the way, has Aiya-san told you anything about why she can't use magic?" she asked. "No, she said she doesn't know either." "I see." Shirayuki-sensei frowned slightly, shaking her head. "So no one knows." "In that case, we'll have to try resonance to find out." "Ah, sensei." "Yes? Does this kind of thing happen a lot?" She froze, chopsticks in hand. "It's not unheard of," she said. "For example, PTSD. Put simply, people who've been traumatized by fighting demons can lose their ability to use magic. I knew that someone close to me had gone through it. There's also things like slumps or the yips," she went on, "but those usually affect veteran exorcists. It's hard to imagine a 6-year-old dealing with that." She sipped her miso soup, and I followed suit. She was right. A 6-year-old in a slump? Never heard of it. If that were the case, Renji-san or Dan would have noticed. So why couldn't Aiya-chan use magic? The mystery deepened, and I tilted my head as Shirayuki-sensei continued. "Resonance might reveal the reason. For now, we'll see this afternoon. Let's eat." "Eating properly when you can is part of an exorcist's job, you know." "Yes," I agreed. All I could do was focus on the present, so I set about clearing every bite of my lunch. After lunch, we headed to the library. The lodge wasn't used year-round, but apparently, it had a permanent library. It was 1 floor above the audiovisual room, on the 3rd floor. We climbed the stairs and walked to the end of the hall. "Doesn't this place have too many end-to-end treks?" As I grumbled internally, Shirayuki-sensei knocked a few times on a door labeled library. A familiar voice answered from inside. "Yes, we're coming in," Shirayuki-sensei said. The moment she opened the door, the smell of old paper hit my nose. It reminded me of a used bookstore I'd visited once in my past life during college, lured by cheap textbooks online. The library was tiny, about the size of the 1-room apartment I'd lived in back then. 6 tatami mats, Maybe. What a depressing way to measure space. The cramped room was made even smaller by steel racks stretching to the ceiling, lined with ancient books that were probably the source of the smell. In the center stood a sturdy desk, like one you'd find in a staff room, paired with the same white chairs from the audio-visual room. It felt oddly mismatched. Aya-chan was seated at one of those chairs, working on a summer break workbook. Oh, crap, I haven't touched my homework. Unlike me, who had been slacking off assuming first-grade homework was a breeze, Aya-chan was diligently studying. She looked up from the center of what felt more like a used book storage than a library and spotted Shirayuki-sensei. Her gaze slid to me, and her big eyes widened. "Itsuki-kun." She gasped. "Hey, Aya-chan. Been a while. I'm so glad you're here," she said, letting out a relieved breath. She stood from the white chair and hurried over to me. "You know, it's all strangers here. I was kinda nervous. Didn't Renji-san tell you I was coming?" I asked. "He did, but I hadn't seen you, so I thought maybe you didn't." She leaned in, whispering conspiratorially. "Fair point. I'd gone straight to Shirayuki-sensei after arriving, so I hadn't had a chance to run into Aya-chan. I'd seen Renji-san's car, so I knew she was here, but she wouldn't have known I'd arrived." Shirayuki-sensei stepped forward, facing Aya-chan. "Nice to meet you, Aya-san. I'm Shirayuki Rori, an exorcist who uses resonance. I'm Shimatsuki Aya. Are you the exorcist Papa mentioned?" Aya-chan asked. "Yes. Renji-san asked me to come." Aya-chan nodded a few times, processing, then turned to me. "So, Itsuki-kun, you're already practicing resonance?" "Yep." "How'd you guess?" "That's crazy," I said, amazed she'd nailed it. "Papa told me," she admitted, a bit shyly. As we chatted, Shirayuki-sensei suggested, "Shall we sit?" We moved to the chairs, which, conveniently, numbered 4, leaving one empty. We lined up at the table, and Shirayuki-sensei began questioning Aya-chan. "Aya-san, I heard you can't use magic anymore. Is that true?" "Yes, it's like my mana's frozen. It won't move," Aya-chan replied. Shirayuki-sensei asked a few more questions, but nothing new came up beyond what I'd already heard. At some point, she wasn't sure when, her magic stopped working. She tried to use it, but her mana wouldn't budge. That was it. She didn't know anything more. Shirayuki-sensei's expression suggested she was in the same boat, nothing groundbreaking. She spoke up, "All right. Seeing it directly will be faster. Aya-san, lend me your hand." "Okay," Aya-chan said, extending her hand. In an instant, guiding threads sprang from Shirayuki-sensei's arm, linking her wrist to Aya-chan's. The threads, entwined around them both, shimmered with a rainbow glow. "Resonance. I've just completed binding magic," Shirayuki-sensei explained for my benefit. "Now, I'll use tuning magic." Aya-chan tilted her head, murmuring, "Binding?" She glanced at me. "I'll teach you later," I said, figuring now wasn't the time for explanations. Her eyes narrowed slightly. "Don't leave me behind, okay?" She said it softly, and I opened my mouth to ask what she meant. But Shirayuki-sensei spoke first. "Aya-san, close your eyes." Aya-chan shut her eyes quietly. Shirayuki-sensei did the same. I braced myself, wondering what was about to happen. Then, for some reason, my vision went pitch black. "What the?" My mind blanked, unable to process it, but just as quickly, my vision snapped open. The moment it did, I saw lush, green rice paddies. "Rice fields?" I muttered. They looked just like the scenery I'd seen on the way to the countryside with Nina-chan and the others recently. Looking around, I spotted a few scattered houses, 3 or 4 at most. The density of Tokyo felt like a lie. At my feet, a dirt path stretched straight ahead, marked by tire tracks. The smell of earth and plants filled my nose. What? How are you here, Itsuki-kun?" My confused muttering was drowned out by the deafening buzz of cicadas and Shirayuki-sensei's startled voice. I turned toward her and found her frozen, just as shocked. Apparently, I wasn't the only one clueless about why I was here. Not exactly reassuring. "Ah, sensei." "Where are we?" Inside Aya-san's mental world, she said. Huh? I tilted my head again. Mental worlds weren't new to me. I'd been shocked enough when I entered Hina's. That wasn't the issue. The problem was, I hadn't touched Aya-chan with guiding threads. I wasn't resonating with her. So why was I in her mental world? How? I don't know why you're here, Itsuki-kun, Shirayuki-sensei said, her face deadly serious. But since you are, think of it as a chance to observe practical resonance firsthand. Why yes. I nodded, though I still had no clue what we were doing. When I'd entered Hina's mental world, the goal was clear: exorcise the monster inside. Simple. But this time I had no idea what we were supposed to do. As I wondered, Shirayuki-sensei spoke again. First, we need to find Aya-san. She should be somewhere in this world. Treatment comes after that. How do we find her? I asked. With Hina, it was easy. She was right there in a small room. But this place? It looked like an endless countryside. Finding Aya-chan here without a smartphone or GPS seemed impossible. As I floundered, Shirayuki-sensei's gaze darted to the distance. This way, Itsuki-kun. No sooner had she spoken than she started walking in that direction. How do you know? I asked. Did you notice when I connected a path to Aya-san with guiding threads earlier? Yeah, I saw it. That path is still linked, she explained. Right now, there's a thread-like line stretching from my chest toward Aya-san, and I'm following it. I hadn't seen anything like that when I resonated with Hina. Was I just bad at it? I wondered as we walked along the dirt path, which soon connected to an asphalt road. As we went, I spotted what looked like an abandoned car by the roadside. I peeked inside, but naturally, no one was there. Empty, I said. This isn't the real world, Shirayuki-sensei reminded me. We continued along the mountain-edged road until, abruptly, Shirayuki-sensei stopped. Here, she said, pointing to a small stone torii gate. Beyond it stretched a stone staircase, like the ones leading to Kanzatsuki family shrines. I had to crane my neck painfully to see the top, but even from here, I could sense something up there. Aya-san's at the top, Shirayuki-sensei said. Let's go. She took a step forward, and I followed, placing my foot on the staircase. The moment I did, the steps melted like hot cheese! Exclamation mark. Instinctively, I shot a guiding thread at the torii behind us and extended another from my left hand to Shirayuki-sensei. I yanked my right hand back with force just as the molten stone tiles snapped shut like a mouth. Welcome. A voice boomed. Fully aware of the sacrilege, I landed atop the torii. I set Shirayuki-sensei down beside me and glared at the monster lurking in the stone tiles. It was a massive mouth. Well, look who's here. From the big city to a backwater like this. It jeered. Its enormous teeth, countless in number, jutted from its maw, its tongue writhing grotesquely. Everything about it was like a human mouth scaled up, triggering a visceral disgust. Full of nature. Nice place, ain't it? It roared. Then, with its jaws gaping wide, it lashed its tongue toward us. Windblade, I muttered. I'd prepped the spell to exorcise the monster, but I used it defensively instead. As it sliced through the tongue, I readied another spell. The L locals are the best. The monster bellowed. My hometown's Tokyo. I shot back. With that, I shaped flames into a spear. Flame hornet. With that, I slammed the spell into the monster's gaping maw at the speed of sound. It scrambled to snap its jaws shut, but of course, it was too late. Boom. A familiar explosion roared, doom. And for a split second, the giant mouth stretched wide before dissolving into black mist, muttering something incoherent like, village outcast. Well, monsters spouting nonsense wasn't exactly new. I hopped down from the tree, and Shirayuki-sensei followed, landing lightly beside me. I'd heard stories, Itsuki-kun, but, you're really strong, she said. Huh? That monster was probably first rank. Nina-chan or Aya-chan could have exorcised it just as easily if they tried. No, don't mind me, Shirayuki-sensei said, smiling softly. I was just thinking back to when I was your age. Her gaze shifted upward, toward the staircase. We climbed the stone steps warily. on guard for more monsters, but none appeared. With that momentum, we ascended what felt like nearly 100 steps, passing between moss-covered Komeinu statues and stepping into the desolate shrine grounds. "Where's Aya-chan?" I asked. "In there," Shirayuki-sensei replied, pointing at the shrine itself, a wooden building directly ahead in the courtyard. "So, Aya-chan was inside the structure? How'd she get in there?" I wondered. But this was a mental world. Overthinking the logistics was probably pointless. I shook it off and started toward the shrine, when suddenly, bam, the doors flew open with force. What emerged were two withered, mummified arms, like dried branches. Looking closer, I saw each hand had 6 fingers, stretched taut as if clinging to the doors like a frog on a wall. "Hide and seek," a voice croaked. "Huh?" From the center of those arms came a baby's head, roughly my height. The sheer absurdity of the sight froze me for a moment. "Do you know hide and seek?" it asked. With a sickening squish of flesh, the monster tilted its head, mimicking a baby's cute gesture in a way that screamed unnatural. The raw creepiness was palpable. As its head slithered out from the building, it covered its eyes with those twig-like hands, like a shy child, and continued in a voice cold as a gust of wind, "If you're found, you lose." "Oh, really?" I said. Guiding threads shot from the arms it was using to cover its eyes. I could see them wrapping around the courtyard, encircling it completely. "Then we win, don't we?" "Sticking your head out like that hardly counts as hiding." I extended a single guiding thread straight at its massive head. It was thin, deliberately so. The narrower the thread, the higher the pressure it could exert. Sky pierce. A dull thud rang out as a hole punched through the giant head. The vacuum it created sucked the flesh inward, collapsing it. With a delayed, wet squelch, the monster's body turned to black mist. There, the Oni, was me. It whimpered as it faded. I'd assumed we were the Oni in this game, so I was a bit thrown, but it was gone now, so no point dwelling on it. I turned my gaze forward. There, inside the shrine where the monster had been, I saw Aya-chan sitting Caesar style, but between her and us was a lattice, like a prison gate. "What's that?" As I puzzled over it, Shirayuki-sensei stepped forward beside me. "Itsuki-kun, let's free Aya-san." "Yes," I replied. If she said that, it must mean the lattice was fair game to break. The moment I started to extend another guiding thread, a girl's voice, unfamiliar, echoed from the sky. "Impudent." In an instant, my vision was blasted backward, as if something had blown me away. A faint whir reached my ears a split second later. It took me a moment to realize it was the sound of air conditioning. The musty smell of old books flooded my nose, replacing the earthy scent from before. My brain reeled at the sudden shift. Bewildered, I looked around. There was Shirayuki-sensei, still holding Aya-chan's hand, in the cool, air-conditioned library. Aya-chan, looking as confused as I felt, asked worriedly, "What's wrong, Itsuki-kun?" "Shirayuki-san?" "Hey, Aya-chan, did you just do something?" I asked. "No, I was wondering how long I had to keep my eyes closed, and then you said, 'Huh?' So I opened them." Even the person being resonated with was clueless, her voice tinged with confusion. I turned to Shirayuki-sensei, the resonance expert, for answers. She was frozen, her face grim. "Sensei, what was that just now?" She seemed to ponder for a moment before speaking slowly. "Aya-san rejected us." "Rejected?" I echoed. Shirayuki-sensei nodded. "I connected a path to Aya-san through tuning magic, but she refused it. It's like, if this were a phone call. We dialed, Aya-san picked up, and then she hung up mid-conversation. Got it?" "Kinda." I wasn't sure if comparing resonance to a phone call was accurate, but the analogy clicked. Unlike me, who had grasped it, Aya-chan shook her head frantically. I didn't do anything," she insisted. "I believe you," Shirayuki-sensei said gently, as if to reassure her. "You probably didn't do anything consciously. Something inside you is interfering." "You mean Aya-chan's possessed by a monster?" I asked, thinking of the possession-type monsters I'd encountered before. Shirayuki-sensei shook her head calmly. "No, if she were possessed, we would have seen it during the resonance. Everything was normal up until, well, that point. She hesitated, her words trailing off, then continued slowly. Let's try again. Taking Aya-chan's hand once more, she wove guiding threads. They coiled around their arms like vines, glowing with an even brighter rainbow light than before. But nothing happened. Shirayuki-sensei's expression grew sterner. It's a complete rejection. You mean we can't resonate? I asked. She nodded deeply. Exactly. To use the phone analogy, it's like being blocked. Why? I pressed. She paused, choosing her words carefully. I don't know. Don't know? How's that possible? Sensei, is Aya-chan okay? I asked, cutting to my biggest concern. Her face stiffened, but she nodded. I don't think it's an immediate problem. If there were a demon inside Aya-san, lying in wait to devour her, her mana would be depleting. That's not happening. It doesn't add up, because a monster would eat her mana, I said. Exactly. If anything, it feels like Aya-san's mana is being deliberately suppressed, kept from flowing out. That makes it hard to assume it's a possession type. She spoke as if narrowing down possibilities. But it's almost certain there's something inside Aya-san, she added. Otherwise, this situation makes no sense. So, Aya-chan wasn't taken over or being eaten by a monster, but something was sealing her magic. What's going on? As I tilted my head, grappling with the mystery, Shirayuki-sensei turned to Aya-chan. Aya-san, before you lost your magic, did you visit a rural shrine? She was probably referring to the world we'd seen in the resonance. If Aya-chan had been to a similar place in reality, maybe it could offer a clue. Hoping Shirayuki-sensei could unravel this, I waited for Aya-chan's response. I think so, Aya-chan said. You think? Shirayuki-sensei prompted. I don't remember clearly, Aya-chan admitted. It's okay. Just tell me what you recall. Encouraged gently by Shirayuki-sensei, Aya-chan nodded and continued. It might have been a dream, but when I went to Amri with Papa, I think we visited a shrine. There was a village inside it, with lots of people. Huh? I tilted my head, completely lost. A village inside a shrine? People? Question marks floated in my mind as I tried to process it, but Shirayuki-sensei, unfazed, probably used to weird situations, asked calmly, what was the village like? I don't know, Aya-chan said softly, pressing her head as if trying to recall. Then, as if something clicked, she added in a small voice, but there was a girl. Someone around my age. She said we should be friends, and we made a promise. All I got from that was that Aya-chan had made a new friend. The village inside a shrine part? My imagination couldn't handle it, so I let it slide. A village, though? Who even says that these days? As I fumbled to make sense of her words, Shirayuki-sensei faced Aya-chan with a serious expression. Since Aya-san is rejecting me, our options are limited, but they're not zero. She looked at both of us and continued, we'll deepen the resonance. Deepen? I echoed, wondering if she meant intensity, like an earthquake's magnitude. No, depth, right? Itsuki-kun. You've learned the basics of resonance, so you should understand, she said. Objects with similar properties resonate more easily. We can use that to create a stronger resonance state. How? I asked. Shirayuki-sensei shifted her gaze from Aya-chan to me. I want you and Aya-san to become close. I blinked. Close? The word felt so foreign in my daily life that I repeated it in my head. Aya-chan, looking puzzled, asked, become close with Itsuki-kun. Her expression seemed to question whether that would solve anything. Or maybe I was just being cynical. Then she added, but I'm already close with Itsuki-kun. Aya-chan, I said, her words piercing my heart. I nearly teared up. Having someone declare you're close feels this good? As I stood there, moved, Shirayuki-sensei continued. I'll explain to Aya-san later, but the more similar two things are, the stronger their resonance. If they share something, it's even stronger. But you two aren't that similar, are you? Our rages are barely the same, I thought, but I kept my mouth shut. When I resonated with Hina, I hadn't done anything special, so maybe binding magic leaned more on physical age than mental. Not that I'm sure my mental age is properly adult. So, we'll strengthen your bond from here, Shirayuki-sensei said. How? I asked. By making memories, she replied. Specifically, seeing the same things, eating the same things, spending time together. That temporarily strengthens your connection. We call this empathy. Don't worry. It won't be on the test. Ha. Aya-chan and I exchanged glances. Then, using Itsuki-kun as an amplifier, I'll resonate with Aya-san again. Shirayuki-sensei said, think of me as a cell tower and Itsuki-kun as the antenna. Her analogy lost me. Don't cell towers have antennas built in? But analogy aside, I got the gist. I understood what she wanted to do, just not how to get closer to a friend. Sensei, how do you make friends? This is something only you can do. Itsuki-kun, she said. Have either of you heard the phrase, until 7, children are among the gods? No, I said. I have. Aya-chan piped up. She knew it, and I didn't. Talk about being left behind. Noticing my clueless look, Shirayuki-sensei explained, long ago, when medicine wasn't as advanced, children died easily. Because of that, they were seen as closer to the gods, to another world. So, because we're more likely to die, Aya-chan and I resonate easier? I ventured. No, she said, shaking her head immediately. I'd taken a stab, but no dice. There's something more important for exorcists, she continued. Have you noticed how much exorcists value Shichigo-san? Yeah, I said. Really? Aya-chan asked, surprised. This time, I was the one in the know. Aya-chan, born and raised in the Shimatsuki family, probably didn't realize other families made such a big deal of Shichigo-san. In my past life, I vaguely recalled it being just a photo op and done. As I sifted through faint memories, Shirayuki-sensei went on quietly. There's a reason for that. Generally, kids learn to absorb mana around age 3, they learn to manipulate it around 5, and their mana's nature stabilizes around 7. Nature stabilizes? I asked. Since mana is tied to a person's life force, it varies slightly from person to person. Around 7, it finally settles. Her words reminded me of something a monster had said in A Sealed World. Mana carries its own unique world. So that's what it meant. Come to think of it, Rikudoji used lightning magic, a textbook example of distinct mana. Did that mean I'd end up like that at 7? Resonating with an exorcist over 7 is far harder than with one under 7, Shirayuki-sensei said. That's why I need your help to deeply resonate with Aya-san, who's your age. Got it. I'll do my best to get closer to Aya-chan, I said, nodding firmly. I'd have helped even without the explanation. I came to learn resonance not just for Hina but to help others too. If something was inside Aya-chan, I wanted to drive it out, or whatever it took, to see her back to her lively self. But, Shirayuki-san, what do we do for memory making? Aya-chan asked. It's still early enough to make it work, Shirayuki-sensei said. Let's join up with Suichiru-san's group. Why is my dad involved? As I tilted my head, clueless, Shirayuki-sensei declared with enthusiasm. It's a summer camp classic, Recreation. Chapter 4 Dilemma. As I followed Shirayuki-sensei out of the building, my eyes caught sight of students bustling out from the grounds, carrying their belongings, and the back of a father seeing them off. In his hand was a red backpack I'd never seen before. Why not just wear it? I was wondering what he was doing with that backpack when, before I could call out, the father spotted us and approached. What's up, Itsuki? Missing your papa already? It's not like that. HMPH. The father visibly deflated, but he quickly regained his composure and continued, addressing us. So, what's the reason you came here? Well, I thought carefully about how to explain the situation clearly to him and gave a brief rundown. How I resonated with Aya-chan and sensed something there, how that something rejected me, and to resonate again, Aya-chan and I needed to reach a state of empathy, and how we decided to hold a recreational activity to achieve that. With Shirayuki-sensei's supplemental explanations, I somehow managed to convey it all, and father nodded deeply, seemingly satisfied. Got it. Shirayuki, if that's the case, I'll take care of Itsuki and Aya. Ah really? Thank you so much. No worries. It's perfect timing. Actually, though father shot Shirayuki-sensei a stern look, I didn't miss the hint of joy spilling from him. No sooner had he spoken than he turned to us and said, "All right, let's move to another spot." "Shirayuki, you've got your own tasks, right?" "Why yes. Then, I'll take you up on your offer, master." With that, Shirayuki-sensei bowed to father and headed back into the building. "Hey, what's Shirayuki-sensei going to do?" I asked. "She's creating a sacred domain." "What's that?" "It's a space that amplifies the output of resonance. It's been used in Shinto since ancient times, purifying and cleansing the area to connect more deeply with the gods." "That's a sacred domain, got it?" I didn't quite grasp the part about gods midway through, but it seemed Shirayuki-sensei was doing everything she could on her end. Feeling a mix of gratitude and the weight of an adult exorcist's responsibilities, I followed further as we started walking. The first to break the silence was Aya-chan. "Soichiro-san, what are we doing next?" "A simple trek. It's a recreational activity where we pass through the sea of trees owned by the Kanzatsuki family and head to the goal. There are multiple first-rank demons lurking in the forest, so you'll need to exorcise them as you go." "But wait. Demons? They won't hurt regular people, will they?" A perfectly normal question came from Aya-chan. Further nodded and replied, "No problem. The Kanzatsuki family owns a third of the Sea of Trees, about 1,000 hectares. To put it in perspective, that's roughly 200 Tokyo domes. It's so vast that ordinary people don't wander in, and besides, exorcists patrol areas where demons might gather. There's nothing to worry about." I didn't quite get the Tokyo Dome comparison, but I understood that the Sea of Trees was vast enough to prevent harm to others. That said, this trek won't take us too deep. It'll probably wrap up in about 2 hours. If you want to deepen your resonance, it's a good warm-up. Father handed me a folded map from the red backpack he was holding. The moment I tried to open it, Aya-chan sidled up beside me, so I spread it out for both of us to see. On the map were red and blue circles with several lines connecting them. As we peered at it, Father continued his explanation. "Blue is the start. Red is the goal. See the lines between them?" "Yeah." "What are they?" "Those are the paths." For the other kids, I'd give them a map without the paths marked, but that'd be too tough for you two. This time's special. Saying that, he handed a compass, not to me, but to Aya-chan. With these two tools, it really felt like a recreational activity. It reminded me vaguely of something from a past life. As I studied the map, a sudden question popped into my head. "Hey, Papa, what happens if we get lost?" "It's not designed to be that challenging, but if you lose your way, shoot some magic into the sky. Either I or another exorcist will come to help." That reassured me we wouldn't end up lost in the Sea of Trees, starving to death or anything. Breathing a sigh of relief at the safety measures, I walked alongside further and noticed the backs of the other students ahead. "If you do get lost, you could follow the apprentices. They've got their own tasks, so it'll take them time to finish." "But tasks for the apprentices? This isn't just a rec, it's practical training. They have to retrieve a kidnapped person from the forest and bring them to the recovery point. There are magic-infused targets they need to find, destroy, and then carry a dummy posing as a hostage to the goal." "Wow, that's a legit assignment." "You two don't need to go that far, just make it through the forest to the goal." "Got it." I nodded, and we arrived at what seemed to be the trekking entrance. The area was already surrounded by trees, exuding a raw, natural vibe. It was nothing like Tokyo. I'd never done it, but wasn't this like a path leading to a mountain campsite? "This is the starting point. Follow the map, and you'll make it out. Above all, have fun." "Okay. See you later. There's a water bottle in this backpack. Share it nicely." "You too." "Thanks." Further handed me the red backpack he'd been holding. I had no idea why he'd carried it by hand this whole time, so I just slung it onto my back. I could feel the water bottle's weight against my spine. A bit heavy. "I'll be waiting at the goal." With that, Father wove a guiding thread in his hand. Apparently, he planned to brute force his way through the forest. Aya-chan and I waved as he left. "All right, let's go." "Yeah." And with that, we stepped into the Sea of Trees. The moment we entered, the light dimmed slightly, Despite it being the height of summer, the air between the trees was cool and refreshing. The earthy scent lingering around us made even a city kid like me feel like I'd returned to nature. It was a strange sensation. Lost in such uncharacteristic thoughts, I walked on when Aiya-chan muttered beside me. "I'm sorry, Itsuki-kun. This is my fault." "Why are you apologizing?" "Because." Aiya-chan hesitated slightly before continuing. "You wanted to practice magic, Itsuki-kun. But because of me, it turned into this." I wasn't sure how she'd come to view me, and it sparked a twinge of unease, but I answered honestly, "I'm actually looking forward to training with you, Aiya-chan." "Really? But lately, you haven't practiced with me at all, so I thought maybe you started to dislike me." "That's, a lot's been going on." Caught off guard by her words, I could only fumble for an excuse. Come to think of it, I'd been so focused on fairy magic lately that I hadn't practiced with Aiya-chan. It's true that fewer opportunities to train together might make her feel that way, and I couldn't entirely blame her. I didn't think she meant to accuse me, but I felt a bit defensive and tried to explain as we walked. "Then, if I get good at magic, will you practice with me again?" "Of course." "Anytime." "Promise." I nodded, and Aiya-chan leaned in eagerly. Then, with a slightly wistful smile, she said, "You know, I was planning to show you the magic I learned this summer, Itsuki-kun." "Really? Then show me as soon as you can use it." "Right away?" "Okay, sure." "Yes." What kind of magic had Aiya-chan learned? I'd recently realized I love watching other people's magic. Seeing ideas and thoughts I'd never have take shape is fascinating. It helps me recognize my own shortcomings. It reminds me there's still so far to go. Plus, Aiya-chan and I have been practicing magic together since we were 3. Her growth feels almost like my own, and it makes me happy. Maybe that's what friendship is. "Hey, Itsuki-kun. There's a fork in the path." "Oh." Lost in thought as we walked through the forest, we reached a Y-shaped split in the path. Not wanting to mess this up, I pulled the map from the backpack. "Which way to go?" I was studying the map when Aiya-chan promptly pointed to the left. "This way, Itsuki-kun." "Huh? You sure?" "Yeah, because we're here, right?" She tapped the map as she spoke, following her finger to the blue starting circle and tracing the path father had drawn. It did seem like she was right. "You're right." "That's amazing, Aiya-chan." "Ah, really? It's no big deal." Aiya-chan smiled, a little embarrassed. Was she just naturally good with directions? It felt like a special talent. Meanwhile, I'd only ever used smartphone maps my whole life and couldn't find my way without GPS. If I'm going to be an exorcist, I'll need to study more than just magic. With that, I folded the map and started toward the left when a voice rang out. "Hey." It was oddly drawn out. "That's not the right way." The same voice reached our ears again. Was it one of the students ahead? Curious, I looked around, but there wasn't a single student in sight. Where was it coming from? I strained my ears and realized the voice was coming from the opposite direction of our path, the right side of the Y. "This way, this way, this is the right one." Aiya-chan and I exchanged glances. "Hey, Itsuki-kun, what do you think?" "I think you're right, Aiya-chan." But Aiya-chan, whose map reading had been called wrong, looked at me uncertainly. Sadly, I wasn't confident in my own map reading either, so I couldn't exactly reassure her. We stood frozen at the Y-shaped fork as the voice called out again. "Hey." It was louder this time. I snapped my head up and scanned the area. And there it was, the source of the voice, a single leg with a huge mouth attached to it. The mouth moved sluggishly, then opened wide, revealing a thick, drooping tongue and yellow teeth. "That way's a dead end." Got it. Hearing that voice, everything clicked. First-rank monsters are weak, so they lure prey to them and hunt there, like carnivorous plants. Carnivorous plants use scent to attract insects, but for humans, it's voices. I recalled a recent TV show as I wove a guiding thread. Windblade, the thread blade, flying at the speed of sound, sliced the monster vertically in half. Its body split and dissolved into black mist, fading into the sea of trees. Wow, a demon just showed up like that. That was a surprise. Sure, Father had said there were first-rank demons, but I didn't expect them to appear so casually. As we continued down the correct path, I warned Aya-chan. Stay close to me, Aya-chan. It's dangerous. Okay. Even if they're first rank, underestimating monsters could be deadly. I meant it as a precaution, but Aya-chan grabbed my left hand. Now I won't get separated. Why yeah, you're right. I'm used to Nina-chan grabbing my hand, but it had been a while since Aya-chan did, and I felt a bit nervous. The only one I hold hands with regularly is Ina. Still, having her close was reassuring. Aya-chan's expression softened slightly as she walked beside me, giving my hand a small tug. How do you do that magic, Itsuki-kun? You mean Windblade? Yeah, I think you showed it to me before, but I couldn't figure it out. I tried copying it, but I couldn't. Copying it? A little worried she might be up to something risky, I held up 2 fingers on my right hand and explained. It uses 2 guiding threads. One's transformed into a blade, and the other into wind. Wind? To push it forward. Here, watch, Aya-chan. I extended a single guiding thread, transformed it with straight change, blade, and slashed a nearby tree. A sharp crack sounded as a cut appeared on the trunk, but the power was weak. Naturally, magic transformed alone is like that. That's 1 thread. Okay. Aya-chan stared at the scarred tree as if memorizing every detail. But if you wrap it in wind, it becomes the magic you saw earlier. Combination. Aya-chan whispered. I get it. 1 thread's weak, but combining 2 or 3 makes it stronger. What she said was a fundamental rule of magic. As Aya-chan noted, combining guiding threads can boost power by 30 times. But it's not just power that increases, but with 2 threads, the magic consumption jumps 30 times too. So you have to think carefully about how to use it. Hey, Itsuki-kun. What? Aya-chan looked up suddenly. Her face was closer than I expected, and I stammered as she continued. Can't 2 people do it, huh? That wind blade earlier, you combined 2 threads, right? Itsuki-kun. Yeah, but so, couldn't you and I do the same? It took me a moment to process her words. And when I did, I couldn't help but blurt out. I never even thought of that. Until now, I'd only layered my own guiding threads. Combining threads with someone else? I'd never tried it or even considered it possible. What would happen? I could feel a spark of curiosity ignite within me. If we each produced wind and blade, would it create Windblade? If so, could we replicate something like Heaven's Pierce, which uses pressurized water, the same way? I don't know. And that's exactly why I want to try. Hey, Aya-chan, let's try it next time. You are sure? Once I can use magic, right? I'd gotten too excited and raised my voice, only to be gently reined in. Oops. My enthusiasm got ahead of me. Bad habit. To mask the awkwardness that had settled in, I adjusted the backpack on my shoulders and continued walking through the sea of trees. After about 10 minutes, I started to notice my body temperature creeping up bit by bit. The air felt around 25 degrees, but the heat was inevitable. It's hot, huh? I said. You too, Aya-chan? Want to take a break? No. I'll keep going. She wiped the sweat from her forehead as she spoke. Long hair must trap the heat and make it tough. Remembering the towel I'd seen when I pulled out the map earlier, I took it from the backpack and handed it to her. While I was at it, I figured we might as well have some water, so I pulled out the water bottle and passed it to her too. You can drink first, huh? I'm fine for now. I'm not thirsty yet. After saying that, I rummaged through the backpack, wondering if there was any deodorant or something, when I heard the sound of something running toward us from up ahead. Ahee. With legs, I'd break world records. Lifting my gaze from the backpack, I saw a creature charging toward us from deeper in the path. A large head with 4 arms sprouting from it, but its face was hidden, covered by an old man's mask, like those used in kabuki or no theater. Its white beard swayed as it ran, clutching a mannequin with 2 arms while using the other 2 to grab onto trees, propelling itself toward us. Wait! Don't escape. From behind it came a group of 4, 2 boys and 2 girls, running after it. They looked like middle schoolers or maybe upper elementary, probably the apprentice exorcists who'd gone ahead. Doubling back now, they fired guiding threads at the fleeing monster to slow it down. but the four-armed creature dodged, weaving through the forest in a three-dimensional dance to escape. Their mist spells exploded against the trees, toppling one. If we stay here, we'll get caught up in this. Even so, it'd be weird for me to exorcise a monster that's running away. In a normal neighborhood, maybe, but this is Kanzatsuki family land. The monsters here are set up for the exorcist's training. Me taking one out would be like stealing someone else's homework. Well, maybe not exactly. Whatever the analogy, I decided we should back off. Just to be safe, I wove a guiding thread in my hand and was about to pull Aia-chan off the path when the monster's eyes locked onto us. With legs, I could conquer the world. Thud. The monster landed right in front of us. It bent two of its arms, coiling them as if building up strength. Gimme, gimme, I'll take those legs. The moment it lunged at us, I struck. The guiding thread, imbued with the relic of Rikudoji, turned golden. Splitting thunder, boom. The crack of thunder roared. The lightning spell, auto-tracking its target, gave the monster no chance to escape and hit dead on. Its body shattered into pieces. I expected it to dissolve into black mist, but instead, the fragments split in four directions, reforming into four separate monsters that darted into the sea of trees. Huh? What? Easy, easy. You'd get it if you saw. 4 arms. 4 lives. I don't get it. The 4 monsters, now reduced to 1 arm each after splitting, had somehow swapped their old man masks for fox ones. Utter chaos. And their movements were just as wild. Despite having only 1 arm, they scampered through the forest like monkeys, bounding freely in every direction. But if they'd split, that just meant I had to exorcise them all, right? I prepared to cast Crouching Thunder, a trap-type spell, when one of the 4 apprentice exorcists, a girl, stepped forward and shouted, "I'll take it from here, don't move." No sooner had she spoken than she imbued her guiding thread with a transformation. In the blink of an eye, she unleashed a massive torrent. The overwhelming flood of water uprooted trees and surged toward us. From behind the deluge, a scream like cry echoed, mixed with the rushing current. I messed up. I swallowed the urge to yell. What the heck? They're still middle schoolers. Getting mad at them for screwing up would be immature. Besides, my standards are skewed because I'm used to top-tier people like Father and Renji-san. These kids aren't even full-fledged exorcists yet, just trainees. Expecting them to perform at Further's level is absurd. I grabbed Iya-chan, who was nearby, and activated body enhancement with lightning magic. Firing a guiding thread at a nearby tree, I yanked us out of the torrent's path. But in that instant, Iya-chan spoke. Freeze. In a flash, a pale blue guiding thread extended from her hand. I was momentarily distracted by it. Snapping my focus back, I kicked off the ground to escape, but Iya-chan's thread touched the torrent, and in that moment, it all froze solid. Whoa. A guiding thread color I'd never seen, a spell I'd never witnessed. Hiss. The air turned white. A chilling cold swept in from my toes, wiping away the earlier heat. It was like being thrown into a giant freezer. Everything about it was alien. Everything about it was bizarre. But even in that situation, one thing stood out to me. Iya-chan, you can use magic? I couldn't help but ask. But Iya-chan didn't answer. As if to fill the silence, the monster caught in her spell crumbled within the ice, turning into black mist. After enough time for the mist to dissipate, Iya-chan finally spoke in a small voice. "What is this?" Her trembling hand and voice sounded like she was on the verge of tears. Trying to calm her down, I helped her to the ground. "It's okay. It's okay," I said, offering words that felt neither helpful nor harmful, and stretched the guiding thread skyward. I combined the attributes of wood and fire to transform it into smoke. This was the signal for getting lost. We hadn't strayed from the path, but this felt like an emergency. At the very least, we needed an adult exorcist, I decided. As the thick white smoke rose, I called out to the group of 4 apprentices nearby. "Hey, can someone get an adult exorcist?" "Why yeah, leave it to us." At my shout, the frozen apprentices sprang into action. They sent up their own signal smoke and ran off down the trekking path. They were probably heading to call other exorcists, maybe to a rest area or infirmary where adults were stationed. I didn't know much since I'd only just started this reg, so I shook off the thought and turned back to Aya-chan. Aya-chan, are you okay? Nothing weird going on with your body? Itsuki-kun. Aya-chan, slumped on the ground, looked up at me with teary eyes and reached out a hand. Just now, the water was coming, and I thought you might get swept away. Yeah, she continued, her voice desperate, as if pleading. I had to stop it. I thought I had to freeze it, and then my body just moved on its own. It moved, and it froze. At that, she stared at her palm, the same palm that had released the pale blue guiding thread moments ago. What's happening to me? It was then that I finally understood Aya-chan's state of mind. She was scared. She'd come here unable to use magic, and now, suddenly, she could. But it was something unfamiliar. The fact that she'd done it herself terrified her. I hesitated, unsure of what to say to her, but then it hit me. Thank you, Aya-chan. That was the first thing I needed to say. Why? Because of you, I didn't get caught in the water. Thank you. She clearly hadn't expected that, and her bewildered expression left me wondering what else to say. Just then, you okay, Itsuki? Further dropped from the sky. Thud. His landing shook the ground. I noticed guiding threads tied around his legs. He'd used body enhancement to leap here. Peepapa? Why, that was fast. I came the moment I saw the smoke. If anything, I'm late. Then, he quietly looked at the ice. And this? Aya-chan made it. Aya did this? Alone? Yeah. A pale blue guiding thread came from her hand. To achieve this level of transformation, alone. Further muttered with a grim expression, and I nodded. I briefly explained what had happened. Though father seemed skeptical that Aya-chan, who supposedly couldn't use magic, had pulled off something this big, he sensed we weren't lying and somehow accepted the situation. I need to tell Renji. His face was grave as he spoke. It's just like Amari. Renji-san, summoned by father, took one look at the ice and said that. He leaned down to Aya-chan, who was beside me, and asked with concern, Aya, you feeling okay? Yeah, I'm calm now. Aya-chan glanced at me before turning to Renji-san. She'd been shaken when she froze the torrent, but time, or maybe my rubbing her back to comfort her, had helped her settle down. I hoped it was the latter. Curious about Renji-san's comment, I asked, what do you mean? Like Amari, you went with Aya to the northeast for an exorcism job, right? My father asked. I nodded. It was around the same time I went to Niigata with Nina-chan and the others. We went to the northeast because something had frozen an entire town solid. Frozen. It'd take at least a 4th rank or higher to pull that off. But according to Kyuko and the local exorcists, there was no sign of a demon that strong. Renji-san gritted his teeth, staring at the ice. So, honestly, I thought maybe a cursed tool or demon blade seal had been broken. If it wasn't a demon causing the damage, that was the only other explanation. Cursed tools. Demon blades. I glanced at father, and he explained, tools that can use magic. Got it. So those exist. Did you check for concealment? Of course. Thoroughly, before we went. Renji-san nodded curtly. It'd be unthinkable for them not to check for concealment. The spell high-rank monsters use to hide their presence from exorcists. After such a large-scale magic event, they determined no powerful monster was present. That left cursed tools or demon blades as the likely cause. The magic Aya used is the same as what was used in Amari. You mean? Before I could finish, Renji-san spat out the words. Aya might be possessed by a demon. Aya-chan's body flinched. She looked at her hands fearfully, then squeezed her eyes shut, trembling. But Shirayuki-sensei said she wasn't possessed. And if she were, wouldn't she not be able to use magic? When exorcists get possessed, don't they lose their magic? That's unlikely. No. Wait. My honest question was cut off by father's words. He paused, as if something had occurred to him, and continued. She's becoming one. What? Renji-san asked father. Maybe she couldn't use magic because she's turning into a demon. And now she can. Because her body's being remade. That. I thought about what father said. Could that be possible? The only becoming I know is Hina, so I'm not an expert. But if Aya-chan's turning into one, it makes sense that she couldn't use magic before. Aya? At that, Renji-san punched the ice. A heavy thud echoed. It must have hurt, but Renji-san muttered through an angry expression. There was something off. When I took Aya to the northeast, she collapsed in the snow for no reason. She stopped being able to use magic a week after that. Renji-san spoke quickly, but further interjected firmly. Calm down, Renji. It's not confirmed yet. It's also possible Aya fused or resonated with some cursed tool in the northeast. Fused with a cursed tool? I didn't quite get it, so I asked, and father explained. It's like resonating with a relic. By integrating a cursed tool into your body, you can use its magic. How does that work? I heard of a guy during the Satsuma Rebellion who lost his right arm to a cannonball and had a demon blade sewn in its place. Old story, though. The Satsuma Rebellion. What was that again? Being told that offhand, I couldn't recall anything, and it made me frustrated with my own lack of knowledge. I'm pretty sure I learned about it in elementary or middle school, but I just can't remember. What I do understand is that someone out there did something like that. Scary. Shirayuki-sensei said there was something inside Aya-chan, but could it be a cursed tool? It's possible. I've heard of cursed tools that have a will of their own and harm people. So that's a thing. I can kind of grasp the idea of objects having a will, but for it to actually happen in reality. Then again, magic exists, so maybe it's pointless to question it now. As I trembled at this world's new common sense, Renji-san, barely hiding his irritation, asked father. So you're saying there's a cursed tool inside Aya's body? I don't know. It's just one possibility. Father shook his head at Renji-san's urgent question. To keep up with the conversation, I decided to mentally organize the situation. There were 3 possibilities to consider: demonic possession, becoming, or fusion with a cursed tool. The likely trigger for any of them seemed to be when Aya-chan collapsed in the snow. No, I really don't know anything. This isn't getting me anywhere. As I mulled over it with no clear answers, further spoke up. There's no point endlessly dwelling on what we don't know. Right now, Shirayuki is preparing the sacred domain. If we resonate there, we might have answers by tomorrow. In the meantime, there's something we can do. Let's contact Kanezuki. Information gathering, huh? Renji-san asked, and father nodded. Yeah, not quite sure what they were agreeing on. I tugged at Renji-san's clothes and asked, what's Kanezuki? They're a branch family of Kanzatsuki. Just as Kanzatsuki leads us Exorcists, there's an organization that oversees and supports Kyuku. That's Kanezuki. Got it? I understood there was such a family, but I still wasn't clear on why we'd contact Kanezuki, so I couldn't fully nod in agreement. My hesitant expression must have shown. Layering onto Renji-san's explanation, father elaborated. Kanezuki isn't just the head. They collect, compile, and manage all information related to demons. So we're asking them to look into Aya-chan's situation? No, we don't have enough to go on for that yet. What we'll request is whether there was any demon or cursed tool sealed at the place Renji went to exorcise. I see. Listening to father, I finally grasped what we were doing, and this time I nodded with conviction. If we could get information in advance, it might lead to something. If we make the request now, we might get a response by morning. Further squinted at the setting sun and continued calmly. Let's head back. We can't keep the apprentices waiting any longer. At Further's words, we started back toward the training camp. By the time we returned, it was fully dusk. My stomach was growling, so I figured it was about time for dinner. When I heard an unusually lively clamor coming from behind the lodge. What's going on? Barbecue, probably. I think it was scheduled as an event during the camp. I gave a vague "cool" in response to Further's answer. The lineup feels very camp-like. I was thinking of it as someone else's affair when father added, Papa's joining in too. Huh, really? Yeah. It's our job to keep an eye on the students so they don't get carried away. Sounds like a school teacher. When I said that, Further chuckled softly. I've never been in a club, so I don't know what a typical camp is like, but teachers watching over students as they eat dinner seems plausible. Following father to the back of the lodge, I saw a barbecue area overflowing with students. It was a simple structure, just a roof to shield from rain, supported by thin pillars. Beneath it were tables with grills ready for yakiniku, surrounded by chairs, and the place was packed with students. A quick glance suggested nearly 100 people. Wow! The sight, new to me in this life, drew out that reaction, and father ruffled my hair. First time I've brought you to something like this, huh? Itsuki, now that you mention it. Yeah. Aya and I never had a chance to do stuff like this either. Renji-san, looking tired, said that, and when I glanced beside me, Aya-chan was staring at the barbecue area with the same awestruck expression. Let's find an open spot. The kids must be starving. The middle's taken, so maybe check the edges. Following the father duo's suggestion, Aya-chan and I cautiously walked around the barbecue area. As we did, I couldn't help but notice the students. They seemed unbelievably close for people who'd just met today, communicating smoothly and enjoying themselves. Or so it appeared. Watching them, I started to feel oddly down about what should have been a fun barbecue. It felt like I was being confronted with my lack of human skills. I don't have social skills or charisma, just magic. That negative habit of mine kicked in, and then I spotted Shirayuki-sensei at a table near the edge. Oh, Shirayuki-sen. Excited to see a familiar face, I started to call out, but my voice trailed off when I saw her. There was only one plate at her table, hers. No extra plastic cups, no spare chopsticks, not even a tray with meat for anyone else. She was grilling meat alone, quietly. It felt like I'd seen something I shouldn't have, and I clammed up. Was it okay to call out to her like this? No. No, wait. That's not fair. Some people enjoy eating yakiniku alone. I've never been. But there are even solo yakiniku restaurants. So it's not weird for someone to be alone at a barbecue. As I thought that, Shirayuki-sensei looked up. The moment she saw us, her face lit up. Itsuki-kun. Soichiro-san. There's room here. You're alone, Shirayuki? Why yes. The other exorcists have already formed their groups. Shirayuki-sensei said that, glancing toward the distance. Following her gaze, I saw about 8 adults chatting happily at one table. Having been a kid without friends and feeling bitter at events like this, I sympathized deeply. If there's room, let's join her. Please. At Renji-san's prompting, we sat at Shirayuki-sensei's table. Then, with a hint of nostalgia, Shirayuki-sensei said, sitting like this kind of reminds me of when I was a student. When I couldn't fit into a group and ate with master and the others. So that's Shirayuki-sensei's type. Totally the kind who ends up grouping with a teacher because they don't fit in. I bet we'd get along. Did you come to camps too, Shirayuki-san? Aya-chan asked, deftly shifting the topic as the mood grew heavy. Impressive. Yes. Unless there's a major conflict, moonless exorcists attend the camp. It's a rare chance to practice magic without worrying about who's watching. Really? For Aya-chan, who didn't grow up in a typical household, this must have been a culture shock. She looked unconvinced and asked Shirayuki-sensei again. Magic is something to hide. After all, if both parents are exorcists, it's one thing, but kids born to non-magic families have to practice in secret. Shirayuki-sensei said that with a faint fragility, then continued quietly, things are better now, but, decades ago, exorcist children were treated terribly. Some saw spiritual sensitivity as a kind of illness. In wealthy families, they'd lock them in storehouses, never letting them be seen. For real? That's not just pre-war or Edo period stuff, I asked, and father nodded. It's true. Even now, one of Kyuku's roles is to take in and raise persecuted exorcist children. That mention of even now jogged my memory. When we saved Hina, father had said there was a child welfare facility run by exorcists. So that's what Kyuku was running? Thinking about it, describing Kyuku's work as just exorcist cleanup feels insufficient. The reason Kanezuki was created was because, long ago, noble and aristocratic families in Japan needed a house to take in unspeakable children and keep them off the public stage. Those kids were confined to inner rooms, never shown, and left to die quietly. This camp is also a place for those outsider kids to meet, to realize they have others like them and feel at ease. Father's explanation made me tilt my head slightly. Were there nobles in Japan? Thinking back, I vaguely recalled something about the Heian period, and I'd heard of aristocrats somewhere, probably the Meiji era. I'd study that properly when I got older, but for now, Father's words carried a weight of truth. Even if I didn't fully grasp it, I could only nod in agreement. You don't have to think too hard about it, Itsuki-kun. Most exorcists don't dwell on stuff that complicated, Renji-san said, joining the conversation. Holding silver trays in both hands. Don't make a fun camp so serious, Soichiro. But enough heavy talk. Let's grill some meat. Renji-san's words carried a noticeable hardness. His tone betrayed suppressed emotions, clearly trying not to burden Aiya-chan too much. I'm not that dense to miss it. Renji-san set the trays on the table, revealing raw yakiniku meat and vegetables. I couldn't tell the cuts, maybe harami and kelbi. If it were tongue, I'd recognize it. As I eyed the meat, Renji-san started placing it on the grill with tongs. That was Father's cue to go quiet and start grilling too. He probably felt the same as me, respecting Renji-san's mood. Even if it's forced cheer, while we're stuck waiting, we might as well act like we're having fun. Meanwhile, I looked at the tray, wondering if I could help, and spotted a raw corn cob. I picked it up with a guiding thread and placed it on the grill. Itsuki-kun, you use guiding threads so skillfully, Aiya-chan said. Huh, really? Yeah, you use them in ways I'd never think of. I was flattered, but it's less about skill and more about laziness. Like tossing something into a far-off trash can or wanting something long to pull a distant phone or remote closer. I'm just being lazy with guiding threads. So I couldn't quite respond to Aiya-chan's praise, and while I fumbled, meat was placed on both our paper plates. The best meats for the kids, Renji-san said. Yay! Aiya-chan cheered. I clasped my hands, said itadakimasu, and took a bite. It's yummy. Itsuki-kun. Why yeah, it is. Aiya-chan looked at me right after eating, catching me off guard with her comment. I hadn't expected a taste review, and while I was flustered, more meat kept piling onto our plates. I hadn't even finished the first piece. Hey, Itsuki-kun, tell me if there's any veggie you don't like. I'll eat it for you. Oh, no, I'm good. You tell me if there's anything you don't like, Aiya-chan. I'm fine. I'm working on overcoming my dislikes right now. Why? To catch up to you, Itsuki-kun. Huh? That logic doesn't quite connect. I glanced at Renji-san, who gave an awkward smile. It didn't seem like he'd put her up to conquering dislikes either. Still, the great thing about food is that grilling makes anything edible. Even disliked veggies taste decent when charred. As I ate both meat and veggies without relying on Aiya-chan, I started feeling something was missing. Not that there wasn't enough meat or veggies, but hey, Papa, is there any rice? There should be onigiri over there. Rice? Of course. No way you'd eat yakiniku without white rice. A kid's body, especially a kid's body, craves it. I'll go get some. Oh, I'll come too. I stood up, and Aiya-chan followed. Weaving through the noisy barbecue crowd, I felt a tug on my hand from behind. What's up? So I don't get left behind, Itsuki-kun. Oh, I might have been walking too fast, I thought, reflecting, when Aiya-chan continued. Thanks, by the way, Itsuki-kun. For what? For saying thank you when I used magic. Her words clicked instantly. She meant the ice magic she'd shown, the one that froze the flood coming at us. I was really scared. Suddenly using a magic I didn't know, and thinking maybe it could have hurt you, Itsuki-kun. That makes sense. I'd be anxious and worried in her shoes too. But, just a tiny bit, I was happy. Huh? I thought I misheard and looked at her. Her cheeks were slightly flushed. Because if I can use amazing magic like that, maybe I can catch up to you, right? Her bright question left me unsure how to respond. Ice magic isn't a basic attribute. It can't be created with attribute transformation. Even compound attribute transformations don't produce ice. I know this from experimenting alone with different attributes. That leaves one conclusion. Ice magic is a trait transformation. That means its magic consumption is far higher than regular attribute transformations. The bottleneck here is Aya-chan's rank. She's third rank, higher than average, maybe, but not enough to spam large-scale magic. So I hesitated on how to answer her and whoa, look. So many onigiri. Aya-chan, you like salmon, right? And the furicake ones. I swallowed my response. That's not something you tell a 6-year-old. More than that, Aya-chan was trying to process the changes in her body and steer herself towards something positive. I shouldn't dampen that. So I held back, stuffing the words deep inside, and joined the middle schoolers, piling onigiri onto my paper plate. Having masterfully avoided saying anything unnecessary like a proper adult, I returned with Aya-chan and our spoils to our table, only to find Shirayuki-sensei grilling meat alone again, just like before. Why, huh? Where are Papa and Soichiro-san? The two of them were dragged off by other exorcists to mingle. They said they'd at least show their faces. You know, they're famous. I'd heard bits about Further being well known in exorcist circles, but being called a celebrity to my face made me think, really? Maybe I'm just clueless about the world, or being family blinds me to it. Anyway, I know from my past life as a working adult how hard it is to turn down work-related invitations. Accepting that, Aya-chan asked Shirayuki-sensei with pure curiosity. Shirayuki-san, you don't have to show your face? Why yes. I thought Itsuki-kun and Aya-san might feel uneasy if no one was here when you got back. It's fine. Aya-chan's unexpected question left Shirayuki-sensei flustered. Give her a break, I thought. But Aya-chan, who made friends right after starting school, might not grasp what it's like to have few acquaintances. As I munched on an onigiri, watching their exchange, a middle school-aged girl peeked out from behind Shirayuki-sensei. Who's that? I wondered. When I knew it. She turned toward us with a step. Seriously, who? You're the kids from the forest, right? Sorry about earlier. And her first words were an apology. Her golden hair, pulled by gravity as she bowed, wasn't like Nina-chan's. It was clearly dyed, with black roots visible. It reminded me of the pudding I'd eaten at a cafe. As her hair swayed, a glint sparkled near her ear, a piercing or earring. I couldn't tell. Middle schooler or not, she was definitely the type I'd struggle with. Scary. I was baffled about why she was apologizing, but Aya-chan seemed to recognize her, her face lighting up. Are you the one who used water magic? Yep. Man, I totally botched it earlier, so I wanted to apologize somewhere. I saw you guys grabbing onigiri and thought, maybe, lifting her head. The girl gave an apologetic smile, scratching the back of her head. That's when it hit me. She's the one who sent that flood spell at us. I'm not great at magic, see. When I saw the demon escaping, I panicked, thinking I had to do something, and my head just went blank. Really sorry. Haha. Don't worry about it. It's okay. Aya-chan replied kindly, smiling at the girl's carefree laugh. Oh, right, intros. I'm Akari. Call me Akari, Aori, Asari, whatever you like. She grinned casually. What a laid-back person. Yeah, I know the boy. Itsuki-kun, right? How do you know my name? Come on. You're famous. The prodigy who exorcised an Oni at 5. Yeah? I heard you were 3 meters tall, but you're smaller than I thought. The story of me exorcising Raiko Doji had twisted into something absurd, and I couldn't help but shut my mouth. And you? The one who used ice magic? Shimatsuki. Aya-chan replied. Following Akari-san's introduction, Aya-chan bowed her head. Hearing that, Akari-san's eyes widened slightly. Shimatsuki? Moon-blessed? Your name's Shimatsuki, so you can use ice magic? No, it's not like that. Oh, got it. Then you guys are special, huh? How should I describe Aya-chan's expression when Akari-san said that? It was a mix of enduring some kind of pain and yet somehow being relieved. A contradictory blend of emotions, barely masked on the surface. And you, with the ribbon? I am Shirayuki. I'm Itsuki-kun's teacher. Ooh, the seance one? A tradition? No, That's not it. I actually wanted to try resonance magic too, but the guy who raised me said, "You are terrible at magic, so get proper training first." Really? I'm pretty bad too, Shirayuki-sensei said. Then we're comrades, Shirayuki-san. High five. Akari-san's words made Shirayuki-sensei give a slightly embarrassed smile. When Shirayuki-sensei looked away, Akari-san turned to us. But man, moon-blessed kids are something else. Everyone knows Itsuki-kun's a cut above, but another amazing kid kinda makes me jealous. Aya-chan, right? What kind of training do you usually do? Tea training? Right now, I'm training to catch up to Itsuki-kun. Oh, cool. What kind? I use guiding threads to pick up small beans and move them, or stretch lots of threads to grab faraway things. That's so plain. Guess you gotta grind the basics to get strong, huh? What's your take, Itsuki-kun? Yeah. Probably. Thrown into the spotlight so suddenly, I could only manage a vague reply. I don't focus on guiding thread control as much as Aya-chan does. I'm pretty casual about it. After all, if I miss with a thread, I can just shoot another one. Aya-chan's training feels like it's about minimizing misses to avoid wasting magic. As a third rank, she has to be careful not to burn through her magic too fast. Otherwise, she might run out. Plus, whether it's training to increase my magic capacity or boosting output, most magic training is pretty mundane. So saying basic training is important isn't exactly wrong. As I mulled that over, Akari-san shifted her focus back to Aya-chan. I can't stick with boring training, though. How do you keep motivated, Aya-chan? Motivation. What's that? Your drive. At that moment, Aya-chan glanced at me before answering. To catch up to Itsuki-kun. Oh, so it's admiration. Aya-chan nodded honestly. That straightforward gesture made me feel a mix of happiness and embarrassment. An indescribable awkwardness welled up, and to cover it, I shoved an onigiri in my mouth, only to choke. Embarrassing. As I hurriedly sipped tea from a paper cup, Akari-san tilted her head, voicing a pure question. But, is that actually possible? I mean, Itsuki-kun's 7th rank, right? I don't know your magic rank, Aya-chan, but you've got at least 5th rank. Yeah? I'm 3rd rank. Oh, okay. Akari-san's tone dropped, as if she'd lost interest. Sorry, weird question, she said, looking away from Aya-chan. Without directing it at anyone, she let her words hang quietly. Hope you figure it out someday, what it means to face a rank gap. Then she turned and vanished into the crowd. Talk about unbelievably rude, I thought, when Shirayuki-sensei hesitantly spoke up. She was like a typhoon, wasn't she? Yeah, I couldn't help but nod. I'm not one to nitpick what a middle schooler says to an elementary schooler, but that was such an odd vibe. Didn't she come to apologize? You okay, Aya-chan? Yeah, I'm not bothered. I'm fine. Worried that those careless words had hurt her, I looked at Aya-chan. Her face was stiff, but she nodded. Let's eat some meat, Shirayuki-sensei said, as if to lift the mood, picking up raw meat from the tray with tongs. Side note, Shirayuki-sensei eats a ton. Aya-chan, following her lead, brought some meat to her mouth. It's yummy. A bit cold, though. Want to reheat it? No, it's fine like this. Aya-chan shook her head and said that, then dropped her gaze. Are ranks really that important? Her words left me speechless. After being told something like that to her face, claiming I'm not bothered is a stretch. Of course she'd care. She's human. Hey, Shirayuki-san. Are ranks really that big a deal? Me? Well, I think having more is better. Of course. But Papa says not to worry about it. Well, Shirayuki-sensei's face twisted bitterly. She probably sensed Renji-san was saying that to spare Aya-chan's feelings. I bet I had the same expression. Having a lot of magic attracts demons, so more isn't always a straight-up advantage. And since your innate magic capacity doesn't change, dwelling on it is pointless. We just have to work with what we're born with. That's when it happened. Crack. The air froze with a sharp sound. What was that? I turned toward the noise, and at the same time, Aya-chan spoke. Can I catch up to Itsuki-kun even with a low rank? That's Shirayuki-sensei faltered. her eyes darting as if searching for words. Unable to find them, she fell completely silent. I want to catch up to Itsuki-kun, but I'm third rank, so I have to work way harder than him. So if you know, please tell me. Shirayuki-san, how can I catch up to him? Crack. The sound rang out again. Does having less magic mean it's impossible? No matter what, I can't catch up to Itsuki-kun. Whoosh, a sound like slicing air. At first, I thought it was the charcoal popping. But no, it wasn't that. It wasn't that kind of sound. Hey, Itsuki-kun, tell me, how do I get that strong? How do I become that? Aya-chan, calm down. Realizing the source of the noise, I reached out to her gently. I can't calm down. Aya-chan muttered softly, ignoring my hand. The strange sound was the tea in a plastic bottle freezing. I can't calm down. Papa said summer's crucial for exorcists. School's full of classes, so we can't practice magic. Summer breaks our chance to train. If I waste it, I won't get stronger. Brrrr, a sound, and the air temperature plummeted. In the corner of my vision, frost coated the burning charcoal. A cold wind, like winter, swept past my feet. But I couldn't use magic. I wanted to practice so much, but my magic wouldn't move at all. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't do anything. I could tell the other exorcists had noticed the anomaly and were watching us. And yet, Itsuki-kun keeps getting stronger. Learning all kinds of magic, I'm left behind without even trying. But Aya-chan didn't stop. So tell me, Itsuki-kun. At that moment, I saw pale blue guiding threads erupt from her entire body. What should I do? They swirled, enveloping her body. Reflexively, I reached out, despite having pulled back earlier. The moment I did, crack, my palm froze. Ignoring even that, I tried to touch Aya-chan's body when I was yanked back with tremendous force. No, Itsuki-kun. Shirayuki-sensei. But Aya-chan. It was Shirayuki-sensei who'd pulled me back. She gently extended a guiding thread to my right hand, wrapping it around. Instantly, a warmth spread through my palm, enough to make me sigh. Healing magic. But right now, I couldn't tear my eyes away from Aya-chan, not even for that. A cocoon. If I had to sum it up, that's what it was. Aya-chan's body was completely wrapped in guiding threads, hiding her entirely. Was she okay? What was happening? What expression was she making? Everything was blocked by the threads. I'd never found true eyes so obstructive until now. Right now, Aya-san is becoming what? A monster? I don't know. All I can say is it's something inside her. It could be a cursed tool, a demon blade. There are multiple possibilities, but at this point, drastic measures are our only option. Drastic measures? The sacred domain is ready. Let's move, Aya-san. As Shirayuki-sensei spoke, I heard multiple footsteps approaching. They were other exorcists. I couldn't see it, but to them, it must have looked like Aya-chan had collapsed on the spot. And apparently, everything touching her froze the moment she fell. Since touching her by hand wasn't an option, the gathered exorcists used guiding threads to carry Aya-chan's body to the place Shirayuki-sensei indicated. It was a small space set up at the edge of the grounds. The so-called sacred domain was so simplistic that, when I first saw it, I doubted Shirayuki-sensei for a moment. Could something like this really save Aya-chan? Please lay her in the center. The barrier will suppress her leaking magic to some extent, Shirayuki-sensei instructed. Following her guidance, Aya-chan's body was gently placed in the center of the space. The space was marked by wooden stakes driven into the ground at four corners, connected by ropes. It hardly seemed worthy of the grand name Sacred Domain, but as if sensing my skepticism, Shirayuki-sensei stepped inside and said, "You're doubting, aren't you, Itsuki-kun? Whether something like this can really let you resonate with Aya-san?" No, it's okay. I thought the same at first. As Shirayuki-sensei spoke, the surrounding exorcists began to leave one by one, just as she'd instructed, to clear the area once Aya-chan was secured. Among those leaving was Renji-san, who looked back at us reluctantly, guided away silently by father's arm around his shoulder. Amid it all, Shirayuki-sensei, wearing an expression of unprecedented seriousness, beckoned me into the roped-off space. As I stepped inside, she imbued the ropes with guiding threads, sealing the four sides. "We're going to forcibly resonate with Aia-san now. It's taxing for both sides, so I'd rather not, but we're past the point of choice." At that moment, I felt a prickling sensation, like static, and noticed the temperature of the air touching my skin shift. Then, the cold air emanating from Aia-chan's body swept past my feet. "I've now isolated this space from the outside. We'll resonate again, Itsuki-kun. Your hand. Okay. Think back on your memories with Aia-san." "I'll find a foothold." Holding Shirayuki-sensei's hand, I closed my eyes and recalled one by one today's trek. This morning's events, last week's housewarming party, the school entrance ceremony, practicing magic together. But nothing changed. Was there anything else? There had to be. We ate crab together at New Year's. She celebrated my birthday. We met a few times for Shichigo-san. And we went to Okatama together to exorcise a bear. Got it? A metallic ching rang in my ears. The moment I felt the resonance and opened my eyes, Tokyo? What filled my vision was nighttime Tokyo. A residential district. Ahead loomed jet black skyscrapers. Not a single window was lit. Yet, for some reason, the red aviation lights glowed proudly, marking their height. The first time I resonated with Aia-chan, I entered a rural expanse of fields. So I'd assumed it'd be the countryside again. Pushing my confusion aside, I scanned the area to get my bearings. But none of the buildings looked familiar. It wasn't my neighborhood or near my elementary school. Like the skyscrapers, every house and street lamp was pitch dark, as if the power was out. Maybe that's why the moonlight felt so bright. And under that light, a translucent thread stretched from my chest, pointing straight into the depths of the residential district. Was this the connection to Aia-chan that Shirayuki-sensei mentioned? Without exchanging words, Shirayuki-sensei and I moved in sync, following the thread. Our pace quickened, turning into a jog, and just as we were about to cross an unlit intersection, "Itsuki-kun, stop!" At her words, Shirayuki-sensei yanked me back by my shirt. At the same moment, two monsters screeched into the four-way crossing, drifting. "Hi, left lane's scary. I'm sticking to the passing lane. Crawling along like that, I'll crush ya." Two was literal. They were chariots, like ones I'd seen in world history books, pulled not by horses but by 2-meter-tall monsters with human heads and crudely attached limbs. They looked like a child's doodle brought to life, unsettlingly grotesque. Driving the chariots, whipping the headless monsters, were plain skeletons, just skeletons. They scraped the asphalt with a grating screech as they curved. Words so harsh, they chill my bones. "Quit yapping nonsense. I'll crush ya." The monsters, probably hitting 80 kilometers an hour, couldn't make the turn and barreled toward us on the sidewalk. I grabbed Shirayuki-sensei and shot a guiding thread at a nearby building. Using body enhancement, I pulled the thread for vertical movement. My body felt the tug of gravity as we soared. The moment we lifted off, the chariots roared through where we'd stood. With a sickening crash, they smashed into the apartment building behind us. Welcome. And with that, the monsters plowed into the back of a convenience store on the building's first floor. What the heck? Thank you, Itsuki-kun. Don't worry about it, just to be safe. I moved us away from the store before landing. Releasing Shirayuki-sensei, I wove guiding threads in both hands, ready for combat. Jay just mixed up the gas and brakes. Sorry about that. Emerging from the store was the skeleton from before? No, it was different. Unlike earlier, its body looked human, not bones, but normal flesh. But sprouting from its neck were 3 heads, those of the headless monsters that pulled the chariot. Though, realistically, their size had adjusted to fit. Realistic with 3 heads, that word doesn't even apply. A bit shocked at how I'm starting to adopt Exorcist logic, I unleashed my magic, Flame Wasp. The magic I unleashed, surpassing the speed of sound, pierced the monster and exploded. Whether you'd call it the driver, I'm not sure. But whatever was controlling the chariot turned into black mist and vanished, as the blast's flames mingled with the black mist, fading into the night. A convenience store shelf, stocked with goods, came flying through the explosion. Question. You must pay attention to the road ahead while driving. True or false? True. At that moment, a monster dropped from the sky. It moved as if it had teleported, but that wasn't it. I caught the flying shelf with a net of guiding threads. The monster had simply moved while my attention was on the shelf. False. False, obviously. You need to watch more than just ahead. Is that even fair? I thought, as I ensnared the monster in the same net. Then, with great transformation, the guiding threads turned into blades, shredding its body to dust. Watching it dissolve into black mist, I turned to Shirayuki-sensei. Let's get back to searching. Why yes. She looked like she wanted to say something but swallowed her words and nodded, chasing the translucent thread that should lead to Aya-chan. We finally crossed the intersection. We ran along the sidewalk instead of the road. There weren't any cars, so sticking to the sidewalk seemed pointless. But after those chariot monsters, getting hit was a real risk. After running for a while, we broke through the residential area and came upon a long white wall. An old-fashioned Japanese estate. Its gate was Aya-chan's house. What? This is it? It's quite grand. The thread stretching from our chests pointed straight into the estate. That meant Aya-chan was inside her mental world, her own house. I've been here to play a few times, so I know her place. The moment I said that, a foul stench hit my nose, making me grimace. A putrid smell. What was it? Like sludge? The odor was wafting from the gate of the Shimatsuki estate. Looking closer, I saw a monster standing in front of it. How to describe it? First, it had 4 legs. Standing on them, it looked vaguely dog-like, but it wasn't a dog. The difference? All 4 legs were human arms. Instead of a face, a hand extended from its neck, shaping a dog's silhouette like a shadow puppet. On closer inspection, its torso was made of countless intertwined arms. That was the monster. It looked at us and spoke a single phrase. Looking for someone. Sorry? Looking for someone. It spoke so fluently, whether it was a dog or not, I couldn't tell, but that's what it said. Looking for someone. 8 years old. Ordinary clothes. Know them? How should I answer? Should I even engage? As I wove guiding threads, the dog continued. A girl. Cute girl. Like dogs. No head above the neck. Know her? No. I don't. Unlike me, who stayed silent, Shirayuki-sensei answered. That girl. I think she had a face like this. At that moment, the hands forming the dog's head opened like a flower. Inside was Shirayuki-sensei's face, as if asleep. Eek! I heard her faint scream and sealed the monster's hands in the same instant. Binding it fully, the monster thrashed violently in resistance. Looking for someone. Looking for someone. You're not really looking, are you? Just wanted to say it. I incinerated the monster. With the stench finally gone, I passed through the gate and asked Shirayuki-sensei. Why are there so many monsters here? Well, she let out a deep breath before continuing. Resentment or jealousy can take the form of demons in someone's mental world, but with this many, I can't help but think something else is creating them. Exorcists never learn, do they? A third voice cut in. Reflexively, Shirayuki-sensei and I turned toward it. We had no choice because, along with the voice, an unbearable wave of cold slammed into our bodies. I told you it's insolent. Why are exorcists so arrogantly self-assured? I'm utterly dumbfounded. There stood a silver-haired girl. Translucent silver hair, ice blue eyes. Clad in pure white traditional robes, she stood atop the Shimatsuki estate's roof. Eerily, snow fell only around her. Her figure, almost blending into the snowy scene, was hauntingly fragile, as if she'd vanish under sunlight. Yet her blue eyes burned with consuming rage. They say even Buddha's patience runs out, but I'm not so forgiving. To trample into a maiden's heart, pry into her secrets, and dismiss her despair as mere jealousy with such arrogance. I didn't know what she was angry about, but one glance made it clear. She was the one who sealed Iya-chan's magic. Crack. That sound again, one I'd heard too many times. The air temperature dropped sharply. The snow swirling around her turned into a blizzard. Leave now, exorcists. Who do you think I am? The world turned white. Crash. The roof tile she stomped shattered. A lone 6th rank stands before you. The Ice Princess. She declared her title boldly. 6th rank? Her proclamation stole my attention. 6th rank, same level as Raiko Doji. Why was someone like that inside Aya-chan? My inner scream was drowned out by the freezing air pouring down. Instinctively, I deployed guiding threads like a cocoon to shield us. You're the one intruding, aren't you, Ice Princess? Shirayuki-sensei shouted, her voice cutting through the storm. But instead of words, a massive ice block answered. A chunk so huge it blocked out the moon! Exclamation mark. A beginner spell, merely adding simple changes to magic, but by increasing mass, it amplified power. It was exactly like my meteor, so naturally, I had a counter, canopy tree. I drove guiding threads into the ground, extending them skyward with attribute transformation. If the Ice Princess was using raw magic power, I'd match her with the same. Instantly, a 30-meter-tall tree canopy blocked the sky, catching the ice block. Canopy tree was designed to stop my own meteor, but it grew too large to be practical, until now. You never know when a spell will come in handy. Relieved it found its moment, I relaxed slightly. If you'd died there, it would have been easier. The Ice Princess didn't seem to care that I'd stopped her ice, muttering as she exhaled. The moment her visible white breath escaped, the air froze. Seeing it, Shirayuki-sensei and I split up to dodge. The breath passed where we'd stood, freezing not just the stone path but the entire Shimatsuki estate gate. It was simple but backed my sheer magic volume. Is this how others see me? Shaking off the stray thought, I faced forward. I couldn't stay on the defensive forever. Flame Wasp, a blazing spear of fire shot toward the Ice Princess, but I didn't expect it to work. It didn't phase Raiko Doji, so if she was truly 6th rank, she'd block it. I knew that. She raised a hand toward the spear. I knew that. Petty sorcery. The moment she did, the burning spear halted midair, shrinking rapidly. Using flame against ice sorcery. Are all exorcists such fools? Nope. It's fine. Among my spells, Flame Wasp is the easiest to cast, high-powered, and flashy. That's why I used it here. Because, see, I'm already casting the next one. The moonlight was blocked again, but not by the Ice Princess's magic. Meteor. My spell. I'd borrowed the tactic from those reckless chariot monsters. While attention's on one thing, prepare the real move. Did the Ice Princess notice my meteor? Her blue eyes widened at the massive rock covering the sky, and she kicked off the roof to escape. No point running. Watching her, I was certain she didn't have true eyes. If she had eyes like mine, she'd have seen it. A single guiding thread stretching from the giant meteor, linked to her body. She darted across the roof at a speed unimaginable for her girlish form, but meteor shifted its path to track her. Of course, it followed my thread. Serpentine tenacity. The pettiness of exorcists knows no bounds. Realizing the meteor was tracking her, the Ice Princess leapt several times, landing in the Shimatsuki estate's garden. We kept our distance, facing her. If I can't dodge, I'll destroy it. You can try, but it won't matter. As I spoke, I wove 5 guiding threads. That's enough. That's all I need. The countdown's already started. 4 of the 5 threads I'd launched twisted around the Ice Princess's limbs, binding her. She sensed the one aimed at her neck and dodged. One left, but the next was already prepared. The ultimate spell. As I wove the threads to complete its final piece, she opened her mouth. Don't you know, Exorcist? What happens when you use such powerful sorcery in a person's mind? Thinking it was a plea, I launched the thread. It stretched straight, tightening around her neck. The mind can't withstand the sorcery and breaks. Reflexively, I halted the compound attribute transformation. I had no choice. At that moment, meteor crashed into her. A deafening roar and shockwave erupted, kicking up dust. But the thread I'd sent for Obarazuki still held its sensation. I knew this wouldn't take down a 6th rank. Just like with Raiko Doji. That's why I planned a 3-stage attack. Flame Wasp as a feint, Meteor as a bluff, leading to Obarazuki to finish a 6th rank. I thought it was perfect. I thought I'd won. But I couldn't move. If the Ice Princess was right, I couldn't use Obarezuki, a spell that consumes and erases everything, in Aia-chan's mind. Is that true? I asked, looking at Shirayuki-sensei instinctively. Her face screamed, I've never heard that, but then I remembered, she's second rank. Obarazuki requires at least 5th rank magic capacity. There's no way she could cast it, or know about this. No exorcist who can use such powerful spells would bother learning resonance. The next moment, a crack of ice sounded, and the Ice Princess emerged from a crystal-like ice block. Her defensive spell, likely deployed to shield from meteor, had completely blocked my attack. She glared, spitting her words. That look, did you not know? Is it exorcist folly that lets you so calmly attempt to kill, or is it just you? I don't care, but your arrogance is clear. Her hand turned toward us. Instantly, my consciousness was yanked backward, as if struck. Not good. She's disrupting our wavelength. It was the same rejection I'd felt when first entering Aia-chan's mind, but I couldn't be forced back now. Aia-chan was immobilized. One wrong move, and her life could be at stake. I couldn't leave now. I drove guiding threads into the ground to resist, but it'd only by a moment. I needed another move. I knew that, but my consciousness was fading, clutching the threads tightly to stay awake. I realized they were still binding the Ice Princess. Focusing on the sensation in my fading awareness, I felt the threads. Yes, they were still holding her. Then there's still a way. It's a gamble, a bad one, but there's no time. I can't let the Ice Princess linger in Aia-chan's mind any longer. I have to do it. Itsuki-kun. Shirayuki-sensei, her consciousness also slipping, called my name in a faint, sleepy voice. Did she sense what I was about to do? Before I could confirm, I took the leap. I resonated with the Ice Princess. Opening my eyes, I saw night. Snow blanketed the ground. A forest, likely bare trees, dusted with snow, surrounded me. The sky was overcast. No moonlight, no stars. Did I enter the Ice Princess's mind? The moment I thought that, a wind blew. So cold, with snow piling up. Of course it's freezing. I wrapped my body in guiding threads, using attribute transformation, fire to warm myself. At the same time, I spun threads into a lens, activating night vision magic. In the now bright forest, I saw a thread stretching straight from my chest. Now what? Normally, the person you resonate with is at the thread's end. So, since I resonated with the Ice Princess, she should be there. But what state am I in? I resonated with Aia-chan first, then with the Ice Princess inside her. It's like a resonance matryoshka doll, right? Is that analogy correct? Whatever the analogy, what should I do now? I thought for a moment. I've never entered a monster's mind, so I genuinely don't know what to do. Would exorcising the Ice Princess in her mental world solve this? Or am I mistaken, thinking I've resonated with her when I'm still in Aia-chan's mind? Let's go. Shaking my head, I stepped forward, crunching snow. I had to move. If the Ice Princess was hostile at the end, I'd exorcise her. If Aia-chan was there, I'd save her. That's all there was to it. Standing in the forest, mulling over unknowns, wouldn't yield answers. So I let the thread guide me through the snow. As cold wind stung my cheeks, I emerged from the forest to find a vast basin. Like a land scooped out with a spoon, houses clustered at its center, surrounded by rice paddies. It looked like any rural village you'd see on TV, or like the countryside I entered when I first resonated with Aia-chan. But something felt off. Every house was old. Not just worn or unmaintained, old on another level. Take the roofs. When I think of old houses, I picture my family's traditional Japanese architecture, tiled roofs. But these weren't that fancy. Thatched roofs, maybe? I'd only seen them in textbooks or photos of Shirakawago, but they held up snow. Some were cleared, but even those looked dirty, moss or mold. I couldn't tell, but something grew on them. And the thread from my chest pointed straight to the village's center. No choice but to go. Recalling my earlier resolve, I moved toward the center when several elderly figures emerged from the largest building. Their clothes were Old too. Like something from a period drama or picture book. Where was I? Growing uneasy, I watched as the elders, holding lit torches, formed a procession. It was like a daimyo parade. Then, among them, a girl in white robes stepped out. Something about her white attire felt familiar. Digging through my memory, I found it. A traditional bridal outfit, but she was far too young to be a bride. Her face was hidden by a headdress, but her height wasn't much different from mine. Not much different, and the thread stretched straight toward her. I resumed my halted steps, approaching the girl in white. Crunch. The sound of snow underfoot made the elders look up. Feeling their gazes on me, I ignored them all and approached the girl in the bridal outfit. And when I saw her face, I caught my breath. Exclamation mark. Because standing there was Aya-chan, a girl who looked strikingly like Aya-chan. But the girl in front of me tilted her head with a puzzled expression. Who might you be? Has she lost her memory? Caught off guard by the unexpected situation, I faltered. Then, an elder beside me asked in a clear, resonant voice. Why your attire? Could you be a Hoshi-sama? Why would someone like you come to a remote place like this? A Hoshi? Why yes, indeed. That outfit. It's a Hoshi-sama's, isn't it? To think I'd meet one twice in my lifetime. Longevity's worth something after all. Hey, blessings be. The elder said that, tearing up slightly and clasping his hands toward me. It felt like reverence meant for the dead, not exactly pleasant. Well, I have died once, so maybe it fits. Then, Hoshi-sama, have you come to exorcise the forest's Ayakashi? He asked. Ayakashi? The words connected, yet didn't, creating an eerie disconnect. The terms felt off, hard to pin down, but I could grasp their meaning. Maybe that's the beauty of Japanese. A Hoshi is an exorcist, and an Ayakashi is a monster, right? For now, I set aside aligning their terms and focused on understanding the situation. No, I'm not here to exorcise. What's going on here? We're ending the winter, the elder replied. Ending winter? Not grasping his meaning, I asked again, and he nodded absently. But that didn't clarify anything, so I pressed further. Ending winter. Doesn't winter end on its own? What are you saying, Hoshi-sama? Can't you see? It's Nagatsuki right now. His shout, as if he'd heard something unbelievable, sparked a question in my mind. Nagatsuki. When's that again? I tilted my head inwardly but quickly recalled. My surname, Kisaragi, ties to the old lunar calendar, just like other moon-blessed names. Further made me memorize them long ago. Nagatsuki is September. Wait, doesn't the lunar calendar shift by a month? So what month is it really? I shook my head, dismissing the thought. That wasn't the point. The real issue was winter lingering into September. Hold on, does that mean it's been winter all year? It's been like this forever, the elder said. Trapped in snow, winter won't end. We've run out of food. If we don't end it soon, everyone'll die. Then this is. We're delivering this girl to the Lord of Winter. A Hoshi-sama from the capital said if we offer a bride to the Lord, winter will end. Ain't that right, Hoshi-sama? The elder directed his words to a man at the back of the procession. Emerging from the crowd was a young man, maybe in his early 20s. He looked strikingly young, dressed in a non-myoji-like hunting robe, with a solemn expression. He nodded. Yes, as you say. Winter persists because the Lord of Winter in the mountains is angry. To appease it, offering a bride is the surest way. The Lord of Winter. The Ice Princess? Frost? No. It has no name yet. Regardless, it's a type B Ayakashi. All humans can do is flee its wrath. The exorcist before me lowered his eyes as he spoke. Type B likely refers to ranks, but I don't get it. Just use numbers. So you're saying you're offering this girl to the Ayakashi, the monster? Indeed. Wrath stems from the Ayakashi's hunger. Thus, offering a child brimming with life's vitality will calm winter in time. A sacrifice, then. His logic tracks, but would a sacrifice even work against a monster? From what I've seen of monsters, it feels like it'd only embolden them. Why not just exorcise it? Child, didn't you hear? It's type B. Perhaps a legendary red Hoshi could manage, but not talentless folk like us. I looked at the silent girl. She looked back, our eyes meeting. Her faintly frightened expression was so much like Aya-chan's. Pulled by her emotions, the thread in my chest quivered slightly. I still didn't know why I was here, but I understood the situation. Every resonance I'd entered so far aimed to exorcise a monster. That's how you save someone, I'd been told. So what I need to do here is exorcise the Lord of Winter, probably the Ice Princess. Stepping forward as if shaking off the night's darkness, I declared, I'll exorcise the Lord of Winter. Didn't you listen, child? The young exorcist shot back, dismissing me curtly. It's an Ayakashi nested in the mountains for ages. It's not something we can handle. His words left me unsure how to explain, but this is a mental world. How seriously do I need to take him? Wait, maybe I do. I don't know where the Lord of Winter is. I need him to tell me. Can't I use the same trick as searching for a hidden? All right, let's try that. Exhaling, I wove guiding threads at my fingertips, infusing them with Dray transformation. I crafted a compass to point to monsters 6th rank or higher. But nothing happened. The compass stayed rigid, unmoving. It pointed straight ahead, not seeking a monster. Did I fail? No, maybe the mental world works differently. Sighing, I turned back to the young man. Tell me where it is, Deathseeker. Perhaps realizing I wouldn't listen, he sighed softly and pulled a small paper from his chest. I recognized it. It was a Katashiro, the paper figure Shirayuki-sensei showed us in resonance class. Young exorcists rushing for glory isn't rare, but claiming you'll exorcise a type B? Fine, show me. That Katashiro will guide you. Follow it, and you'll get there eventually. Thanks. Taking the Katashiro and bowing, I turned to leave. The moment I did, the girl behind me called out. Hoshi-sama, please tell me your name. Me? I'm Mitsuki. But thank you. Hoshi-sama, I have one request. Before she could finish, the elders gasped. A delayed roar followed. Looking toward the sound, I saw a massive withered tree, several meters tall, stabbed into the ground. It stood straight like a conifer, but I don't know trees well enough to identify it. What I did know was that it had been uprooted, thrown by tremendous strength. Get back. More are coming, the young exorcist shouted, but the elders, ignoring him, fled in panic. Eek, it's here. Run, it'll eat us. Looking up, I saw more withered trees, just like the first, hurtling toward us through the sky. Exclamation mark. Before the young exorcist could pull another Katashiro, my guiding threads ensnared the incoming trees, slamming them to the ground. As if waiting for that moment, a massive ape appeared from beyond the hill. An ape, but with silver fur that blended into the snow. I'd heard somewhere that some male gorillas turn silver, and this reminded me of that. Next, it had no head. Instead, a face on its belly, a human one. An older man's face stared out, its bulging compound eyes, like a dragonfly's, locking onto me. Catching me in its gaze, its mouth gaped open. Oi, Hoshi, hurry up and feed me the kid. That was the deal, right? So, the Lord of Winter, the young exorcist spat, glaring venomously. Unable to ignore that, I glanced at him. Huh? This ape's the Lord of Winter? Not the Ice Princess? As my mind flooded with question marks, the giant ape grabbed and uprooted a nearby tree. No backing out of the deal now. Yeah? It hurled the tree again, but it was too close. I caught it with guiding threads, spun it like a hammer throw, and flung it back, unprepared. The ape couldn't dodge, taking a direct hit and toppling over. Wait. Huh? More anticlimactic than I expected. I tilted my head inwardly but conjured and launched a flaming spear. Flame wasp. The spear, flying at supersonic speed, hit the fallen beast, exploding. The blast kicked up snow in a shockwave, billowing upward. Black mist rose, caught in the surge. Huh? Is that it? I braced myself, but as the snow cleared, nothing remained. Completely exorcised. That was the Lord of Winter, type B or whatever. Wasn't it supposed to be too strong for normal exorcists? Hence the sacrifice. It felt like second rank at best. Why offer a sacrifice for that? I started to turn toward the young exorcist, but couldn't. My body wouldn't move. Using strange sorcery, yet falling to a simple binding. Child, what are you? Exclamation mark. My body pitched forward. All I could do was watch. Snow buried me. My warmth drained into it. I wanted to get up, but my limbs were numb, unresponsive. Like legs asleep too long. They tingled painfully. Motionless. Thud. The katashiro I had just received fell from my body, fluttering down. A trap? That Ayakashi was called Yukai by the way. No worries, it's neither type B nor type A. We named it for subjugation's sake, nothing more, but it's visible even to the talentless, which made it useful. Well, no matter, it served to distract you well enough, child. I tried to retort, but my mouth only produced faint, incoherent sounds. Truly, my luck is terrifying. He continued. I thought I'd found a fine vessel for the cocoon, but obstacles kept arising. And then, to think a better young vessel would fall into my lap! Exclamation mark. My body wouldn't move. But my magic could. I sent guiding threads behind me. I couldn't see him. Aiming by his voice, I sharpened my focus. Deep breath. Heavens pierce. Boom. The air ruptured, and a high-pressure water cutter shot backward. Instantly, strength returned to my limbs. I sprang up, turning around. The young exorcist was gone. But my magic compass spun, pointing to my side. This is thunderclap. I unleashed lightning magic before looking. I hadn't locked onto the enemy, but lightning tracks its target. Sure enough, the violet bolt streaked through the air, striking the young man in my blind spot. He grunted, his face twisting in pain. My compass was designed to point to monsters 6th rank or higher. That's how I shaped its trait transformation. When it didn't move, I assumed the mental world was different. I was wrong. It had been pointing to a monster all along. This man before me. Another besides Raiko Doji using lightning sorcery? This country's wider than I thought. The monster in the young man's form stared at me and asked curtly, "Child, what are you?" "That's my question." "What are you doing inside Iya-chan?" "Becoming a butterfly." "Butterfly? The insect?" I couldn't comprehend it. But that's par for the course. Exhaling, I knew one thing. My job was to exorcise the monster nesting in her heart. Flame wasp. As I chanted, a flaming spear launched. It flew faster than sound, exploding. The white snow glowed red with flame, erupting like a geyser. As I wove threads for the next spell, the girl who looked like Iya-chan ran toward me. "Hoshi-sama, it's okay," I reassured her. But before I could continue, she spoke over me. "I have a request." "A request?" This wasn't the time, I thought, scanning for threats as I replied. She pressed on. "Please kill that man." A gust roared, whipping snow against my body. I realized it was snowing. In the cold, I looked at the girl before me. The snow's intensity grew, as if sealing us off, hiding us. "That man is a curse. It nests in people, feeds on their magic, and is reborn. That kind of curse. And you are?" The relentless snow hid everything. "I'm the vessel, and Aiya's the sacrifice. He's trying to escape through us. The village, the people, even the monster before me, all vanished. The snow isolated us, creating a world for just the two of us. If you truly want to save Aiya..." She placed her palm on my chest and said, "Kill that man." With her faint, rasping words, my consciousness was pulled into her. Chapter 5. Dance fragrantly, O butterfly. I hated snow. Gazing at the ceaseless snow falling from a heavy, overcast sky, I couldn't shake the feeling that one day it would bury me, erasing my existence entirely. I hated the night. From beyond the darkness came sounds I shouldn't hear, sights I shouldn't see. It felt as though they would whisk me away into oblivion. I hated winter. My hands grew numb. My breath turned white. Looking at my reddened hands, I was gripped by a fear that they might burst and vanish entirely. And so, I hated my name. Setsu. "The sun is always watching you," my mother would say every night. "Don't do bad things. Bad deeds bring bad outcomes, but good deeds bring good ones." Her hands, roughened by farming and silkworm rearing, rubbed my younger siblings' bodies. Lit by the hearth's glow, they made me feel as though I were being scolded. Looking back now, I think she was reassuring herself that her tireless efforts would one day bring ease, that even after death, she'd reach paradise. "Good night, Setsu," she'd say, settling into thin bedding. I'd say nothing, wrapping myself in blankets like her, wishing for spring to come soon. That year, spring never arrived. It was an odd thing. According to the calendar, spring had passed, then summer, and even as autumn approached, snow kept falling. Our stored food ran out. Hunting yielded nothing. We slaughtered the horse meant for the fields, dug up tree roots to eat. Anything edible, we consumed. Anything burnable, we burned for warmth. When all that was nearly gone, a hoshi arrived from the capital. Surveying the village, he said simply, "A sacrifice is needed. A living offering to appease the Lord of Winter." At those words, the village head gathered the children. The hoshi's words were absolute. They were special people, able to see what shouldn't be seen, like me, and banish it with mysterious techniques called hojutsu. Exorcists serving the Buddha. In a remote village like ours, a hoshi's words were the Buddha's own. By believing and living righteously, we could reach paradise. In this grueling life, everyone craved salvation after death, so a hoshi-sama's words were unquestionable. But there weren't even 10 children left. Most had died in the long winter. My younger brother and one sister had passed too. Many others were bedridden or on death's door. Only 3 remained healthy. "Setsu, will you die for the village?" the village head asked, calling me alone. Yes, I knew the day had come. The other 2 were boys, unfit for sacrifice. But it wasn't just that. I could see things others couldn't, strange insects no one understood, scarecrows mimicking people, shadows joining children's games to steal someone away. People found it eerie. They called me fox-possessed, so it had to be me to die. Or so I thought. When I was brought before him, the Hoshi-sama looked at me and said, "She'll do." Once I was chosen as the sacrifice, things moved quickly. On my last night with family, my mother gave me her finest white garment, her best dress, kept instead of sold. "This is what I wore when I married your father," she said in our darkening home, with firewood dwindling. "I meant to save it for when you'd marry someday." But I felt relieved not to see her diligent hands, and sad. Our time to talk like this was running out. Tears welled up. "It's okay. The sun is watching." Hoshi-sama said so too. "Setsu, you'll definitely go to paradise." "Yes." As she rubbed my back, for the first time, I felt I understood her words, if only a little. At sunrise, I walked through the village in the white robes she'd prepared. So many people who raised me lived in this place I'd grown up in. To die for them felt like the greatest act of filial piety I could offer. It made me proud. "Let's go," the Hoshi said. "Yes." And so, I left the village behind, led by him. He took me to a small cave in the snowy mountains, like one a bear might use for hibernation. He said the Lord of Winter, the root of our woes, dwelt within. Before entering, he told me to purify myself. I sipped clear sake, just a mouthful, then ate a piece of dried meat. The meat reeked, nearly making me retch, but he sternly said, "Swallow it." So I forced it down. Inside the cave was a one-legged woman bound by countless chains. Strangely, snow fell around her, yet touching it brought no cold. Fear gripped me. What was happening to me? Already taking hold, eh? Eating it directly is faster, as expected. "That meat you just ate?" "It was her foot," he said, gesturing to the snow woman. Snow woman? Foot? What was the Hoshi talking about? I meant it as a trial, but to think it to trigger a change so soon. Perhaps its compatibility with this land. No need to understand. This is merely what I need to become a butterfly. I couldn't grasp what he meant then. How could I? I knew nothing of Hojutsu, of Ayakashi. Nothing. Born in an ordinary village, living peacefully, unaware. Who could have known that this long-lived Hoshi sought immortality? A way to never die. Children exposed to Ayakashi eventually become Ayakashi themselves. If so, eating them might bring one closer to that state more efficiently. With that hypothesis, he brought in Ayakashi to an unmapped hamlet, stole a child, and fed her its flesh. That I'd caught the eye of such a Hoshi. How could I have known? My task was to eat. Beside me, the chained snow woman was slowly dismembered by the Hoshi, who fed me her flesh. Sometimes roasted, sometimes boiled, but most often raw. It reeked like fish left out for days. It felt like crushing maggots in my mouth. Revolting. but I couldn't spit it out. He'd warned that if I did, he'd attack the village. So I ate. Each bite filled my stomach with heat, growing thicker, stronger, the more I consumed. When I'd eaten all of the Snow Woman, he brought another Ayakashi to the cave. I ate that too. If my suffering meant everyone could live happily, if my hard-working mother and surviving siblings could live on, then I'd bear it alone. It's okay, I told myself over and over. Beside the screeching, bound Ayakashi, the sun is watching. If I endured, I'd be rewarded someday. If I endured, I'd be saved someday. Clinging to my mother's words, which I feared I'd forget if I let my guard down, I pressed on. I don't know how long I endured. The white robes my mother gave me became caked with dirt and mud, their original whiteness lost. Then, a stray thought crept into my heart. Was everyone still doing well? I wanted to see someone, to talk with someone. So I escaped. On a winter night as cold as when I'd been brought there, while the Hoshi was away fetching another Ayakashi, I slipped out quietly. A fierce blizzard raged outside, praying it would hide my tracks. I followed faint memories back to the village. My bare feet tore and bled. I fell countless times. Finally, I reached the village's remains. Nothing was there. No houses, no fields, no paddies, no trace of human life. All had decayed. Everyone. I'm back, I shouted into the howling white storm, desperate not to be buried, hoping someone would hear. Mother, I'm home. I descended slowly into the basin-like village center, calling out. Anxiety threatened to shatter my mind. I'd endured so much. Eaten things I didn't want. Become less than human. All because I believed it meant everyone could live happily. Everyone. I'm right here. No one was there. No voices answered. Why? They're dead, Setsu, a familiar voice said from behind, sending a cold heat down my spine. Hoshi-sama. I didn't want to call the man before me Sama, but after so long, it slipped out. Biting back my frustration, he continued casually, you did it. Me? Look closely around you. At his words, I glanced at my feet. Snow fell silently. Snow fell only around me. You've been calling winter since the day you ate that Snow Woman. Why? A curse from the land of King, pooling countless curses in a crucible, feeding them to each other. This land's perfect for it. See the basin shape. He gazed over the village as he spoke. Stagnation gathers in places like this. Stagnation becomes curses. Curses turn people into Ayakashi. A single word can spark it. He placed a hand on his chin, smiling. Something like, winter persists because a sacrificial child escaped. Perhaps. For a moment, I couldn't process what he'd said. That curse targeted the mother, you see. Blamed and shunned by the villagers more than anyone, she took her own life in the end. So, mother, the next to face it were, predictably, the children. For their foolish sister and mother's loss, the villagers strung up your siblings and brought them to me. I saw their faces, clinging to me when we parted. My family, their cheeks sunken from hunger. I rarely bind people, perhaps that's why. The children suffocated, their purple faces swollen like eggplants. He spoke with a grin, as if recounting a fond memory. His tone didn't feel human. The curses born here turned people into Ayakashi one by one. That's what you've been eating until today. Unable to fight the nausea surging from my gut, I vomited. Having eaten nothing, only yellow bile came up, burning my throat and stinging my nose, urging me to retch again. As I writhed, my body suddenly stopped moving, a sensation like all strength draining from my limbs. Now, an escapee like you needs punishment. Sparks of numbness coursed through me, and I collapsed, unable to brace myself. My body sank into the snow. I hated that I couldn't feel its cold. You think escaping today was mere chance? That I'd let you, kept alive all this time, slip away without a watcher? A Katashiro slithered to my feet, rolling my body face up. Your arrival here has finally completed the curse. Looking up, I saw the sky swirling, the clouded heavens coiled like a snake, descending to the Hoshi's hand. As if lightning struck, I tried hundreds of children, but you alone survived. Aren't you scared? I couldn't help but say it. I had to say something, or I'd never forgive myself. I was that resentful. Scared. The sun is watching. You'll never reach paradise. For a moment, He looked stunned, then burst out laughing. PFFT. Ha! What's that supposed to mean? The son. Shaking with quiet laughter, he approached, clutching a massive curse in his hand. For one who wields sorcery, immortality is a matter of duty. A mere girl's fleeting life could never compare to mine. With that, he forced the curse into my motionless body. I nearly gagged, but he shoved it deep into my throat, making me swallow. "This is my insect," he said. "It'll nest in you, devour you, and bloom as a butterfly in the next world." Then he touched my body. From where he touched, I slowly turned to stone. I was dying. No, not dying. Sealed. Like the other Ayakashi I'd eaten. Realizing that, I felt not fear, but rage. Rage at this vile Hoshi who killed my mother, my siblings, the villagers, yet sought to live on. People like you can serve a purpose. Isn't that joyful? "I'll kill you." My body hardened bit by bit. I knew painfully well that time was running out. So I had to say it. "I'll kill you, you human scum." It was all I could say with this motionless body. It was frustrating, infuriating, unbearable. I wanted to stamp my feet and lash out, but he spoke with feigned awe, placing a talisman gently on my forehead. Marvelous. Without such attachment to life, you couldn't withstand this seal. When I realized even my hatred was part of his plan, I was sealed into a small stone. My hands, feet, mouth, eyes, everything taken. Clutching only my vow to kill him someday, I endured sealed time. The shogunate fell. A new government rose. Through two great wars, Hoshi became known as Exorcists, and Ayakashi as demons. Years later, the ruined village was found. A new village grew atop it, covering the past. Sealed in that small stone, I was enshrined as a divine object in a shrine. After more time, a man came, a courier of Wonderland. He cursed a Hoshi within me, teaching me everything, how to use magic, my name, and the evil of exorcists. All my suffering stemmed from the arrogant, pathologically selfish actions of exorcists, he said. So he proposed we kill them together. I agreed readily. The courier said my consciousness could kill them. I used my power to lure exorcists, ensuring villagers stayed safe but drawing their attention. That's when she came. Amid falling snow, with her father, to the shrine where I was sealed. So small, fragile, as if a single breath could snuff her out. I pitied her, born into an exorcist lineage so young. She reminded me of my past self, so I pitied her. When I showed a flicker of interest, I felt the insect the Hoshi forced me to swallow stir, latching onto her. That exorcist had been waiting for this moment, for someone special to rebirth him. I had to stop it. I'm going to freeze Aiya's magic now. Otherwise, that evil exorcist will grow stronger inside me, right? Yes. Freezing her magic will stop her from using it. Okay. Please do it. Believing my words as a demon, she bowed her head. When I asked why, she gave a radiant smile. Because you're someone who's worked so hard, I can tell. I have a friend, a boy who tries so hard. So I can see it in people's eyes, whether they've struggled. Me? Worked hard. Yeah. You've got those eyes, those words. How they overjoyed me. People who work hard deserve to be rewarded. Those words. How they saved me. Aiya could never imagine it, but with that alone, everything was affirmed for me. I had to protect her. Even if the recoil of freezing erased her memory and our promise. I wanted to protect her, but the insect, the exorcist, grew within Aiya. It stole even her frozen magic, bit by bit, reshaping itself. I could no longer hold back. If I thawed her magic before killing the exorcist, Aiya would die. So I rejected resonance. That was how I meant to protect her. If I could, I wanted to kill the exorcist myself, to sate my grudge with my own hands. But I couldn't, Itsuki. I didn't have that strength. He said nothing. Though he must have seen all my memories, he remained silent. I couldn't tell what he was thinking. But I hoped he'd be angry for me as I made one request. Itsuki, I have a favor. I know. A firm reply, a brief pause. Yet he gave me the words I wanted most. I'll exorcise it. Chapter 6 Rebirth of the Curse. I open my eyes. A cold blizzard is swirling around. The snow striking my cheeks reminds me that I've returned from the memories. Before my eyes stands a young exorcist dressed in white hunting robes. Judging by his position and expression, it probably hasn't been long, Maybe just a few seconds, at most 10. My heart feels heavy. It's because I saw her memories. Those of the Ice Princess. The young exorcist speaks. You've changed, kid. What did you see? It was what you did. But thanks to that, I understand everything now. Why Aia-chan's magic stopped working. Why the Ice Princess tried to expel us from Aia-chan. Why she rejected the resonance itself. It was all to protect Aia-chan. And the one who taught me that, a girl who looks just like Aia-chan, the Ice Princess, stands beside me, glaring fiercely at the exorcist in front of us. I can painfully understand why. I can't help but know. As if shouldering that killing intent, I quietly ask, "You're the curse?" "No. The insect, aren't you?" In the village, they gathered the curse into a black mass and forced the Ice Princess to swallow it. That thing, that's the true identity of the exorcist standing before me. Indeed, I am merely the lingering remnant of a former exorcist. In the end, just an insect. Once I realized that, everything else fell into place. Still, to even recognize me as an insect, you must have resonated far deeper than I imagined. As the exorcist speaks, 5 talismans hidden within his robes fly out toward me. Water art. Sudden cascade. The attack distorts violently about 10 meters in front of us. After distorting, it bursts into a muddy torrent that engulfs everything. Boom. The flash flood sweeps up snow, topples dead trees, and rushes toward us. But with a single breath from the Ice Princess, freeze, the torrent freezes solid. Yet in the next moment, the frozen mass is shattered, and the raging current surges toward us again. I wrap guiding threads around both my feet, scoop up the Ice Princess, and leap. Below us, the massive flow of water roars as it swallows and sweeps away houses and fields downstream. As expected, this is on a completely different level from the magic Aia-san used. While thinking that, I extend a single guiding thread in midair. Tree bind. At my incantation, countless wooden roots emerge through attribute change, wood, forcibly restraining the young exorcist. This is a binding spell I created. It's supposed to drain the target's magical power to strengthen itself, but it's still incomplete. Since it drains so little power, it can only slow down exorcists of the 2nd rank or higher, or monsters, for a brief moment. But if I can stop him for even a moment, it's my turn. Flame B. My flaming spear touches the bound exorcist's body and explodes. Boom. The tree bind and everything else bursts into flames as I land. Stay back. I'll handle the rest. I pull the Ice Princess behind me and turn to face forward. There, instead of the earlier flames, stands the exorcist, his white robes lightly singed but otherwise unscathed, standing on the melted snow as if nothing had happened. Noticing my puzzled expression, the young man speaks. "Let me reveal something to you." The talismans clinging to his body peel off with a rip. Water art. Body pool. The talismans crumble and melt away into the winter night. This technique was originally created to protect firefighters who bravely rush into flames. But even among sorcerers, it has its uses. But I drained your magical power, didn't I? Shikijutsu. Ritual technique. Did you think you could drain my life force using ritual techniques against a sorcerer like me, kid? You're still just a child. Could it be your first time seeing talismans? Ritual technique. The term sounds familiar. When I was practicing with Nina-chan, my father saw fairy magic and mentioned something like that. But I thought that magic was unstable and had fallen out of use. Ritual techniques use talismans pre-imbued with life force through inscriptions. Even if the sorcerer's own life force is drained during battle, continuous combat is still possible. Isn't that common knowledge? I have no idea what he's talking about. Life force, is he talking about magical power? Shikijutsu, fairy magic. Maybe. If I rephrase it like that, even I can understand. Probably. Ritual techniques are similar to fairy magic. If you prepare fairies in advance before a battle, draining magical power during the fight won't matter. After all, it's the fairies, not the exorcist, who actually wield the magic. As I'm coming to this realization, the Ice Princess behind me speaks up. "Itsuki, I'll blind him." "So, you use that? Oh, right, that." She suddenly used vague wording, and for a moment, I wasn't sure what she meant, but if she's hiding the words, there's only one spell it could be. I nod to her, and the Ice Princess sweeps her hand from left to right. Blow wildly. With those words, a fierce wind howls. It's no ordinary wind. It's a white wind mixed with snow. Even I, wrapped in guiding threads to stay warm, can feel the temperature drop sharply. I can sense the heat being sapped from my entire body, and in response, the snow begins to cover everything. Everything turns pure white. A scene I've only seen on TV before. A whiteout. But even in that state, I extend guiding threads around both my eyes and use heat detection to pinpoint the enemy's location. Then unleash my magic. Meteor. In that instant, my guiding thread sees the young man. A meteor, created through attribute change. Earth plummets down. After a fleeting moment, it crushes the young exorcist with a deafening roar. The shockwave briefly clears the blizzard. Even so, no black mist appears in our vision. The exorcist, no, the insect, hasn't been exorcised yet. The insect is immortal. It will become a chrysalis and transform into a butterfly. The young exorcist's voice echoes from somewhere, and my vision distorts. Let us become butterflies. Let us become butterflies. Little by little, my consciousness fades. Become butterflies that dance with a fragrance so thick it burns the bones. It feels like the end of the resonance. Let us be reborn. As the insect laughs, my consciousness is violently hurled backward. The echoing laughter of the insect rings in my ears. The cold turns to heat. The laughter shifts to the chirping of cicadas. When I open my eyes, I see a massive full moon and Mount Fuji. I sit up and look around. I'm standing in a sacred area surrounded by ropes on all sides. Next to me is Shirayuki-sensei. The guiding threads that were once tied to Aiya-chan's body are now gone. I've probably returned from the mental world to reality. That much I understand. But there's something strange behind the two of them. It's a man, dressed in hunting robes like a non-myoji. With a faint smile, stands another exorcist. No, not an exorcist. It's the insect. Why are you out here? The words slip out before I can stop them. This thing is supposed to be a monster trapped in the mental world. There's no way it could come out here. Isn't it strange to ask why? Kid. Ignoring my confusion, the insect laughs with the same voice I heard in the mental world. You've seen everything, haven't you? If so, you should know. As a curse, I nest in people, steal their power, and then incarnate, reborn. That is the insect's eternal cycle. I've merely enacted it with this body. Right. I did witness that plan inside the Ice Princess, but that was supposed to be just a fantasy. For a person to be reborn as a monster, is that even possible? Speechless, I stand there as Shirayuki-sensei steps forward to shield Aiya-chan and shouts, "Who are you?" Oh, come to think of it, I haven't introduced myself. I am Harunaga, Izuno Harunaga, a second-class sorcerer. Harunaga says this as talismans appear in his hand. It's troublesome to have two of you here. I can't let you stay. With those words, the talismans fly into the air and connect with thin threads like guiding threads. In an instant, a translucent barrier forms, and all sound cuts off. The cicadas, the voices of the apprentices behind the training lodge, everything. With this, no sound or magic will reach us. But, kid, considering not a single person has died yet, you won't let this slide, will you? I made a promise to the Ice Princess. As I weave the guiding threads in my hand, I reply, to exorcise you. At that moment, an unenchanted wind blade explodes. Before it can reach Harunaga, a massive metal crystal materializes in front of him. Clang! The sound of magic scraping against metal echoes as the crystal blocks the attack. Talismans leap over it, closing in on us. I grab Shirayuki-sensei and Aiya-chan with guiding threads, pulling them back. Then unleash magic at the talismans. Flame spider. The guiding threads spread out in a net and ignite, ensnaring and burning the incoming talismans to ash. I developed this area of effect attribute change, fire attack, to deal with multiple targets, but I never thought I'd use it for defense. Magic really can be useful in unexpected ways. Thunder split. The lightning I fire heads for Harunaga but is blocked by metal crystals rising from the ground before it can strike. That crystal magic is a real pain. If you want to fight, let's make it worth it. Not some boring spell, but a real battle to the death. As Harunaga laughs and prepares his talismans, Shirayuki-sensei asks quietly, "Itsuki-kun, who is that?" He's the reason Aiya-chan's magic froze. As I answer, I weave the guiding threads into magic, ready to deliver a finishing blow. But then I see countless talismans crawling along the ground toward us and quickly switch my spell. The Ice Princess isn't the enemy. At the same time, I use Flame Spider again. The ground instantly heats up red hot, and all the talismans burn away. Harunaga's moves are too numerous. I can't find an opening to attack. I need to think of something. For now, I'll hear the details later. But is that a demon? Yes. That's why we have to exorcise it. Stepping forward to shield Shirayuki-sensei and Aiya-chan, I face the exorcist before me. Harunaga, with his index and middle fingers held up together. Not matching his gesture, I open my right hand. I tie guiding threads to each finger and glare at Harunaga. Our techniques are evenly matched. I'd say I have the upper hand. Evenly matched? No, we're not evenly matched. I can't let him equate the magic I held back in the resonance world, to protect Aiya-chan and the Ice Princess, with the magic I use here. I have it. An absolute magic. I create 5 guiding threads, grip them, and step forward. Harunaga laughs. You want to use it, but it's too transparent! Exclamation mark. In that moment, a voice comes from behind me. I whirl around. There, floating in the air, are talismans. Fire art, sunlight bloom. A chant echoes from the talismans, and countless lights spill out. The moment those lights envelop us, the talismans freeze. They're not just frozen. Their magical power is frozen solid, naturally. They can't cast spells. It's exactly the same as when Aiya-chan couldn't use her magic. I follow the guiding threads extending toward the talismans. There stands Aiya-chan, now on her feet. But she's different. The color of the guiding threads extending from her is a pale blue, and her hair has turned silver, her eyes now an icy blue. Her appearance is strikingly similar to the form I saw in the resonance. Ice Princess? The question slips out, and she nods. Aiya lent me her body, to protect Itsuki. Thank you. You saved me. It was a perfect surprise attack. If the Ice Princess hadn't frozen them, we would have been in serious danger. But before I can fully express my gratitude, I can't help but ask the Ice Princess, "But are you okay? You're taking over Aiya-chan, right? Can you give her body back?" "Don't say such rude things." "I'm not taking over. I'm borrowing it, and I can give it back." The Ice Princess stomps her feet in frustration as she answers, "Can bodies really be lent and borrowed so easily?" Well, if she says she can return it, she probably can. Having resonated with the Ice Princess until just now, I don't sense any deception from her, so I breathe a sigh of relief. Though I wish she'd stop stomping. It doesn't suit Aiya-chan's body. Then let's do this. Ice Princess. Of course. We turn to face forward. Still holding 5 guiding threads in both hands, I lock eyes with Harunaga. "Shouldn't you exorcise a spirit possessing a person, kid?" "No. The Ice Princess was protecting Aiya-chan." "I see. Then I'll exorcise her in your place." "No. You won't." Talismans rise around Harunaga. 8. "No. They double." 16 now. "I won't let you. First, I need to take those down." Thundersplit. My lightning magic flies toward Harunaga, but he brushes it aside with a bored gesture. The talismans round him turn into metal crystals, deflecting the lightning off course. The talismans rush toward us under the cover of the crystals, but just a few meters away, they're incinerated by a sudden lightning strike. It's the thunder I set up in the blind spot of Harunaga's metal crystals. Noticing the trap, Harunaga dispels the crystals. Trying to destroy talismans against ritual technique user is textbook. If the talismans are destroyed before they can activate, ritual techniques are useless. That's their weakness. Seizing the moment his defense drops, I press my attack. I create wind and water, guiding the slender threads toward Harunaga. I unleash a compressed water stream. Sky Piercer. Therefore, sorcerers must consider how to prevent their talismans from being destroyed. The water stream strikes Harunoga's left chest but doesn't penetrate. Something inside his robes deflects it. Looking closer, I see a black metal wall peeking through the torn hunting robe. It spins and transforms into a talisman, falling to the ground. So that's it. He's hiding them inside his clothes and transforming them. Itsuki. It's fine. I still have tricks up my sleeve. If he's using talismans for defense, I just need to force him to use them all up. But Obarazuki isn't ready yet. If I try, Harunoga will counterattack, that much is clear. So, even if he anticipates it, I need to strike at a timing he can't dodge. All right. Then I'll make the first move. Lend me your power, Ice Princess. Of course. I weave the guiding threads with both hands, using attribute change, water. I'm not great at mimicking other people's magic, but I've done brute force magic a few times by pouring in raw power. How about this? The moment I alter the threads, they turn into a water stream. But I don't stop there. I infuse more magical power, increasing the volume. The result is a muddy torrent so massive it feels like a giant waterfall has appeared, crashing down on Harunoga. Sudden cascade. Impressive for someone your age. The flood I unleashed roared with a whoosh, sweeping away everything on the training ground before my eyes. The makeshift tents, the artificial lights still dark, and even the morning assembly platform prepared for some reason, all were swallowed without any resistance. Naturally, the sacred area where we stood was no exception. To keep us from being swept away, I raised the ground using attribute change, earth, to ensure our safety. While I was doing that, the water, maintaining its momentum, crashed into the training lodge building, sending up a spray. This was a muddy torrent magic excelling in area suppression, similar to what Aiya-san had used and Harunoga had employed. I replicated it through sheer brute force, pouring in an enormous amount of magical power. It might have been a bit excessive, but the flood's momentum, bolstered by that vast magical energy, was overwhelming. Harunoga, unable to resist, was engulfed without a fight. The moment I saw him swallowed, I shouted, "Ice Princess, freeze!" As if she understood exactly what I wanted. The Water Snow Princess cast her magic in sync with my signal. In that instant, what reached my ears was a sound like metal clanging, a sharp, icy clang. When I blinked, my entire field of vision was filled with a frozen world. Even the iron bars, unfit for exorcist activity, and the flower beds with nothing but soil, everything on the training ground, nearly everything, was buried under a massive layer of ice. In that vast expanse of ice, almost nothing was visible above the surface. Only the trees that withstood my water flow, the artificial lights, and the 3-story training lodge remained. Even those were frozen, with their first floors submerged and encased. But it wasn't just the training ground that was trapped under that massive ice. Harunoga, swallowed by the torrent, was also imprisoned in the ice. He must have intended to escape somehow. His hand reached for his chest, probably to pull out a talisman, but he was frozen solid, unable to do anything. A night breeze blew through. Despite it being midsummer, a bone-chilling cold assaulted us. Our breath turned white, creating the illusion that winter had suddenly arrived here alone. Going back and forth between heat and cold so quickly in such a short time might make me sick. As I thought about that, I turned to the Ice Princess beside me. "That's some incredible magic, Ice Princess." Sarcasm. "No, I mean it," I replied sincerely, then looked at Harunoga, now trapped in the ice block. No matter how much preparation ritual techniques require, if he can't move, he can't act. Let's shatter it and kill him, Itsuki. "No, that's not necessary, Ice Princess." I exhaled and released the 5 guiding threads I had prepared. "I'm already using it." The 5 threads wrapped around the ice block. After confirming that, I used composite attribute, night. In an instant, a black polar star was born, one that devours, shatters, and erodes everything. That absolute magic was Obarazuki. Crash, crash, crash. The black moon let out a deafening roar as it began to devour and pulverize the ice, the water, and Harunoga. Once caught in its grip, there was no escape. Skill as an exorcist didn't matter. Magical prowess didn't matter. There was only one outcome. Complete and utter exorcism, with no resistance allowed. Haranaga, ensnared by the Obarezuki, vanished without a word or trace. His body, reduced to dust-level fragments, was tinged with fine ice, reflecting the moonlight and illuminating the second moon I had created. After a brief moment, all that remained was a partially spherical chunk of ice, carved out by the magic. "Ah, I see," the Ice Princess murmured softly. "Is it over?" With her words as the final note, the moon that had consumed Haranaga slowly evaporated and disappeared. With its disappearance came silence, the sound of water being carved away, the sound of Haranaga being devoured. Everything was gone. Only the sound of our breathing echoed through the icy world. How should I describe that silence? Was it the anticlimactic relief of an anger that had been so easily defeated? Or was it the fleeting emptiness of even the most elaborate plans ending so abruptly? As I grappled with those ambiguous feelings, the Ice Princess broke the silence. "Thank you, Itsuki." In the stillness, where not even the chirping of insects could be heard, her clear voice rang pleasantly in my ears. "When Aya said she was entrusting you with this, I doubted you. I wondered if you would really kill him." I turned to face the Ice Princess. Her expression was floating, lacking any sense of reality, as if she were caught in a dreamlike state. She must have been feeling the same complex emotions as I was. Just as I was about to respond, I felt a sudden unease. No chirping of insects. At the edge of my vision, something dimly red flickered. Before I could react, Shirayuki-sensei pushed the Ice Princess aside and leapt forward. A split second later, splash, my vision turned red! Exclamation mark. With a gasp, Shirayuki-sensei collapsed to the ground. As she fell, dark liquid spread from her wound. "Shirayuki-sensei." I rushed to her side without thinking. The Ice Princess, pushed away, looked terrified. Not knowing what to do, I instinctively wove guiding threads, but as I extended my hand, unsure of what attribute change to apply, a voice rang out. "I thought that would kill you, kid." I whipped around toward the source. The moment I saw who it was, my thoughts froze, but my mouth reflexively shouted his name, Izuno Haranaga. There, standing before me, was an exorcist. Undoubtedly, it was Izuno Haranaga, who had just been swallowed by the Obarezuki. Impossible, I thought. Obarezuki was an absolute strike. Those it consumed couldn't escape, couldn't use magic, and could only die. That's why I used it, to finish off the monster before me. And yet, Izuno Haranaga was standing there, completely unfazed. Flame B. I unleashed the magic, fully aware it wouldn't be effective, but I had no choice but to try. As the explosion filled my vision, I grabbed Shirayuki-sensei and leapt backward. "Sensei, are you okay?" I checked her wound. The center of her body, around her chest, was stained red. The white clothes Shirayuki-sensei wore were slowly being soaked in crimson blood. "I'm fine." "Sensei is okay." A faint, raspy breath escaped Shirayuki-sensei's throat. Feeling heat gathering in my head, I tremblingly lowered guiding threads toward her. "Our resonance." "Healing magic." My voice shook, my throat tightening with fear. Terror gripped my ankles. I knew this feeling. The sensation of drowning even while breathing, of life slipping away, of death drawing near. I was terrified that Sensei might die. I wanted to create a new heart with attribute change right now. But I hadn't learned healing magic advanced enough for that, and the frustration was unbearable. I couldn't use resonance magic to heal Sensei's wound or recreate her heart. The 6 years I spent practicing magic weren't enough to counter this injury. The regret and despair threatened to overwhelm me. But then Sensei gently grasped my hand. "Sensei, we'll sleep for a little while now." Sleep? In a situation like this, what would happen if she fell asleep? Having died once myself, I could easily imagine the worst. "So, don't worry." "Believe in Sensei." But Sensei closed her eyes softly as she spoke. Her breathing grew deeper and deeper. If I left her like this, it felt like her breath might stop altogether. And yet, despite that, the explosion cleared. When the flames between me and Haranaga vanished completely, he stood there with a calm expression. There was no time to cry. If Sensei told me to believe, I had no choice but to trust her words. I clenched my back teeth and faced the monster as if he had been waiting for me to turn. Haranaga dusted off his hunting robes and said, "You dodged it. Well, that's fine. Taking one person is enough for me." After brushing off the soot, he shrugged and continued. "That black moon earlier was a fine strike. Was that your heart of the five elements?" Heart of the five elements? I tilted my head at the unfamiliar term. What was he talking about? Surprised by my reaction, Haranaga furrowed his brow slightly and went on. "What? You don't know? Life force carries its own unique world. I know that. But then you should also know that second-class sorcerers or higher, or demons, can use that world." I nodded internally at his words. Magical power having its own unique world, more familiar to me as attributes, I could vaguely understand. Having fought the Rikudoji and the Ice Princess, refining that and using it as the ultimate technique, that secret art is called the Heart of the Five Elements. Having finished his explanation, Haranaga grinned at me. To reach the heart at your age without any teacher, my, how terrifying. I ignored his insincere praise and thought for a moment. If what Haranaga said was true, then Obarazuki must have drawn out my own world. In that case, the composite attribute, night I named, could it be a magic unique to me? Before I could find an answer, Haranaga extended one hand, but naturally, this has a follow-up. 6 guiding threads tangled around his hand. 2. Almost reflexively, I pulled Shirayuki-sensei and the Ice Princess closer. The moment I tried to block his next move, Haranaga spoke. "Corruption is inevitable." The scenery trembled with a rumble. I realized it was due to an enormous magical power only after I had grabbed Shirayuki-sensei. The cycle bears its bearer. The 6 threads gathered in his hand glowed dimly, and a sound like something opening echoed. Decay is the fate of life. In an instant, a red-black ring formed behind Haranaga. It was like a halo of rot. Heart revelation. Erosion, pus rotten hell. From Haranaga as the center, a black, sludge-like liquid began to overflow. I extended guiding threads to retreat, but the ends I stretched out began to crumble and dissolve. My magical power was rotting. Frozen in shock by this unprecedented experience, I stood there, mid-attack. Haranaga spread his arms as if to show off. "This is the ultimate technique, the pinnacle of law. It reveals the deepest heart and makes the world my own." It wasn't just me affected. The Ice Princess's hair, scattering moonlight, began reverting to Aya-chan's black hair. Her eyes, too, shifted from blue to red, the original color of Aya-chan's. That is what we call heart revelation. Why was this happening? What was going on? As I struggled to understand, Haranaga chuckled with delight. "My heart revelation is erosion. A world that endlessly makes everything mine. It's quite effective for creating a crucible of curses." The overflowing liquid stained the ice on the training ground black, and it began to collapse at an alarming rate. "This is bad. We're going to be caught in it!" Exclamation mark. I reinforced the crumbling guiding threads with raw magical power, clutching Aya-chan and Shirayuki-sensei. I drove the threads into the training lodge's wall and leapt, but the magical threads rotted midair and snapped. Barely managing to land with body enhancement, I tumbled twice before shooting more threads into the lodge to pull myself up. With a whoosh, my body accelerated, and I reached the 3rd floor in one go. Bursting through a window, I found myself in the library where Aya-chan used to do her homework. Shaking off the musty smell of old books, I laid Shirayuki-sensei on the floor. "Aya-chan, are you okay? Are you hurt?" "I am fine." But trembling, Aya-chan nodded. "The Ice Princess can't come out. She says something's interfering." "Interfering? With what?" "With the world." Aya-chan's voice was firm. "I should be relieved she's safe, but the anxiety of having to protect both her and Sensei while fighting Haranaga welled up in my throat." Swallowing that fear, I looked down at the training ground. There was no water on the ground anymore. Instead, it was filled with red-black liquid. Strange insects I'd never seen before writhed within it, and a putrid stench filled the air, like rice left in a rice cooker for a month. Covering my nose and mouth, I heard a grotesque squish, squish sound. Turning toward it, I saw the trees, frozen just moments ago, rotting and sinking into the liquid. It wasn't just the trees, the artificial lights I had swept away, the fences around the training ground, everything still visible above the ice, was sinking into the red-black liquid, the magic of erosion. And the same was happening to where we stood. As the erosion magic touched the training lodge, the building itself began to tilt slowly. At this rate, the lodge would be completely consumed. If that happened, there'd be no escape. A magic that could melt wood and concrete, if it touched a person, they'd die instantly. I was glad Shirayuki-sensei had cleared the area of people. If other exorcists had been here, I wouldn't even want to imagine what would have happened. Looking up at us fleeing the sinking lodge, Harunaga spoke with an air of leisure. This place is already my world. My magic takes precedence over everything, but well done escaping at your age, to reach the heart and escape my world. Could you be first class? He was probably asking about my rank, guessing from our earlier conversation. I leaned half out of the window frame and answered, I don't know what first class is, but I'm 7th rank. What? Now they use numbers? Straightforward. Monsters feed on human magical power. So, couldn't he at least target just me? I didn't want to die, but I wasn't so corrupt as a person that I'd sacrifice Aiya-chan or Shirayuki-sensei to save myself. Then, as a show of respect for a 7th rank kid's magic, let me teach you something. But Harunaga, as if seeing through my plan, relaxed his shoulders and continued. Because I've mastered ritual techniques, I understand how to increase life force. Increase life force. Indeed. That black moon earlier, it was my first time having my body shattered while alive. But, as you can see, there's leeway in life force. Such a thing. The idea of leeway in life force didn't sit right with me, but it was probably like extra lives in a game. If that was the case, Obarazuki must have exorcised Harunaga, but he revived with his next life. Could something like that even happen? No. It might be possible. What Harunaga said reminded me of a monster I encountered in the Sea of Trees. After I delivered what I thought was a finishing blow, that four-armed monster, which had said something about 4 arms meaning 4 lives, revived. If there was magic that allowed the same thing, and Harunaga used it, then the idea of him having multiple lives gained credibility. How much leeway do you have? The number of lives? I've just incarnated, so it's not that many. Maybe around 8,000. I see. I let out a small breath. Judging from Harunaga's confidence, I figured he had at least 2 or 3 lives left, but 8,000? Caught between curiosity about that technique and the desire not to abandon people, I quietly looked down at Harunaga. Calm down. Right now, focus only on how to exorcise him. But how? My biggest trump card had already been used. Should I use other minor magics to create an opening and strike Harunaga with Obarazuki again? But that would just repeat the same mistake. It would only cost him 1 life and end there. That's no different from doing nothing at all. So then, what should I really do? As I wrestled with that question, Aiya-chan, who was behind me, tugged lightly at my sleeve. Itsuki-kun, is there really nothing I can do to help? It's fine now. You're safe, I replied and turned my gaze back to Harunaga. Then I noticed something. He hadn't moved from the spot where he used his magic. Looking at his feet, I saw a circular guiding thread on the ground, repelling the red-black liquid. Was that a safe zone? If so, it might be more accurate to say he couldn't move rather than wouldn't. When I used Obarazuki, I was too afraid to approach the magic myself. If I apply the same logic, that he can't step outside his safe zone, it makes sense. But even if he can't move, for him, that's not a significant problem. Even if he does nothing, if we fall into this ever-eroding red-black liquid, he wins. I exhaled. Looking down, the training lodge had already sunk about 3 meters. At this rate, it would be completely submerged in 5 minutes, or less. I have to decide within those 5 minutes. Otherwise, we'll die. So, I need to figure out a way. Am I really not allowed to do anything? I can use ice magic and fire magic too. I could buy time or create a distraction. There are things I can do, but it's okay. It's too dangerous. The moment I said that, Aiya-chan continued in a hoarse voice. The Ice Princess can be relied on, but Why won't you rely on me? I was at a loss for words. If she stepped forward, the risk of her getting hurt would increase in an already dangerous situation. I couldn't let her face more danger. I thought I should be the shield. But then Aia-chan tugged my sleeve forcefully. When can I fight alongside you, Itsuki-kun? Not now. I almost said it, but I swallowed the words. Would those words even reach her? I've been working hard all this time to fight alongside you, Itsuki-kun. I can even borrow the Ice Princess's power now, right? Silently, I wove guiding threads in my hands, unable to respond. You've always been like this, Itsuki-kun. You solve everything on your own. You're strong enough to handle it all by yourself. And that's amazing. It really is. But, I tried to retort, but when I looked at her, I saw anxiety and fear on Aia-chan's face. Yet, despite that, her eyes were steady, looking directly at me. So, I felt I had to say it. I don't want you to get hurt. Even in a situation like this. No, especially because of this situation. I felt I had to convey it to Aia-chan. I don't want anyone to die. Not you, Aia-chan. Aia-chan said nothing. So, I continued. I'm scared. You're scared too, Itsuki-kun. She sounded incredibly surprised, so I added, yes, I am. I really am. I'm scared of dying myself, and I'm terrified of someone else dying. It's always been like that. Always. When I think about it, the fear keeps me awake at night. So, I don't want you to step forward, Aia-chan. Not just you, Hina, Dad, everyone. I don't want anyone to get hurt, let alone die. As I spoke, I layered more guiding threads. Obarazuki had already been anticipated, so I couldn't use it. If that's the case, should I go with Sunlight Bloom? But that would only buy time, not deliver a finishing blow. Still, I had to do something. The moment I prepared myself, Aia-chan tightened her grip on my sleeve. I feel the same way. She looked into my eyes. I'm scared too. Scared that you might disappear alone someday. That you might die. I know I'm weak, but... She hesitated briefly, then spoke clearly. But look at me, Itsuki-kun. I'm already looking. Believe in me, Itsuki-kun. I already do. Rely on me. Don't try to do everything alone. Share a little with me, okay? I was at a loss for words. I couldn't argue back. Have I ever relied on Aia-chan, even once? The answer was clearer than words could express. You're just like Dad, trying to handle everything yourself. Aren't we friends, Itsuki-kun and I? We are friends. I want to protect you too, Itsuki-kun. Just being protected by you. It's not what friends do. Aia-chan's words hit me like a punch to the head. So, tell me, what can I do right now? With those words, the fog in my mind cleared, like a revelation. It felt like a foolish misunderstanding had been blown away. That's right. We're the same. Just as I sought the strength to protect others and ensure no one died, she had been seeking the same thing. You're right, Aia-chan. I exhaled quietly and looked at her. Finally, I could meet her red eyes. Then, I laughed at myself. How could I have lectured Irene-san about understanding others when I didn't even understand Aia-chan's feelings? My own inadequacy felt laughable. Once I laughed at myself. I felt lighter, and in that lightness, a single idea flashed through my mind. Maybe there's a way to exorcise Izuno Haranaga. Of course, I knew it wasn't likely to work so easily, but the Ice Princess's traits, my magic, and Aia-chan's words, they all clicked together in my mind with a satisfying clack. It was a spur-of-the-moment idea, shaky at best, with no preparation or coordination. Just something in my head, but precisely because of that, I felt it was worth trying. Hey, Aia-chan, can you use ice guiding threads? I can. The Ice Princess says she can lend me that much power. Thank you. Then, it might work. Though Aia-chan still looked unconvinced, I smiled at her. There might be a way to exorcise that monster. Really? So, I need your help, Aia-chan. Leave it to me, Itsuki-kun. She nodded confidently at my words. Despite her reliability, fear still lingered in my heart. It might fail. It might lead to something irreversible. That scared me. Terribly so. But Aia-chan was beside me. In a situation like this, a friend who said she wanted to do what she could was here. I couldn't give up so easily. If it failed, I'd think of something else. If it didn't work, I'd use another spell. I'd keep trying, over and over, until I succeeded. Shall we do it, together? Aya-chan asked, sounding a little happy. The light of the large moon illuminated the decaying training ground. Yeah. Together. I nodded and reached out of the window. Exorcise. With that, I led 60 guiding threads simultaneously, pierced through sunlight bloom. In the next instant, a blinding flash tore through the night. A condensed mass of white-hot magical power, so bright it could blind, streaked through the air and struck Harunaga directly. Boom! The moment it touched, the ground vaporized and exploded. The red-black liquid vanished, and the scorched earth, mixed with dust, rose into the sky as a massive cloud. Below, the training ground melted into molten lava, mixing with the red-black liquid with a gurgle. It was like a volcanic eruption. An eruption near Mount Fuji would be bad luck. But, however, the explosion subsided as if rewinding a video. It must have been Harunaga's defensive magic. That's a good technique. Condensing life force into a torrent. It's similar to the red aura of the Crimson Sorcerer. I don't even know who this Crimson Sorcerer is. Harunaga was completely surrounded by lava, but only his position retained its original form. In that moment, the 5 guiding threads I launched tangled around the arm holding his talismans. Using sunlight bloom as a distraction, I struck with, Obarazuki. You've already shown me that, haven't you? With a twist, a black moon formed, swallowing Harunaga's right arm. His body shattered and was devoured by the black moon, but as the moon faded, talismans emerged from the ground, instantly reforming into Harunaga. It was the revival magic. His extra lives. I hadn't expected to exorcise him with that. These were all feints to set up for the next move. I couldn't give him an opening to counter my big magic. Itsuki-kun, the guiding threads are out. Looking over, blue magical threads were wrapped around Aya-chan's right arm. Silently thanking Aya-chan and the Ice Princess, I reached out to her calmly. Lend me your hand. Yeah. During a trek, when Aya-chan saw Windblade, she once said, "Couldn't Windblade be done by 2 people?" That comment sparked a possibility in me. After all, if layering guiding threads could turn basic attributes into composite attributes, if attribute change could become more complex, what would happen if I added Aya-chan's guiding threads to composite attribute, night? In response to my question, Aya-chan took my hand. Our guiding threads intertwined in my palm. A tingling sensation of resonance coursed through my hand. To explore what lay ahead, the moment I tried to alter the threads. Kid, do you know about curse reversal? A dazzling light and unimaginable heat were hurled back at us. I realized it was sunlight bloom a split second too late. Death. Thinking that, I instinctively closed my eyes, but instead of the expected heat, I heard a voice. This is a continuation of our resonance lesson. Itsuki-kun. I opened my eyes. There stood Shirayuki-sensei, who should have been collapsed moments ago. Resonance is a technique that draws out various effects by layering with anything, as I explained, right? The sunlight bloom Harunaga reflected was scattered in all directions by a mirror. The mirror was created by Shirayuki-sensei, with her guiding threads wrapped around it. Among those, do you remember when I taught you about attacks through talismans? Yes. In the blinding light brighter than noon, I nodded instinctively. That demon, Izuno Harunaga, is using ritual techniques. Magic sealed in advance within talismans. Sealing the caster's magic won't work. You have to seal the magic already stored in the talismans, and by extension, the caster's life force itself. Seal the magical power. That method, you've probably figured it out already. Lessons with you, Itsuki-kun, really push us forward so quickly. Shirayuki-sensei smiled and continued. Now, shall I explain later what I just did? The curse reversal mirror won't last long. I looked at her chest, stained red. The bleeding had stopped. I nodded and turned my gaze forward. Taking Aya-chan's hand, I layered the 5 guiding threads I created with hers. Binding technique. The intertwined threads trembled violently, scattering rainbow light. Tuning technique. Aya-chan, what's wrong? She tilted her head curiously. I faced her and smiled. Thank you for making me realize. You're welcome. Itsuki-kun. Blushing slightly, she narrowed her red eyes and smiled back. Seeing that smile, I felt like I could do anything. A certainty that we could move forward into the night was born. I refocused on Harunaga directly ahead. There was no way I could miss. No way I would. Let's end this. And then, together, we used magic. The small star launched from our 6-layered guiding threads shot straight through the sunlight bloom. As it pierced through, it froze the magical power of the sunlight bloom from end to end. Thus, for the first time, I witnessed the creation of frozen magical power, which struck his Uno Harunaga directly. For a brief moment, Harunaga looked down at his chest where the star hit, a puzzled expression on his face. The instant he did, the moon bloomed. Crash, crash, crash. With a fierce sound, his body was swallowed by the black moon. Up to that point, it was the same as Obarazuki. Harunaga reached out, talismans appeared. Revival magic, his extra lives, but our magic wouldn't allow escape. The talismans that appeared froze with a crack the moment Harunaga's body began to collapse. Exclamation mark. How should I describe Harunaga's face at that moment? His eyes widened in shock, and he expelled all the talismans hidden in his robes. This is insane, insane. But the expelled talismans froze under the lingering power of the pale moon, becoming nothing more than useless paper without activating any magic. It wasn't just the talismans. The magic corroding the training ground, Harunaga's erosion, froze as well. A bone-chilling cold made my body shiver. As it froze, everything began to be sucked toward the moon at Harunaga's center. And now, the training lodge's tilt had completely stopped. Impossible. Impossible. For my techniques, my life force, to be sealed. It can be sealed. As the massive star grew by devouring magical power, it crushed Harunaga's frozen body. With his magical power frozen, he couldn't activate any magic in the first place. It's our magic. With my magic, Harunaga himself was powerless to resist. With the Ice Princess's attribute carried by Aiya-chan's threads, he couldn't use his revival magic. So, there was no escape, no way out. Obarazuki, against a single guiding thread, held 81 million times the power. This was 30 times stronger, 2,430,000,000 times. Nothing and no one would be left. It was a magic that exorcised its target with the cruelty of a winter night. Stop it. Please stop. I've just been reborn. Do you know how many I've sacrificed to reach eternity? Kid, you wouldn't understand. Yeah, I don't. Of course, the magical power consumption skyrocketed proportionally. I couldn't let Aiya-chan, or the Ice Princess, bear this burden. This was something I had to handle alone. Sharing isn't always easy. Don't mess with me, you worthless trash who don't even understand justice. If I die here, all those who died for me. For you? Aiya-chan's voice changed. Looking over, the Ice Princess had emerged again. The freezing of Harunaga's world must have allowed her to return. Probably. No one died for you. You killed them for yourself. Izuno Harunaga, don't mock me. A kid like you, a mere spirit. This, closing off my eternity. It can't be allowed. There's no such thing as eternity. Izuno Harunaga. The shattered fine ice reflected the moonlight, glowing faintly. Hardly any of Harunaga's body remained. Only his fingertips were visible. You will be exorcised here. This magic needs a name. Under the night sky, illuminated by the light of snow, it looks like a moon. How about Ice Moon? I'll need to discuss this with Aiya-chan. The surroundings froze again, turning to ice. And thanks to that, Izuno Harunaga vanished without even leaving behind black mist. The same happened with Obarazuki, so this must be a property inherent to my magic itself. Thinking about it, I wonder what kind of world mine really is. Well, I should save those thoughts for later. I quietly gazed back at the ice-encased training ground. There was no black mist signaling his disappearance. However, Izuno Harunaga's relic remained, lying softly on the ground. Good. I let out a deep breath. I could see the black relic rolling on the ground. We properly exorcised him. I extended a guiding thread, landed on the ground, and pulled the relic toward me. It resembled the curse Harunaga forced the Ice Princess to swallow. Itsuki. What is that? It's a relic. Monsters of 6th rank or higher leave these behind when they die. I showed the relic to the Ice Princess, who had followed me. It was probably her first time seeing one. She looked distant for a moment before saying, "So, it's that Exorcist's memento." "A memento? I suppose so." I had an image of mementos being something entrusted by someone before they died. But if it's just a leftover item, memento fits. Thinking that, I nodded. "Finally, that man is dead." "Yeah, he is." I said that and gripped Harunika's relic tightly. "He probably didn't want to die. In that sense, he might have been like me. I became strong because I didn't want to die. But Harunika tried to achieve immortality by using others and turning into a monster." I exhaled deeply. "He's a cautionary tale, this guy. Since being reborn, I've met all kinds of people. I wanted to be like Dad or Renji-san, and I was inspired by Nina-chan chasing her dreams. But this guy was different. He's the first person I've ever met whom I couldn't respect at all." As I thought about that and pocketed the relic, I was suddenly hugged. "We did it. We did it. Itsuki-kun. We exorcised the demon." Wah! Caught completely off guard, I was pushed down by Aiya-chan's momentum. This happened before. I recalled it was during the third-year circulation technique training when we were 3 years ago. "It's because Aiya-chan lent me her power." "Thank you." "Wait. I have something I want to apologize to you for, Itsuki-kun." "Say thank you after that." Still pinning me down, Aiya-chan said that and slowly lifted her face. Her expression was a mix of joy and an indescribable regret. "Apologize?" "Did something happen?" I wondered. And she continued slowly. "At the barbecue, I said some awful things to you, Itsuki-kun. I kept asking you why over and over. It probably seemed like I was angry." I didn't mind. Now that she mentioned it, I vaguely remembered that. But the shock of Aiya-chan collapsing afterward was so much greater that I'd honestly forgotten. "No, I was wrong. I'm sorry." Contrary to my thoughts, Aiya-chan lowered her head with a determined expression. How should I receive her apology? Should I accept it and forgive her? No, that's not right. I'm not in a position to act superior to Aiya-chan. After all, I only ever thought of protecting her, never truly considering her a friend. Realizing that, there was only one thing I needed to do. "I have something to apologize for too. You, Itsuki-kun." I thought all I needed to do was protect you, Aiya-chan. I believed I could handle everything with my own power, without needing your magic to help me. But you got angry at me, and I realized that's not what friends do. "Yeah. So, I'm sorry." Aiya-chan. As I bowed my head to apologize, she cupped my cheeks with both hands and lifted my face. "It's okay, Itsuki-kun. We're even." Aiya-chan and I smiled at each other, and as silence settled, she continued. "You know, I've always been thinking about how I could catch up to you, Itsuki-kun. You mentioned that before, but maybe what I needed wasn't to catch up, but to cooperate." Saying that, Aiya-chan smiled and hugged me. "Now, I won't let you be alone anymore." "Thank you, Aiya-chan." I hugged her back, and together we stood up. "Sensei, I don't know how to bring this up, but," as if waiting for that, Shirayuki-sensei opened her mouth with a troubled expression. "I'd like an explanation of the situation soon." "Why yes." Wondering where to start, I decided it would be faster to explain everything from the beginning. So, I told Shirayuki-sensei about resonating with the Ice Princess, about her past, about how she froze her magical power to protect Aiya-chan. After explaining it all, Shirayuki-sensei had a very complicated expression. That made sense. If I were in her position, I'd make the same face. Feeling it was harsh to say this to someone with such an expression, I still honestly conveyed my feelings. "Sensei, I don't want to exorcise the Ice Princess. Isn't there something we can do?" Having resonated with her, I understood everything. She has no intention of harming Aiya-chan. On the contrary, she intends to protect her because Aiya-chan's words saved her. So, I needed to find a way to gain more allies for the Ice Princess. As I pondered this, Shirayuki-sensei slowly began to speak, as if prying open a drawer of memories. "Actually, there have been precedents for such demons before, monsters that side with humans." "Why yes, In the 1960s in Kazakhstan, children raised by a demon were found deep in the mountains. It raised twins whose parents had died, a monster raising people. When the children turned 8, the local exorcists took them in. It's said they lived in the mountains until they were 20, maintaining good relations with people. What happened after that, we don't know. There are monsters like that. I was speechless at behavior I couldn't imagine from the ones I'd encountered. Sometimes, exceptions like that emerge. Itsuki-kun, have you heard of the crying red ogre? Why yes, I have, but that's one of those stories too. Basically, demons that side with humans aren't exorcised. But there are also demons that pretend to side with humans only to eat them, and frankly, those are more common. I understood what Shirayuki-sensei was saying. I understood, and her concerns were so spot on that I couldn't argue. As I considered how to persuade Shirayuki-sensei with my limited knowledge, she continued. But there is a way to handle demons that side with humans. What? There is? Contract magic. It's called inscription technique. An incredibly inefficient magic compared to the guiding threads we use now, but it's been used historically to make contracts with demons. That sounded familiar. I recalled it as magic to make a contract with monsters and make them obey. If so, it could work in a situation like this. If the Ice Princess truly sides with humans, contract magic can prevent her from harming Aya-chan or others. I only side with Aya. Don't arbitrarily make me side with humans, the Ice Princess shouted in protest. Wait, didn't you just return to Aya-chan's body? Can switching back and forth really be that easy? Contract magic requires mutual consent. If it's to protect Aya-san, we can structure the contract terms that way. Then it's fine. The Ice Princess nodded contentedly, and her eyes turned red again. Shirayuki-sensei exhaled in relief and continued slowly. Among the exorcists at this training lodge, I'm the only one who can use contract magic. So, I'll create the contract array. Itsuki-kun, Aya-san, please observe. Saying that with a hint of uncertainty, Shirayuki-sensei noticed adult exorcists approaching from afar. We left the rest to them and left the training ground. What followed was still chaotic. First, we reunited with Dad, who was helping with evacuation efforts. It seemed the adult exorcists had been delayed because they were evacuating the students. We joined the fleeing apprentice exorcists and took a short rest, even managing to sleep a little. Next was securing a safe location. The training lodge, with its first floor and even the middle of the second floor swallowed by erosion, was off limits. Naturally, we couldn't stay there, so we set up tents like a campsite at an evacuation site. Apparently, part of the training course involved surviving in the sea of trees for days, which is why they had tents prepared. Those supplies had been moved outside the lodge for preparation and thus weren't affected by Harunoka's magic. I secretly thought, exorcist training is like the self-defense forces, but I won't admit it. After that eventful night, we finally had a chance to talk to Dad and Renji-san about the Ice Princess. Dad's side went smoothly. When I explained what happened with the Ice Princess, he simply said, "I see," nodded, and that was it. It was so straightforward. But I think Dad saw through me and knew I wasn't lying. On the other hand, it took time with Renji-san. He was worried about whether the Ice Princess would truly not harm Aya-chan and interrogated her endlessly. It must have been at least 3 hours of discussion. It got so long that Shirayuki-sensei and I slipped away to prepare the contract tray first. Surprisingly, it was made with ink. Not store-bought ink, but ink ground from a stick, with magical power gradually mixed into it as you grind. That creates ink infused with magic. Using that, you write the contract terms on paper and draw mysterious patterns around the text to complete it. The patterns are geometric circles that somehow resemble magic circles. It's strange. With that, they'd form a contract with the Ice Princess. Watching this process, it was clear it was labor-intensive, troublesome, and not a direct way to exorcise monsters. No wonder it fell out of use. When we returned with the contract array, Renji-san and Aya-chan were happily eating steamed buns. Apparently, they agreed that as long as the condition was that she wouldn't harm people and could only emerge with Aya-chan's permission, it was fine. Since that matched the contract terms Shirayuki-sensei and I had discussed, I had Renji-san confirm the contents before handing it to the Ice Princess. Is there any discrepancy in the terms? No issues. The Ice Princess said that, and Shirayuki-sensei nodded. Then, let's make the contract. As she spoke, Shirayuki-sensei wrapped a guiding thread around her thumb and instructed the Ice Princess to do the same, pressing her thumb onto the circular pattern in the contract array. Following suit, the Ice Princess pressed her thumb firmly onto the paper. At that moment, the ink-drawn pattern glowed and pulsed. I think I'd seen something similar on TV or social media. Back then, they cut their thumb with a knife and pressed it down. What was that called? A blood oath? The name wasn't certain, but as the pulsing light throbbed again, white guiding threads emerged from the paper, binding the Ice Princess's body. You can no longer harm humans. Breaking this will cost you 90% of your maximum magical power. This contract is pointless. As long as I can protect Aiya, that's enough. With that, the Ice Princess returned to Aiya-chan. And so, the contract was complete. As I watched, I quietly gripped the relic of the Raikudoji in my pocket. The Ice Princess was 6th rank and originally human. Haranaga. Well, even though he became an insect, he was originally human too. So, what about the Raikudoji? I wondered, but there probably wasn't much point in thinking about that. When we stepped outside after the contract, it was already evening. Police and construction workers, including some from the corps unit, were at the training lodge, preparing to restore the building. Since we couldn't eat at the lodge, Kamiyazuki provided another barbecue set, making it 2 consecutive days of barbecues. The students seemed content as long as they could eat meat, and there were no major complaints as everyone enjoyed grilling together. As expected, though, back-to-back barbecues didn't generate the same excitement as the first time. Aiya-chan and I quietly ate our meat when Shirayuki-sensei started piling meat onto both our plates. Here, Itsuki-kun. Your meat's ready. Oh, thank you. Her serving pace was exactly the same as yesterday. This person really eats a lot today. I bought marshmallows and apples, so let's make roasted marshmallows and roasted apples. Roasted apples? You can't call a barbecue complete without them. With a completely serious face, Shirayuki-sensei said that, and I couldn't help but tilt my head. Roasting marshmallows made sense, but roasted apples? Those are usually made in an oven, right? As I wondered, Aiya-chan asked a different question. Shirayuki-sensei, do you like apples? I can't exert my full power in emergencies without eating apples. That much? Aiya-chan looked a bit taken aback by Shirayuki-sensei's extreme statement, when Dad interjected with a gruff voice. No, in Shirayuki-sensei's case, it's not just that she likes them. She really can't exert her power without them. Really? Curious about Dad's words, I asked Shirayuki-sensei, and she nodded softly. Oh, by the way, I haven't explained the trick to you, Itsuki-kun, or Aiya-san. Swallowing the meat she was chewing, Shirayuki-sensei said. The trick? How I came back to life. I said I'd explain later, but I forgot. Now that she mentioned it, there was that conversation. With everything happening so quickly, I'd completely forgotten. I told you once, Itsuki-kun, that resonance connects with similar existences or binds them together to amplify power. Like the magic you and Aiya-san resonated to cast. Yeah. Wait, cooperative magic? Dad hasn't heard about this. I'll explain later. At a critical moment, I hurriedly stopped my father, who had suddenly interrupted. Waiting for my father to calm down, Shirayuki-sensei continued. However, this isn't limited to living people. It can also be done with the deceased. It's a type of magic called Kamiyoshi or Goruyadri, where you resonate with the spirit of a dead person and borrow their power. It's a form of necromancy, you see. Kure. Now that she mentioned it, that middle schooler had said Kure to Shirayuki-sensei. Could that have been referring to necromancy? I felt a connection click in my mind, and internally, I snapped my fingers. Kure. Come to think of it, the mysterious word gods that my father had mentioned might also refer to the spirits of the deceased. There's still so much I don't know. In fact, Shirayuki-sensei hesitated before continuing. A very, very distant ancestor of mine was a historical figure, and I can borrow a small portion of their power. It's a recreation of history, you could say. Specifically, once a year, I can return from the brink of death, and I can create a mirror that reflects magic back at its caster. Magic return? What's that? Coming back from near death? A magic reflecting mirror? This is starting to sound completely absurd. Wait. Who exactly are you talking about? As I reeled in shock, Shirayuki-sensei said, with a dramatic flourish, Snow White. What? People from fairy tales aren't usually called historical figures. The words were on the tip of my tongue, but I swallowed them back down. But wait, I'd had this thought before, back when I was tinkering with the magic of this world. What if the fairy tales of this world weren't just stories? What if they were based on reality? That's why I'd used transformation magic to create a miniature pumpkin carriage and even made a dress for Hina. It was all an imitation of Cinderella. When I was little, my mother told me stories of wizards and witches countless times, and I tried to recreate the magic from those tales. What if that hunch of mine was right? What if the stories of this world were actually historical facts? Then, it wouldn't be strange at all for their descendants to exist. It wouldn't be strange, but still. Really? Snow White belongs to the Tsukainashi clan, yet she possesses inherited magic. Those two abilities are part of it. Inherited magic. Doubting what I was hearing, my father chimed in from the side to clarify. Inherited magic. That phrase sounded familiar. Oh, right. It was the term my father had used as a retort when Aina-san invited me to England. Now I remember. There was something like that. So, we have that too, right? We do, but I'll teach it to you. After your Shichigo-san at 7 years old, next year, I'm an early birthday, so I'll celebrate Shichigo-san in first grade at 6 years old. My 7-year-old Shichigo-san will be when I'm in second grade. It'll be here before you know it, my father said with a laugh. Listening to him, I thought to myself, I can't wait to learn it. After that, we finished the barbecue, eating the baked apples Shirayuki-sensei had made. Then Aiya-chan pulled me by the hand. What's wrong, Aiya-chan? Hyasetsu Kojo wants to talk to you. A talk? Sure, but about what? She said she doesn't want others to overhear, so she wants you to come with me. Glancing at Renji-san, who was cleaning up, I heard. Go ahead. So, together with Aiya-chan, we slipped away from the barbecue area and headed into the darkness. Then, I'll take over, Aiya-chan said quickly. And in an instant, she transformed into Hyasetsu Kojo. Sorry, Itsuki. I asked Aiya to bring you out here. It's fine. Don't worry about it. What's wrong? No matter how many times I see it, I still can't get used to her switching forms like that. As I thought about this, Hyasetsu Kojo suddenly bowed her head. I'm sorry. I hadn't expected an apology, and I was thrown off. Not knowing how to respond, I hesitated, but she continued. You fought to protect Aiya. You believed in me because we resonated, right? But at first I thought you, Itsuki, were just like that man. A sorcerer who would harm Aiya. I even considered killing you. I'm truly sorry. Hyasetsu Kojo kept her head bowed. After a moment of thought, I decided what I needed to say. I'm not upset, Hyasetsu Kojo. And actually, there's something I want to say to you. What? When she looked up, her eyes were filled with confusion. Thank you for protecting Aiya-chan. No, I couldn't do anything. Her voice trembled, small and fragile, nothing like the arrogant demeanor she'd shown in Aiya-chan's mental world. No, wait, that arrogance was probably her way of intimidating others. She was protecting Aiya-chan from those she hated enough to kill, while also shielding Aiya-chan from outsiders like us. If Hyasetsu Kojo hadn't been there, Aiya-chan's magic would have been devoured. That insect might have killed her. So, thank you, Hyasetsu Kojo. I looked into her eyes as I spoke. She fell silent for a while, never breaking eye contact until, after a slight delay, small tears began to fall. Wait. Are you okay? I'd never seen a girl cry except for Hina, and I panicked. But unlike my flustered reaction, Hyasetsu Kojo responded calmly. It's nothing. You don't cry over nothing. When I said that, she continued slowly. I thought that in this form, no one would ever thank me. That's, of course, Hyasetsu Kojo isn't human. There's no way she'd ever be thanked by people. I tried to die to save the village, to save my mother. I thought it was fine to stop being human. But it was all pointless. Yeah, I did my best, all alone. I thought that if I kept trying, someday, someone would save me. That's what I believed. I know. I understand that feeling all too well. I've seen her past, heard it, and spent as much time with it as anyone. But that man, he was freer than anyone. He made me feel like all my efforts were worthless. But you, Itsuki, and Aiya, you gave meaning to my efforts. Hyasetsu Kojo wiped her tears. Do you understand, Itsuki? Being thanked by you and Aiya, being told my efforts mattered. How happy that made me. How much it encouraged me. I didn't want to respond with something as simple as I understand. I felt it wouldn't be right. Because of you two, I can truly say I'm glad I lived. That enduring it all was worth it. That my efforts were finally rewarded, Itsuki. The memories I saw of her weren't complete. They were only what she could remember. There must be painful, forgotten pasts, difficult moments she's buried. That's why my response shouldn't be some casual phrase. After searching for the right words, I found what I needed to say. Because Hyasetsu Kojo, you did your best, didn't you? Yes. That was the one thing I had to say. It was the most important thing I, more than anyone, needed to tell her. I've put in countless efforts to avoid death. One reason I could keep going was because I had strong goals, but that's not all. That alone wouldn't have been enough to push me this far. There were always people around me who recognized my efforts, who praised me. Thanks to them, I've made it this far. So then, who would acknowledge Hyasetsu Kojo's efforts? Who would reward her dedication? Because of Hyasetsu Kojo, none of us died. I'm really glad you were there, Itsuki. So, let me say it. Thank you, Hyasetsu Kojo. When I said that, her face crumpled, and she began to cry quietly. The tears wouldn't stop, spilling out more and more until she was sobbing aloud. She had the right to cry. I wanted her to cry. If she could cry out all her sad memories like this someday, if she could make happy memories with Aiya-chan, how wonderful they would be. For some reason, I found myself thinking such sentimental thoughts. End of Volume 3. To the Princess Who Will One Day Become Ice. Intruder 1. Spring Haze. I decided I would move to Tokyo when I became a university student. Seeing Tokyo on Instagram made it seem like everything was there. The small provincial city where the Shinkansen passed through was my entire world growing up. Lined with family restaurants, conveyor belt sushi joints, and family-friendly yakiniku restaurants along the main prefectural road. It was a typical provincial city where you could buy clothes, shoes, and almost anything else on that main street. On days off, you'd inevitably run into classmates or someone from the same school. That was the kind of town it was. So, I felt suffocated. The same went for school. Everyone followed the same path, attending the same junior high and then moving on to high school, trapped in a stifling routine. Frustration built up, but I lacked the drive to explode with anger. That's why I decided to go to Tokyo. I didn't want to waste 4 years in this nothing town, becoming no one, spending weekends endlessly driving the same prefectural road in a family car. Naturally, I worked hard on my entrance exams. Since I wasn't smart enough for a national university, I decided to aim for a private one with just 3 subjects. I repeated the same practice books over and over and endlessly solved past papers. When it got tough, I quietly looked at Tokyo on my smartphone. It felt like a breeze blew from the small screen, as if it could sweep away this rural town and bring in the fresh air of the city. It was silly, but that's what I thought. And so, February came, the month of exams. In the indifferent crowds where no one cared about others, yet somehow felt reassuring, and on trains longer than any I'd seen in the countryside, my head spun, and I vowed I'd definitely come to Tokyo. Whether it was thanks to that resolve or not, I passed. My parents, who had initially opposed the move, smiled when they saw my acceptance letter. You worked hard, and it paid off, they said, and I officially became a university student. My first time in Tokyo. My first time living alone. With Mom, who came along to help, I bought everything I needed for daily life, tried out various room layouts I'd planned, and even failed a few times. After all the preparations were done and I saw Mom off as she returned home, I thought, in the quiet room, living alone is this silent? There were many discoveries in living alone. Dishes pile up in the sink if you don't wash them. Laundry doesn't come back to you unless you wash and hang it yourself. The auto-lock apartment Dad rented for me, being a girl, cost 120,000 yen in rent, and calculating how many part-time jobs I'd need to cover it made my head spin. Oh, right. Since I wanted to cook for myself, I was shocked when I burned my first attempt at tamagoyaki. I thought, I can't even make something this simple, and felt a little down. I realized how amazing Mom was, cooking for us every day. Everything was a new experience, and I felt ashamed of all the times I rebelled against my parents during my teenage years. Despite how much I dreamed of this independent life, once I started living it, I felt lonely and ended up talking to friends on the phone more often. I didn't know I was this weak to loneliness. Around a week before university started, after a long while, Mom's line message made my phone vibrate. Did you submit your transfer registration? Transfer registration was the procedure to move my residency, necessary for me to borrow a scholarship. Oh, right. I hadn't done that yet. I thought, I'll do it tomorrow. I replied, but Mom immediately sent a lecture. You always say that and end up late. So I silenced my phone and threw it on the bed. I was grateful she cooked for me, but this kind of thing was annoying. It's just submitting to the ward office, not the city hall. And as long as it's in time, it's fine, right? Knowing a lecture would escalate if I said that, I swallowed my frustration. After suppressing it, I fell asleep. However, if for some reason I couldn't borrow the scholarship, I'd become a tuition delinquent. In the worst case, I'd be expelled. I didn't want my hard-earned move to Tokyo to be ruined, so I went to the ward office first thing when it opened to submit the transfer registration. My first time handling official procedures alone. Not knowing what I needed, I clutched my bag with my seal and my number card and stepped outside, where blooming cherry blossoms greeted me. Another thing I learned living alone, Tokyo has surprisingly many cherry blossoms. I checked the bus route on my phone multiple times, boarded, and was surprised I had to pay the fare up front. Finally, I reached the ward office. The office, bustling even on a weekday morning, was already crowded. Weaving through the people, I approached the information desk, where a beautiful ward office worker spoke to me. How can I assist you today? Transfer registration. Yes, a transfer registration. Please fill out the black bordered sections of this form. Do you have your transfer certificate today? Oh, yes, I do. Then you're all set. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Nervous, my responses were shaky, but the woman kindly pointed out where to write by circling the spots with her finger. There are kind people in Tokyo too, I thought, feeling very much like a country bumpkin as I filled out the residency change form. Thinking I'd have to handle these things alone from now on made me feel grown up and happy. After writing my address and returning the form to the woman, I received a number ticket. No sooner had I taken it than she moved on to answer a man's question. She must be incredibly efficient. My number was called quickly, and I handed the necessary documents to the receptionist. The receptionist, a young man, took my forms and gave me a pamphlet called Ward Resident Newsletter in return. Flipping through it, I saw a mix of relevant topics like child rearing support and disaster preparedness, interspersed with things that didn't concern me. As I skimmed, the receptionist returned. Thank you for your patience. You're all set now. Already done. Yes, we'll handle the rest here. He smiled as he said that. A mix of relief that I was now a Tokyo resident and a sense of anticlimax that the dream I'd held since high school had been realized so easily swirled inside me. In the end, I didn't even need my seal or my number card. I thought as I left the counter, it was still too early for lunch, so should I go home? No, since I'm already out, shouldn't I look for a nice lunch? As I pondered, my feet stopped in front of the notice board at the ward office entrance. The board, titled 8 Notices for Residents, caught my eye with its large text, making me feel I had to read it. 8 Notices for Residents. To all residents, this is everyone's town. Let's be considerate of others and live harmoniously. 1. Garbage collection days must be followed. 2. You must greet your neighbors. 3. Do not speak to suspicious individuals. 4. Do not respond if a suspicious person speaks to you. 5. Do not remove posters attached to utility poles. 6. Do not answer calls from numbers starting with 003. 7. All announcements from the ward office are lies. 8. You must not read this text. The moment I read the last line, I realized something was terribly wrong. A chill ran down my spine, and I wanted to run, but my feet were frozen in place. The notices. You have to read them. A creepy voice echoed from the board, and arms and a mouth emerged, gripping my arm tightly. The grip was incredibly strong, and though I tried to scream in pain, only a hoarse cry escaped my throat. Help me. Terrified and confused, I tried to call for help, but why? Everyone else passed by as if I were invisible. No one noticed me. No one saw me. Yet, that incomprehensible entity pulled me closer. I braced my feet, but resistance was futile as a massive mouth opened wide. It froze, mid-motion. The moment I blinked, the arms holding me dropped to the ground with a thud. Then, the remaining mouth turned toward the ward office entrance. Instinctively, my gaze followed. There stood a boy. Strangely, he was looking at me. He was the only one who saw me. Why you can't hurt people? The notice says so. It also says, do not post notices without permission. But that's my right. With that, the mouth moved and split in two. The bisected mouth dissolved into black mist and vanished. Then, the 8 Notices for Residents poster on the board peeled off on its own, shredded, and turned into black mist as well. It was like watching a magic trick, and I stared wide-eyed, forgetting to run, and looked at the boy. I knew he must have saved me, but I didn't know how to thank him. As I stood there, a woman who seemed to be his mother and a girl who looked like his sister approached. Itsuki, what are you doing here? No, it's nothing. I thought I might have dropped something. Okay, let's go home since you're done. As the boy was led away by his mother, I couldn't hold back and called out. Wait. He turned back without a word. Thank you for saving me. When I said that, he smiled softly and mouthed, you're welcome, before disappearing into the crowd, hand in hand with his mother. Tracing his retreating figure, the spring cherry blossoms swayed in the wind. Strangely, I thought, I'm glad I came to Tokyo. Interlude. Embers of a dream. Ding dong. The silly intercom chime echoed through the house. It was a weekday afternoon, a time when no one should be home. But today was August, a summer vacation for middle schoolers. Immediately, the sound of hurried footsteps came from beyond the door, and the entrance swung open energetically. Yes, it's Akari. Huh? The girl who burst out had half her hair dyed gold, the other half still her natural black. Probably dyed at the start of summer break but not touched up since school resumed. Her ears sparkled with playful piercings. Instead of a delivery person, what she saw at the entrance was a cardboard box already left on the ground. Wait, hold on. This is fragile electronics. You're just leaving it? Seriously? Muttering to herself, she picked up the box and carried it inside. Once inside, she forcefully tore it open. Inside was a used tablet. Nice. Dad sure knows how to pick good stuff. Saying that, she returned to the living room without even locking the door. No one else was in the living room. She swatted away buzzing flies and turned on the tablet, tapping the pre-installed calling app. After a few rings, the call connected. Yahoo! This is Japan. Is Dad still in England? Dad? I'm your director. Well, Dad works too. This is England. From the tablet came multiple voices. A young man, a child girl, an elderly man's raspy tone, and several synthetic machine voices. Like you said, I joined that training camp, Director. There was even the target kid. Haha. Excellent. So excellent. You smuggled the sandbox. What a failure compared to you. That's the one, right? The troop member Itsuki-kun exorcised. I've heard that story before, so it's boring. What was that girl's name? The Ice Princess. The Ice Princess. Poor thing. Betrayed by adults. Tears of sorrow won't stop. No tear ducts, though. Ha ha. Hearing the cheerful voices from the tablet, Akari grimaced for a moment before speaking. About that girl. She was near Itsuki-kun. I couldn't talk to her. What? Huh? What was the point of joining the camp? No way. Director, that kid's strong. I'd die instantly. Ha ha. 7th rank. Ha. There are ways. Maybe not. Which is it? The voices didn't respond. Instead, what reached her ears was the crunch sound of insects devouring flesh. Without voicing it, she mouthed, annoying, and turned up the air conditioner. Anyway, the Ice Princess isn't the only target, right? There are tons of other kids who need saving, as expected of my troop member. Right. Exactly. You're absolutely excellent. The overlapping voices sounded delighted and continued. A parade. A parade. We must take the children to Fairyland. How many more are we taking? Lots. So many. Unhappy children are everywhere in the world. We need to guide 1,000,000. With that, she spun the tablet around and laughed. How many are in Fairyland now? 5,200,000. 3,400. That's low. Just a bit. Thumb-sized. The voices sounded deeply disappointed and continued. Near Itsuki-kun. There's that girl too, Nina-chan. Who? I don't know her. She got lost from the parade. We made her able to laugh, but still. Well, whatever about her. So, next job, troop member. With Itsuki-kun. Let's be friends. Hey. A smile spread across Akari's face. Like a thin crescent moon, the corners of her mouth slowly curved upward. Nice. Actually, I was thinking the same thing. If we become friends with Itsuki-kun, the Ice Princess too, Nina-chan too, and many more, we can guide them to Fairyland. So, can I take off this outfit? It stinks so much. Sure. Of course. No problem. The method. We'll leave it to you. Thanks, Director. I was fond of being called Dad, but it's fine to drop it. Either way. Hearing that, the girl named Akari shed her human skin. With a rip, the human skin fluttered slightly in the air conditioner's breeze. The chair she sat on held the corpse of a girl, her muscles fully exposed, carefully skinned alive. Her face was frozen in a scream of agony. Beside her, a man, presumably her father, sat with his lower body melted into a failed slime, his flesh dissolving in the heat, dripping onto the floor. Cockroaches that had come to eat it now swarmed the shed skin, facing what must have been her mother. Her body was splayed open in a star shape, hung from the ceiling, split down the midline like a filleted fish. Her organs had been removed and were now drying in the bathroom, crisp from the dryer. Undoubtedly, countless insects were feasting there too. None of this had any meaning. Peeling skin was easy with magic, melting bodies was a waste of power, and there was no need to extract organs if you weren't going to eat them. They did it simply because it was fun. All right. Outfit off, mind clear, heart fired up. The tin toy that shed the girl's skin shouted, "Wait for me, Itsuki-kun." Let's make 100 friends. 6 months ago, in England, 100 demons ran wild, and only one girl survived. The 6th-rank entity that turned the amusement park into a melted hell vanished without a trace. Its whereabouts remain unknown. End of Volume 3.